May I have your attention? Our program will begin in 5 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin. Please silence all mobile devices. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin. may I have your attention? Please welcome TechCrunch General Manager and Editor-in-Chief, Connie Loizis.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the center of the startup universe. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming and joining us these next 3 days. We're so excited about this event. You're going to be seeing real journalism here in real time. We're so proud of it. We've got so many newsmakers who are coming, and we're going to be asking them the fun questions, but also the tough questions, which is why I think we have all of you coming and speakers who are interested year after year in sharing this stage with us. What we're really proud of this year is more than 12,000 of you registered to attend this. So thank you again. We are going to make it worth every minute of your time, I promise. We have a lot in store for you today. We have, of course, this main stage. We also have 8 other stages that are sector-specific that are going to be amazing. AI, fintech, sustainability, robotics. It's going to be great. If you haven't checked it out yet, there is a Deal Flow Cafe next door where we're hoping deals are going to be struck, or at least the beginnings of deals will come together. We also have 2 stages of Startup Battlefield, which of course is the centerpiece of the event, and we're so excited about the contestants that you're going to see. Last but not least, we have chats with Lisa Jackson of Apple, NBA great Shaquille O'Neal, and Kyle Wallgren of Edsoma, and Reed Jobs of Yosemite. So to kick things off, please welcome your host for today, the lovely and talented U.S. Managing Editor of TechCrunch, Daryl Etherington. Thanks, guys.
Oh, welcome to Disrupt. As you just heard, this is our biggest show ever in so many ways. It's huge in terms of registrations, huge in terms of stages. There are so many stages, so many. I'm going to list them all. I'm going to read when I do that because there are that many. We have the builders stage. That is where you can go and get practical advice on how to set up your startup, how to get funding, how to do everything. There's the fintech one, space, sustainability, AI, software as a service, hardware, and security. So all of those for the first year ever combined into one massive event, very exciting. And you can't be in multiple places at once, obviously, there's a lot of stuff, but don't worry. We will have VOD for the stuff here, and we will also have Otter AI taking notes everywhere and providing live transcriptions. So it's doing it right now as I'm saying this. You can see it on the thing over here. And we have that for every stage for the first time this year, so that's great. And then we also have the pitch showcase stage, which is downstairs, where startups will actually get to pitch their companies, which is the lifeblood of what we do here at TechCrunch, so be sure to check that out. We have breakouts downstairs, we have roundtables, so you can talk with the people in your industry who matter most, and meet maybe your next co-founder or your next investor, or all of that. But right here, we have, for the first time ever, again, a lot of firsts this year. Starting the show, we have the main event, the thing that all of you love and come here for, which is Startup Battlefield. So let's welcome our first group of contenders for the Disrupt Cup, and also your host for the Startup Battlefield, TechCrunch Managing Editor, Matt Burns.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of you here already. It's only 9:30 in the morning, 9:35, and you guys are packed. Thank you so much for coming. Disrupt is a huge show, but I know why you're really here. You're here for the startups. Thank you so much for coming out. I need you to know that the Startup Battlefield class represents countries across the world. You're going to see companies that are attempting to change the world from so many different vectors. Downstairs, on the second floor, there are 200 companies exhibiting. None of them paid to be here. We take no equity from any company that comes to exhibit. You need to go see those companies. Skip Shaq's interview. You can see him on TV. Go downstairs and meet these companies. They're rad. I promise you're going to like them. The Startup Battlefield 200 were selected out of 3,200 companies that applied. We don't charge a fee for application or anything like that. I myself reviewed close to 1,000 applications, and let me tell you, it is hard to narrow it down. Out of the 200, 20 were selected to pitch on this stage. Those 20 were selected as the best of the bunch, and you're going to see some really interesting companies. I'm proud to say that TechCrunch will award a $100,000 check at the end of the convention to the best startup of the bunch, and that's equity free. And I hear that companies love to carry these giant checks through airports. Okay, let's get going. I'm gonna bring out the judges, but before I do that, I need to go over the judging criteria. These judges are going to look and evaluate these companies based on the potential for impact that can either be social or financial. Perhaps a company is headed to a big exit, or they're gonna change the world and not make any money doing it. Both are given equal footing here. So with that, let's get going. Let's have the judges come out right now. I got some bios to read, you're gonna love them. Let me tell you, one of the best parts of my job is taking these long bios and taking a black marker to them and crossing off all their accomplishments. But first, we have Poe. Poe Bronson is a managing director of InDiagnostic and general partner at SOSV. Coach Poe, as he's sometimes nerved, was a finance and tech journalist covering Silicon Valley for Wired, the New York Times Magazine, and an op-ed contributor for the Wall Street Journal. His science journalism has been honored with 9 national awards and is the author of 7 best-selling books. His work has been cited in 185 academic journals and 503 books. He's also talking later today on the sustainability stage. Next, we have Mark Florentino, partner at Index Ventures. Mark leads investments focusing largely on fintech and application SaaS. He's especially interested in fintech infrastructure, verticalized payment workflows, and SaaS tools disrupting legacy incumbents. Mark is a board member of lead investor of Index and a number of companies, including RevenueCat, Mercantile, and Catch. Prior to Index, Mark helped build and lead business strategy and finance at Stripe from 2015 to 2019, driving key initiatives for sales operations, growth, and fundraising. Mark is talking later today on the FinTech stage. Next is Sarah Idelson, partner at Excel. Sarah joined Excel in 2022 and focuses on early-stage consumer and enterprise companies. Prior to joining Excel, Sarah spent several years as the head of strategic partnership at Fair. Before Fair, Sarah spent 4 years on the global business development team on Uber, working first on the rideshare business and then on Uber Eats. She has a passion for education and is also an angel investor. Next is Libby Wayman, partner at Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Libby is a business and technology leader with experience in research, product development, entrepreneurship, corporate strategy, and venture capital. Libby served as the global director of innovation for GE Strategy, in which GE invested in over $20 billion in clean innovation and generated over $300 billion in revenue. Prior to GE, Libby served as the director for the U.S. Department of Energy and their Clean Energy Manufacturing Initiative. Last, we have Steve Yang. Steve is the founder and managing partner at Kindred Ventures. It's a seed stage $550 million venture capital fund based right here in San Francisco. Steve served as an early advisor and angel investor since founding at Uber and an early venture backer of Coinbase, Humane, Tonal, Postmates, Color Health, and over 80 other startups. Previously, Steve was a software entrepreneur and the co-founder of several companies in the consumer internet space. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for that. But I'm going to need you to give even more applause to the very first company. We're going to bring out from Carlsbad, California, InDiagnostic. Presenting for InDiagnostic is Dr. Octavian Florisco and Anna Florisco. Come on out, guys. Give them a round of applause.
Hi, my name's Octavian, and I'm no stranger to danger. My biggest adventure so far was starting this company and disrupting blood testing. The blood testing market is huge. It's about $90 billion. The big problem is that it's spread over thousands of applications. These existing blood analyzers could only detect a handful of indications, and most customers can't really pay the cost of ownership in order to cover the tests that they need. InDiagnostics is making testing easier and more affordable, not with a universal analyzer, but by eliminating the analyzer altogether. We've done that by integrating into this tiny device. We've integrated this centrifuge, basically the drop of blood sample prep. We've integrated, we've integrated the spectrophotometer, and this also connects to your USB. I present the quick blood test. It takes a drop of blood, and the device hooks up to your phone with a dongle, a USB-C dongle, and you get the results on the screen. In this case, we're testing for ALT and AST. These are two liver enzymes that tell you whether or not your liver is working fine. And the reason we're working with ALT and AST is because they complement the existing menus of blood gas analyzers, but they could only be measured spectrophotometrically. So we're launching this into the veterinary space, where emergency veterinarians could use it to run rapid screens for anesthesia or drugs before they admit the patients. I will pass it over to demo. Let's go to demo, and Anna will run a blood test for us. So all you need to get started is in this box that Anna has. She launches the app on the phone, which prompts her to connect the dongle. You got to get the OS to let you in. There you go. Then you take a device out of the pouch, you open it up, and you insert it into the dongle like that. This is a phone blood test. The device heats up on its own, so you could run it in temperatures that don't actually match what you'd like. And once it's heated, you enter a patient ID, you enter operator information, you enter the test you want to run. In this case, we have ALT and AST. And you also have the opportunity to select the blood type. So you could run whole blood, plasma, or serum. And there's a dilution factor in case you have out-of-range samples over 1,000 units per liter. So there's Anna inputting the results, or inputting that. And she's putting 1 drop of blood directly on the inlet and pressing play. Awesome. OK, back to presentation. Let's take a look what's going. Actually, before we do that, let's go back to demo. This is a device she ran earlier, so you could see the results on the screen right there that give you an indication of what's going on. So anything below 50 is normal for humans, and anything above 50 can be problems with the liver. Specifically, if you have acute liver failure, it could even go over 1,000. So these devices are intended for veterinary and research use only, but for the purposes of this demonstration, we ran a drop of blood. Back to presentation. So let's take a look what's going on. In this integrated device, we have a spectrophotometer. Reagents first start by passing through a filter. The clicker's not really working. We have an integrated filter that traps red blood cells but releases plasma with reagents in it. So if this is a very modular design, it's simple, it doesn't have pumps, doesn't have filters, it doesn't have valves, and the plasma with the reagents goes directly into the cuvettes here. If you want to change out the application, you just change the reagents and the filters. These cuvettes are tiny. They're about 50 nanoliters. So it's about the size of a grain of sand, but better than 3% precision on the path length. We have an optic that takes light from a narrowband LED, splits it multiple ways, and passes it through the cuvette. So we're currently using 2 out of the 4 cuvettes, which allows us to expand the menu by 2 more. Finally, we have our microchip that we designed. There we go. I'm going to stand over here a little bit. We have the microchip that we designed that digitizes the opacity of the sample and runs the data through SPI to our USB-C dongle. So we ran these devices at UC Davis, one of the leading veterinary universities in the world. We ran 100 animal samples across 5 different species, and we achieved an R-squared of 0.97 for ALT and a 0.99 for AST. These devices, this test represents about a $200 million market in the veterinary space. Like I mentioned, the emergency and critical care alongside the blood gas analyzer is a first opportunity. We also have customers that are monitoring dogs at home for liver disease. And finally, we're also interested in the research market where you could tail nick a mouse, get a small drop of blood. You don't have to anesthetize the mouse or have a terminal bleed, and you could run your liver toxicity studies. But beyond this, there's a broader veterinary market, which we call the rapid chemistry segment. So beyond liver market, there's the rapid chemistry segments, which is about $2 billion. Now, this is a pretty interesting market in the sense that It has no low-cost competitors. It has only about 20 analytes that are all generic. There's no proprietary antibodies or reagents to go after, and there's no barriers to entry. So after liver, we plan to expand the menu. We're working on creatine kinase and a couple other applications in order to get to market. The blood testing market
Got to wrap it up.
is much bigger. It's about $15 billion, and we are going to disrupt it by changing the model from a razor blade to a single-use disposable. And I'll leave you with the video of our assembly system. This is how we control costs. We're vertically integrated. We've designed everything. And please come join us, early adopters. Please come help us out and conquer this market and change blood testing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Give them a round of applause. Let's go to the judges. Poe, we'll start with you.
So congratulations for having 2 liver enzyme tests, but help us understand why your technology, say to expand to a complete metabolic panel and other analytes that you'd be looking for, you classically need aptamers for every one of those. Like, help us understand what at the core can help us go from 2 tests to this sort of at least 20 up to 50 that's in demand from the market right now.
So general chemistries generally don't need aptamers. What happens is that it's a reaction in the plasma, so you have to introduce reagents, and those reagents are, you're not talking about large antibodies or large molecules that you're going after, it's small reactions, so small molecules. And so all the general chemistries are non-proprietary. We could change the filters out, and we could basically expand the menu in order to make a test that runs all of them at once. So it's a scaling issue that we have to work on, but the technology lends itself to easy multiplexing, so we're able to hit all of those indications on a device that looks like this.
So it's then still a chip for each test as opposed to a non-reagent system.
We have the possibility to put 4 tests. I don't have a mic. So with this system, we can have 4 tests on this chip, and we can talk backstage about the possibility to do 16 on one chip.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let Poe stick to the science questions because I'm not going to pretend to be a medical expert. But can I ask a little about commercialization? So you're thinking about selling this through vet clinics, from my understanding, or as a big part of this. What is the ROI to a vet clinic when you think about upfront cost of buying the mechanism and then over time using it? And how do you think about that sales cycle to the vet practitioner?
Yeah, so we found a few amazing niches for us, especially in the exotics market. So our selling point is that we have small blood volume. So you only need 20 microliters. When you have a bird or a small animal, this is amazing for them. And we have had great feedback from all of the conferences we've been to. We have about 600 leads already, and people are super excited about it. So they said they would probably pay more than we are actually charging if we make it targeted for exotics. That's only one of them, but we have 5 other use cases that we're happy to talk about.
Yeah, maybe a related question to that. Assuming there's another company out there that's coming at the same blood testing market from the consumer or human angle, what advantages do you see for you all having the veterinary as your sort of entry point and wedge?
Well, we love our vets. We love working with them, so we want to be in that market and just exhaust every possibility that we can have. And that gives us such an amazing training for us to check and break all of our limits. So we want to try and see where we can extend and how can we expand and learn as we go. So this is wonderful. And once we know that we can tackle the human market, we're ready.
And I'd like to add that one of the advantages is that they don't have an instrument that they have to install. So they get a box, they use it, and they run with it. And so there's no training, there's no extra instruments. So low capital cost, low cost of ownership. Just use it alongside their existing systems, and they get more information out of the drop of blood.
Libby?
Yeah, can you talk a little bit more about your pricing model? You mentioned a lot of vets and physicians that you're targeting actually can't afford the analyzer. So can you talk about your pricing model a little bit more?
Sure. I don't know that the cost of the analyzer is necessarily the issue. It's more the cost of ownership. So you're talking about the time it takes. The cost of the analyzer is an issue, the limitation that it has in terms of menu, so you don't want to have multiple analyzers. This is a way of augmenting their menus without additional analyzers, the training, et cetera. So there's a lot of cost that goes into it, and we lower that cost tremendously for them by making it so easy, like a glucometer. They use a glucometer, even though it has a limited menu, because it's easy to use, and they get good data out of it.
How much blood do you have to draw?
Only 20 microliters. So usually 50 microliters is considered a drop, so half of that.
And then for a full, you said you can do 16 tests, up to 16 tests on a chip. Is there any incremental blood draw that you need for that? Or is it one blood draw at that volume?
Yeah, that's in the works. So it's definitely not going to be 10 microliters per analyte, but we don't know how much that would actually.
So it might be a full vial.
No,
we won't get to a
not.
full vial. There's a lot of scaling that's still available in the system right now. Like we can make the well smaller, we can make the filter smaller. This is product one to get our feet wet. We can modularly scale easily, and then there's also a significant amount of miniaturization that's still left in the system to get to the point where one drop of blood gives you your complete metabolic profile.
So if a veterinarian office or a research lab, they would have to swap out those modules or have multiple devices for all of these tests?
It's just disposable. So they don't actually have to do anything. Once the product becomes available, they can just buy it. So there's no reverse compatibility issues. There's no analyzer that they have to maintain or upgrade. They just buy the latest thing that comes out and use it on their phone.
So let's take One Medical. If they were to do, not send anyone out to any of the third-party testing offices, they're doing it internally. Can you speak to the unit economics of each purchase that they need to make and the consumption that they have per maybe 100 patients, 1,000 patients?
Quickly, please.
Well, so the unit economics would probably make sense on a service model where these would go directly to the patient homes. They'd run the test and the data would come back to them. So from their perspective, it's just a value add, right? They're upselling their customers and say, hey, you could do this service. We get a cut of it. You get better service, and everybody's happy.
I'm going to take the last question. Are you guys dogs or cat people?
Both.
Both.
Oh, that's great. That's the best answer. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, from Guadalajara, Mexico, we have Narval. Presenting for Narval is Dr. Jose Luis Nuño and Alejandra Nuño. Give them a round of applause and bring them on out.
Hi, I'm Jose Luis Nuño, CEO and founder of Narval. I am not a morning person, but after my first coffee, I am ready to solve diseases and change the world.
$600 million live with diabetes. 37% will develop diabetic retinopathy, an eye condition that causes vision loss and blindness. The available treatment is a $2,000 monthly injection of an antibody drug in the eye. This is complex, risky for the patient, and expensive, but cannot be done otherwise with the therapeutic alternatives on the market. No matter if you suffer from a respiratory disease, cancer, or a digestive disorder, chances are that you are going to be treated with an antibody drug that costs thousands per dose and can only be delivered by injection. Antibody drugs are a $200 billion market and fundamental to treat diseases, but these are not easy to use or affordable. Antibody drugs are made with monoclonal antibodies, which have significant challenges like their incapability to cross through most tissue barriers on the body, lack of stability out of cold chain, and high manufacturing costs. This limits their use into a very narrow set of applications, making impossible the development of new antibody drugs for hundreds of diseases that affect most of the global population. At Narval, we are solving this problem, designing synthetic antibody mimetic proteins to replace monoclonal antibodies and novel first-in-class therapeutics. Our goal is to create antibody drugs that, until now, have been impossible to develop. Our synthetic antibody mimetic protein platform, or AMP for short, uses CDR3 regions from single-domain shark antibodies fused to a synthetic conoprotein scaffold from a sea snail. Our AMP platform uses molecular and artificial intelligence processes, eliminating the use of in vivo, transgenic, and cellular models. Our AMPs are 40 times smaller than a monoclonal antibody, but with the same biological functions. Our AMPs can cross through tissue barriers, generate limited immune reactions, even with no humanization, can target very small and hard-to-reach antigens, and are heat-resistant.
These advantages gives our AMP platform the ability to develop antibody drugs that have been impossible to develop, like antibody drugs in aerosol, in eye drops, viral delivery, or transdermal release. Our mission is to make antibody drugs as affordable, accessible, and easy to use as common pharmaceutical drugs. Now, let's move to the overhead camera, please. We are going to show you what our AMPs are capable of. Alejandro will show the effect of an AMP over a respiratory virus on a long cell culture. This experiment takes several hours, so today we are going to see only the outcome. Now, move to the demo, please. The microscope. Thank you. Here we can see healthy lung cells, which are representative of someone with no respiratory infection. To these healthy lung cells, we added a sample of the respiratory virus. The virus infected the cells for replication, destroying the cell structure on their way out after a few hours of incubation. On a second sample, we added the virus and our AMP. The antiviral AMP neutralized the virus, blocking its ability to infect the cells and to replicate, protecting the cells and therefore the patient lungs from the viral attack. Now, back to the presentation, please. We designed our AMPs from validated targets, focusing our core activities on development, validation, and preclinical testing of our AMPs. Then we out-license our AMPs to pharmaceutical companies, generating revenue from upfront payments, clinical phase, and approval milestones, and then royalties over sales of the marketed products. Our goal, our vision, is to create the largest portfolio of antibody drugs for unserved therapeutic needs. Our first AMP candidate, AMP1 for diabetic retinopathy, is going into clinical phase next year, and we plan to license it on early 25. Our AMP1 on in vivo testing shown proven capabilities for eye tissue penetration and therapeutic activity on the back of the eye, including antivascularization and a decrease of endothelial cell count of the macula. This means that you will be able to take your treatment in simple eye drops at home, no need for an eye injection. Also, we are working on our first leads for respiratory diseases. Our AMP4 shown full neutralization capability of the COVID-19 virus on lung cell culture at nanomolar level. This is similar to FDA-approved COVID-19 antibody drugs on the market. For me and Alejandro, this is our third startup working together for almost 17 years in biotech. First, we launched a pharmaceutical product for animal health in 14 countries in partnership with a global big pharma. Then we launched a new diagnostic technology using Shaq antibodies, microfluidics, and artificial intelligence. Now at Narval, we are joining with our academic co-founder, Dr. Alexey Lisea, a world-renowned scientist with deep experience on marine protein engineering and also a former founder. Today, we are launching Narval. Come and join us bringing down the limits on healthcare. We are Narval, and we are the future of antibody drugs today.
Wow, give them a round of applause. I think that's the first time we've ever looked at cells on this stage before live, so thank you for that. Okay, who wants to go first? All right, Bo?
I know the anti-VEGF market. I know that the antibodies work. A lot of them are coming off patent, and you all have to inject them. The data on how it passes to the back of the eye, to the retina, it went by pretty fast on the slides, so I want to understand that more. But my key question is, can you tell us about who can manufacture Shaq antibodies today, and what do you need to do in a system to be able to manufacture your drug? So how do you making your drug, even for the clinical procedures you're going to start next year?
Can you guys take one step closer to me?
Yeah.
Get in the light there. Thank you.
Thank you. So something really important is this is not the full Shaq antibody. So what we do is we select the Shaq antibody from our library, and then we just isolate the CDR3 and fuse it to the scaffold. So it's just part of a Shaq antibody. So these AMPs are completely synthetic. So they are manufactured by synthesis, like a peptide.
Ah.
So we are not using bacterial cells.
You're not, or CHO cells or anything like that? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you speak a little more to the ability to get to the back of the eye there by just an eyedropper treatment?
You want to do it? No. Okay, so Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so the idea is we don't inject to the back of the eye, right? We put it in the eye and it travels to the back of the eye. And then it wants to have a therapeutic window once there. Can you talk a little bit more there about what that looks like?
Okay, so what we have shown already on testing on animals, around the third hour after the application of the eye drop with the anti-VEGF AMP, we see already the AMP inside the eye. So we measure that. So for example, 10 milligrams of the solution on the eye, we can measure this up to like 24 hours after the application. So what happens is travel through the tissues, and then it gets to the back of the eye, and then it decreases the vascularization, for example, in this case, on the area, and also the decrease on endothelial cell count. So this helps to maintain, it's doing the same thing that the monoclonal antibody, but the application way is different.
Mark?
Can you talk a little bit about how insurers and carriers will play into your commercialization model going forward?
Oh, sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, can you speak a little bit to, from a commercialization perspective, how do you need kind of insurers and carriers to play into this going forward versus, how much is out of pocket from the consumer versus covered by insurance, and how do you imagine that mix to kind of grow or stay stagnant going forward?
Okay, in this case, well, our business model is to work with the pharma company. The pharma company is the one doing the commercialization of the molecule. So, but it will work the same way as any other monoclonal. So it's the same process, it's the same commercialization strategy, etc. The thing that is we are substituting the use of a monoclonal which is injected with an AMP that goes into eye drops, but the model is the same one.
I think I might have missed it, but can you speak to some of the efficacy data that you have? I'm sure you've done some testing on this as well. If you could share some of that, and then what the response has been from pharmaceutical companies to that data and to your designs, especially on the AI aspect of what you're doing to calculate all of these outcomes.
Okay, so let's start with the clinical data. The most important part of the preclinical testing that we did was on animals. So we already have testing on the migration of the AMP inside the eye and the anti-vascularization processes and the therapeutic processes. So what happened is we see the AMP 3 hours after application already inside of the eye, and we see a decrease of, it was like 40% of the endothelial cell count inside of the eye, like around the third day after application.
40% after the third day after application.
Yes.
But the action started within 0 to 3 hours, and you saw that immediately.
No, we didn't measure we didn't measure after the 3 hours that happened. So no, we were measuring like every single day, so every 24 hours. So we don't have data for the first like 3 hours or minutes or so. And in terms of what is the interest from a pharmaceutical company, we have been already meeting with pharmaceutical companies. We're already closing our first contract with a pharmaceutical company for a disease that we cannot disclose right now, but there's already a contracting process.
What is that contract for? Is it for your technology, or is it for your actual output?
No. What we sell or what we license is the molecule. Okay. Already tested, developed, etc. So we transfer the molecule already pre-IND. So ready to go into phase 1, first in humans. Yeah. So we're already closing the first contract, and there's already like other 4 pharmaceutical companies ready to sign.
Sarah, Libby?
I was going to go in a different direction and just ask, you guys have founded something together before, curious kind of lessons learned about yourselves as complementary co-founders, or about go-to-market or whatever, lessons learned from that experience that you're bringing into this venture.
You want to start?
Yeah,
you have 30 seconds.
Okay, very fast. All the adversity that we have found has taught us more than we have learned from school or so that's something I have learned.
Something important for us is the importance about the network that you're building. Right now we have a very big network in the pharma industry, et cetera, because it's already your sort of startup. So we found that's very important. The team that you're building with you, and the relationship that we have already with pharma companies and research centers, et cetera.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. Those are some good questions. I had no idea about any of that stuff. Okay, next up we have from Singapore, we have Flint. Presenting for Flint is Parnav Krishna and Carlo Charles. Come on out, guys.
At Flint, we're building the batteries of tomorrow. Sustainable, cost-effective, and so much safer than the ones we're using today.
Paper batteries. Now, this is our solution for a safer, more sustainable, and cost-efficient future in battery tech. But before I get into that, I want to tell you why we need them. Now, 84% of the world is powered by fossil fuels. That's only a 2% decrease in the past 20 years. 2% that has been converted into green energy. Now, when we talk about green energy, we often think about solar panels, windmills, and so on. But what we often don't realize is the infrastructure that goes behind enabling that switch to green energy. And a huge part of that infrastructure is batteries. But here's the catch. The metals that we use in our current battery tech are not only toxic, but very scarce as well. So if you run the numbers, you'd realize that recycling initiatives, while they're very noble, are nothing but a short-term Band-Aid solution. So if you want that 2% to become 20 or even 50% in the future, given how material-intensive our current battery tech is, we are never going to get there. So a dream of a greener future demands greener batteries. And that's precisely where Flint's paper batteries come in. Now, our batteries are rechargeable, and they work very similar to lithium batteries. But what we have done is to change the materials that we use. We have invented what we call hydrogel-reinforced cellulose paper and utilize zinc and manganese as the two sides of the battery. And thanks to our proprietary tech and knowledge, we have unlocked 3 new features that you have never seen before in any other battery tech. Firstly, our batteries are fully compostable, which means at the end of its life cycle, you can throw it into the ground, and within a month, it would completely degrade. And that's not to say that everyone should start going around throwing our batteries, but it does make things a whole lot easier and cheaper when it comes to recycling. And that reduces the environmental impact significantly. Now, paper. You guys have it in your hands right now. You know how light and flexible it is, right? But this is exactly what gives our batteries an adaptive design. To prove our point, we have designed our batteries in the shape of the Singapore lion emblem as well. Now, our batteries can be bent while operational without affecting its performance or causing any kind of safety hazard. So we went one step further to prove to you how safe our batteries are by even cutting them while they're operational, and it continued to function as per normal. It didn't burst into flames, it didn't overheat, or anything of that kind. Now, to see our batteries in your products, all we have to do is to stack up these paper batteries into the required shape and size, and we practically have a plug-and-play solution to replace any type of lithium batteries that are out there. Now, can we switch to demo? And what we have here on the right is a pouch cell paper battery. And beside it, and that's similar to the one you saw in the video, and beside it, what we have is a coin cell paper battery. Yes, coin cell. Now, we didn't have to reinvent the wheel to create this. We used existing manufacturing processes and equipment. And that shows you how production-friendly and adaptive our batteries are. And this helps us increase our market reach and adoption rate significantly. Can we go back to presentation, please? Thank you. Now, because of how abundant the materials that we use are, the cost of making our paper batteries isn't 2 times or 3 times cheaper, but it's 10 times cheaper. And that's a huge game changer, because think about it. If you're going to keep our battery on a 2x2 matrix against other battery tech, you'd realize that not only is ours one of the most sustainable options, but also one of the most cost-efficient options out there. And that makes us the most practical solution in the market. Now, how about performance? So we decided to jump into the numbers and compare against lithium batteries as the benchmark. And we used 3 industry-standard metrics. And this is how our paper batteries perform today, and this is how we expect it to improve after 1 year of research and development. Now, one thing to note is that we are not just comparing here. We are pioneering. But given our current performance, we decided to come up with 3 versions of specialized paper batteries for a focused area of application, so that we can either match or outperform lithium batteries in these areas. Because when it comes to cost and safety, we are already much further ahead. So when we want to increase the capacity and reduce the volume, you can start to see paper batteries in energy storage systems. And we are working with Collinson Powers, one of Singapore's largest energy storage solution providers, who even runs our airports, military camps, and even universities to make this happen. Now, when it comes to reducing the weight and the volume, you can start to see paper batteries in your consumer tech, wearables, remote sensors. And we're working together with a French pyrotechnic company to replace their batteries in their remote trigger systems for explosives. Last but not least, my favorite is when we try to reduce the weight but increase the capacity. And you finally have the dream of having green batteries in your EVs, so that one day you can be driving an EV that is not only cheaper, but safer and a whole lot more sustainable. Now, the team that's behind building all this has over 30 years of management experience and expertise in areas like material science, mechanical design, advanced physics, among others. And we have some of the top universities and governmental organizations in Singapore backing us up. Because at Flint, we want to be powering the future. Not just any future, but a greener future. And we want to do that together with you. Now, over the next 3 years, our conservative estimate for our revenue projection is at about 360 million. And that's expected to grow 20 times by 2030, given the new markets that we will be venturing into. Now, this is just a small fraction of the rapidly growing billion-dollar energy market that's out there. So we want to invite you to join us on this transformative journey, as we are looking for partnership opportunities and collaborative design ventures. So if you're ready to build that greener future, we are Flint, and we are eager to connect with you. Thank you.
That was a great presentation. Can I get you to stand on the other dot right there? Yes, thank you so much. OK, Libby, start with you.
Sure. Thanks for the presentation. So you mentioned cycle life, volumetric energy density, and I was curious. Ariel, can you talk about the gravimetric energy density and how it compares?
OK, so what we're trying to do is like go against, not try to beat lithium batteries in their own game, but try to create a new market where we stand a greater chance of making a new market to go with lithium batteries. So in that sense, we don't use watt-hour per kilogram. We use volume metric instead and so. So we don't calculate by gram, we calculate by volume. And by that, it's basically the same thing, but we just use a different approach. In that sense, like the 3 numbers that I shared with you earlier, that's what we are using right now for our research.
Got it. And the active ion, what is the active ion?
Zinc.
Okay, the active ion is zinc. Yes. Okay. And so are you then targeting, so some of the applications that you mentioned, gravimetric energy density is a pretty important metric. Yeah. So can you talk about how kind of not thinking about gravimetric energy density can let you target those markets, like automotive, for example?
Sure. So yeah, you want to?
So that's why we came up with 3 specialized versions. So our 3 different batteries would target a particular market specifically. So when it comes to EVs, we would ensure that we design our paper batteries with some tweaks so that it is much more effective when it comes to reducing the weight and increasing the capacity. So that's how we do it. So the same batteries that we use for EVs can't be used for others. So we just design it specifically for that use case. So that's how we kind of overcome that limitation that we have and turn it into a strength.
Yeah. And right now, to penetrate the market, our first 2 focus is energy storage systems and the consumer tech, which is retail. Which is the wearables and the remote sensors.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, Mark.
How are you approaching discussions with a lot of the OEMs around designing their product in conjunction with your battery? Because I know that can be one of the tricky 0-to-1 challenges in a space like this.
Yeah, so maybe I can take this. So as we showed you earlier, the coin cell battery. Now, coin cells are a very common shape for lithium batteries as of now. So we can build our paper batteries in any shape or size. So you have a plug-and-play situation. Even if it's a AA or AAA or an 18650 battery, all we have to do is to design it in the same shape, use the same casing, so you don't have to change the way that your products are built. We just have to plug in our batteries into them. But they're lighter, they're cheaper, and they're much more sustainable.
And that is possible because we use the exact same manufacturing process of lithium-ion batteries. So all we have to do is just use existing technologies out there, put in our recipes, and you can easily have a production line of paper batteries, and just optimize the things along the way.
Steve?
For microcomputing and wearables, makes a lot of sense. Can we go back to EVs? At Uber Elevate, the biggest problem for all of the OEMs was weight of the battery. Not so much volume, but weight. Because it's in the air, it's not on the ground. So can you speak to some of your reference designs on what you think in concept, the volume and the weight would be, and then the power output.
You want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the weight and volume, we're paper thin, so that means our batteries are actually lighter than lithium-ion batteries. So what we meant by volume is that since our batteries can be made in any shape possible, we're not restricted to like the pouch cell or cylindrical cells. Our battery could be embedded through the entire body of the car in the future. We're talking about the future of how electric cars can be. And that's one of the things we're definitely looking forward in the future, working with someone.
Well, let's speak to eVTOLs, right? So again, it's in the air, it's aircraft. Weight is a problem. So if you can speak to the specific specs of what that would look like with your technology.
Okay, sure. So maybe an exciting avenue that we're looking at right now, we're actually talking with a airline company that's trying to build electric planes for the future. And the reason they can't use lithium-ion right now is because it's heavy, it's not safe in the higher pressure. But what we are bringing is a battery that's almost half times cheaper than lithium batteries. And not only that, it's also so much modifiable. It can be the shape of a wing, it can be bendable, flexible to the shape of the airplane itself. So these are all things that we're like in talks with, and we're excited for the future about all of these things. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure you got this covered, but I have to ask this question on behalf of the audience, which may be wondering, paper battery, does it catch on fire? No, seriously, like especially stacking them up.
Yes.
You got cellulose that could degrade. Like, just help us understand the basics here.
Okay, that's a really, really good question. I love that. And I just want to share that we're using cellulose paper, so it's not just paper, it's with extra fibers in it. And due to that, our batteries are actually fire resistant. So in that sense, we're actually much safer to overheating and explosion as well. Yeah.
But if it catches on fire?
If it catches on fire, like as we tested earlier, normally a battery is tested by like poking or tearing the battery, but we literally cut the battery while it's in operation, and it's a quasi-solid material. So that means it won't like the reactive material won't go against each other, and it will still continue working. Or the basically the degradation will just enhance if you cut the battery or make it much.
But even with heat, it's still a biological product in your stack.
Oh, yes.
How does it not degrade even with just accumulation?
So the battery has to be sealed properly. So the compostability comes with when you put in the natural environment with sun, rain, and all those things. So if it's sealed properly, it should work as fine as a lithium battery.
Sarah, quickly?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could unpack those revenue projections. What assumptions are you baking into that in terms of adoption on the wearables, EV, et cetera?
Okay.
Sure. So this is actually looking at the entire battery market, and we want to target only 0.1% of it for the next 3 to 5 years. So based on that, most of the focus would go into consumer tech and energy storage systems because we already are exploring opportunities and talking to companies in those areas. And when it comes to EVs, we still have to optimize a few more tweaks into our batteries so that it's more, it can be used for EVs in the future. So that's more of a long-term game plan. So that revenue projections is mainly coming from, that 360 million mainly comes from the first two market segments that I was talking about. Yeah.
Thank you so, sorry, we're out of time.
Oh, perfect, no worries.
Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two more companies in this round. Up next, from Oakland, California, it's Biotics AI. Presenting for Biotics AI is Robbie Bushami and Chaskin Saroff. Bring them on out, guys.
My name is Robbie Bustami. At Biotics AI, we're using AI to detect fetal abnormalities. I set out to build a platform that improves the overall quality of diagnostics and makes sure that every single pregnant patient gets the quality of care that they need. I was raised by a family of obstetricians. My mother, her sister, her brother, all worked in maternal care. My mother passionately worked to improve maternal outcomes in her home country of Yemen as a physician and as a Berkeley researcher. Growing up, I fell in love with coding at the age of 9. But being around my mother's work, I became acutely aware of the growing problems of pregnancy care. In the United States, $16 billion are lost annually as a result of preventable maternal complications. With the increasing shortage of OBGYNs, the growing rate of pregnancy complications, and new legislation negatively impacting maternal diagnostics, it's becoming more difficult to identify these problems earlier to prevent tragic outcomes. In the developed world, half of pregnant patients with a fetal malformation are misdiagnosed due to an error in ultrasound by ultrasound operators. Globally, 107 million mothers do not have access to the minimum standard diagnostic ultrasound. This is the #1 reason for misdiagnosis for the mass majority of fetal abnormalities. Introducing Biotics AI. Biotics AI helps detect fetal abnormalities in ultrasound earlier with greater frequency and higher efficiency. What you're going to be seeing is a real prenatal ultrasound exam, where what we've done is to protect the patient's confidentiality and security is download the exam to a local machine, remove any identifiable information, but we'll be uploading the screening live for you to see how our AI will process the screening. Move to Zoom. We have with us today our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Shaq Edoma, a maternal fetal medicine specialist, along with a patient who, for the purposes of this presentation, we've nicknamed Sara, who's been kind enough to spend time with us today.
Hello, everyone. So I've just conducted a second trimester fetal anatomical examination using ultrasound. Actually, what I did is I intentionally mimicked a low-quality ultrasound scan. And with these low-quality ultrasound scans, key regions in the fetal brain, heart, abdomen, and limbs are usually missing. So let us see if Biotics AI could solve this very common operator-dependent error. So I'll log into Biotics AI. I'll start my reporting.
Move to demo. This is what Dr. Hisham is viewing right now. Biotics AI is a vendor-agnostic, cloud-based solution that can integrate with any ultrasound machine over a standard API. Biotics AI has processed the entirety of Sara's ultrasound exam to validate the completeness and quality of the screening, ensuring the appropriate capture of over 80 different anatomical views and structures, providing feedback to Dr. Hisham if he missed any key regions. A third of patients in the United States receive incomplete screenings. And if there's an abnormality in one of these regions that doesn't get captured, then the patient is almost always misdiagnosed. Move to Zoom.
So as you have seen through Biotics AI, some feedback came back that some images are missing from the scan. So I have rescanned the patient and I have recaptured the transcerebellar plane. And now I'll upload the image back into the system to see if the error has been rectified.
Move to demo. So what we've done is now we've uploaded a new image. Earlier, Dr. Hisham did not screen for one of the standard views of the fetal brain. But because our solution provided that feedback, Dr. Hisham can now make sure that he's captured the entirety of the screening, and our AI has validated the completeness of the scan by ensuring that all of the key structures in this region have been appropriately captured. Now, Sara is having a healthy pregnancy, and we give her all of our best thoughts and prayers as she continues along this journey. But our solution does not stop at quality control. It actually moves into guided diagnostics. Here's an example of a pregnant patient with a fetal malformation in the fetal spine. Our AI was able to localize this fetal malformation, providing feedback to the obstetrician so that way this abnormality doesn't go unnoticed and that appropriate intervention can be taken. Move to slides. We conducted clinical studies on obstetricians that historically performed poor quality ultrasound scans, and when Biotics AI was used, the screening completeness rate increased by 20%. Additionally, because our AI can extract all this valuable information, we were able to automate reporting and documentation and save up to 8 minutes per patient on documentation, providing value to the patient, physician, and the hospital. Now, to build out our technology, it took a world-class team of machine learning engineers and obstetricians with previous experience in delivering prenatal care-based research and delivering complex machine learning algorithms for different types of use cases. As far as our business model goes, we're selling our solution to hospitals. We're leveraging a hybrid pricing model with a subscription-based charge for baseline subscription costs, and a volume-based pricing model for API calls to our algorithms. Hospitals are incentivized to leverage our solution because of the valuable ROI we're providing through time savings that they're able to receive through increased volume that they can get with patients, reducing the number of patient callbacks, mitigating costs around medical malpractice, and increased hospital reimbursements in the future as we qualify for NTAP.
And I'm sorry we're out of time.
All right.
Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Where was your doctor located?
Dr. Hashem is actually in Egypt. So we partnered with university hubs in Alexandria, Tantas, Aziyat, Cairo, and partnered with physicians that are leaders in maternal diagnostics there to build out our initial data sets.
Right on. Sarah, let's start with you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could speak to the ultrasound market. Like, how fragmented is it? It sounds like you're going direct to hospitals and not engaging with the hardware players themselves. But if you could just give us sort of the lay of the land in the ultrasound market as it relates to your strategy.
Sure, yeah. So we're a software as a medical device. So where we really fit within the ultrasound market is actually in these post-processing ultrasound solutions. These are reporting solutions. The most common ones are Viewpoint 6, AS software, and these are third-party solutions that are used today for documenting and reviewing the medical images. And that's really where we sit today. As far as the overall size of the market that we're going to be tackling with our initial solution, we're looking at roughly $2 billion for quality control and for automating reporting and documentation. As far as our go-to-market strategy goes, it's going to be a combination of leveraging distribution channel partnerships and going directly to hospitals.
Maybe just a follow-up. On that software layer, are you purely additive to that, or is this a situation where you're replacing that tool, more of a rip and replace, but your widget is better than theirs?
Sure, yeah, so it's a combination of the two. So we can either work with these players or we can replace existing archaic solutions if hospitals are no longer happy with them. But yeah, we're under NDAs, so I can't go too farther into detail. But yeah.
Libby?
Sure. Kind of expanding on the market question, can you talk a little bit about competition and, with AI tools being so widely available to so many, what you think can put any single company ahead in that market?
Sure. Yeah. So the last piece that we were going to go for was really talk about our data moat. So really our long-term vision is to be the AI diagnostics platform for reproductive health. So we're starting with obstetrics, but we're moving into adjacent specialties like gynecology, urology, and neonatology. We've built out an underlying data infrastructure that's allowed us to build out our data set of over 8 million prenatal ultrasound images, partner with 8 healthcare institutions. This costs the average corporation tens of millions of dollars. We've bootstrapped it with less than $100,000. And this growing data moat is really going to be our unfair advantage as far as being able to capitalize on the market. As far as the existing players go, ultrasound machine manufacturers are also working with startups like us because they're not going to focus on every single niche use case. They're really competing with each other in regards to their business models. And then there are a few incumbents that are coming in that are around the world that are focusing on this problem as well, which is a good thing because this is a big problem. So,
Bo?
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's probably never been said on this stage before. You had me at Egypt. Because I was wondering about your data moat and how you'd actually do this, but I have 3 medical AI companies out of Egypt, and I know exactly how we did it. My guess is you know them and they're your friends, and we understand how we train an AI better than anyone else in the world. So I have no questions.
All right.
That was a waste.
I thought it was a good line.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to Steve.
When you talk to OBGYN specialty offices, hospitals, health systems, what's the #1 pushback that you're getting from them today?
Sure, yeah. I mean, when it comes to actually like selling to hospitals, you're selling to the physician, you're selling also to the hospital, the financial decision maker. So you want to make sure that you're providing value to both. So when it comes to like value for physicians, it's really coming down to making sure that they don't have any difficulty around like leveraging a new technology, and you want to make sure that you integrate seamlessly within their existing technology, so you're not accidentally adding in more workload. So it's really important to hone in on how that product fits within that workflow. In regards to the decision makers for the financial decision makers, it really comes down to what is the return on investment and making sure we've made a clear use case around this is how quality control, improved diagnostics actually improves ROI for the hospital. So.
On the workflow question, or in your answer there, do they prefer it as a third-party software application to look at post-processed images, or do they want it as part of the embedded system? Like, do they want it in the Samsung rig? And like, what's their ideal, the customer's ideal versus obviously yours is not to be embedded?
Right. Yeah. I guess there's two parts to answering this question. As far as the customer's ideal, at the end of the day, they're already using these third-party softwares for post-processing. So they're not necessarily really doing these types of reviews directly on the ultrasound machines, with the exception of one potential solution that's used today in the market. So it's not a huge deviation. Now, as far as how we integrate seamlessly with ultrasound machines, I mean, we have a vendor-agnostic solution. We can actually plug directly via an iPad into the ultrasound machine, so it's right there for them. So there's no real difference to the OBGYN. So we can actually accommodate both workflows. If they'd rather leverage their own desktops, their own laptops for post-processing and for evaluating the actual ultrasounds, we can do that. If they want it on site, which actually you kind of saw with Dr. Hisham with his tablet next to the ultrasound machine, he can also have access to the solution right then and there.
So last question goes to Mark.
Can you talk quickly about distribution channels a bit? So what does it cost you to get obtain a hospital directly versus via, I don't know if you're talking about trade associations or something of the like, but would love to understand your different channels of go-to-market.
You have 15 seconds.
Going direct to hospital, so we've tried to make our solution as self-service as possible. Really the costs go into like the labor costs around making sure that we're working with the IT systems and we're getting security approvals. If we're just looking at outside of labor costs, maximum $2,000 per like institution with potential for like $1 million on what the contract sizes could be. In regards to distribution channels, we are looking at, so there's existing healthcare software solutions that we could leverage that are integrated within obstetrics workflows. But there's also marketplaces that ultrasound machine manufacturers are providing. And then there's other distribution channels. For example, like malpractice firms can actually promote certain solutions if it actually decreases costs on their side because you're mitigating malpractice cases. So,
thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Remember when PicShops were all about social apps and camera things, and now we have deep tech, and it's fantastic. And we have one more deep tech company coming out. So from Medford, Massachusetts, we have Electrified Thermal Solutions. Presenting for Electrified Thermal Solutions is Donnie Smith and Daniel Stack. Give them a round of applause and bring them on out.
My name is Dan Stack, co-founder and CEO of Electrified Thermal Solutions. We're working every day to decarbonize the hottest industries with electrified heat. Thank you. So we have a massive problem today. There is no affordable way to decarbonize our heavy industries. Cement, steel, glass, the building blocks of our society all need a tremendous amount of energy. And that energy needs to be cheap, reliable, and hot, often hot as flames. Our zero carbon options today are just one out of the three, cheap. As soon as you try to make them reliable, being cheap is already incredible, but when you try to make them reliable to power, say, a 24/7 cement plant, you 6x the cost, say if you're making hydrogen, which isn't going to be affordable for society. So we need a new approach to decarbonize our heat. That's why Electrified Thermal Solutions was founded, and that's why we're developing the Joule Hive thermal battery. This system takes in electricity from renewables or off-peak nuclear or hydro whenever it's cheap, whenever it's abundant, whenever it's available. We turn it into on-demand heat stored into the system. We make hot gas with that system, blow air through it, make hot air, and deliver it to your furnace, to your boiler, to your kiln, in place of the fossil fuels you usually burn. And so with this device, we can turn the power from those sources into reliable industrial heat. We can do this hot as they need, 1800 Celsius, the same as hydrogen, say, but we can keep it affordable, at least 3 times cheaper than hydrogen. And best of all, we're retrofittable. We can attach to your existing process, pipe in our hot gas to your furnace, your boiler, even your turbine, to give you the energy that you're used to, so you don't have to radically change what you're doing to decarbonize what you're doing. The Joule Hive is unmatched because of a new technology that we've been developing and patenting, and that is the building block of industrial decarbonization, the electrically conductive fire brick, or e-bricks if you like. These bricks are from normal refractory materials, normal bricks that line furnaces today. We use semiconductor doping to make them electrically conductive. The result is a material that can go hotter and last longer than electric heaters today. So we can use this building block in the picture here in green. We stack these up to massive scales to build our Joule Hive thermal battery. And it's 3-in-1. It's a giant electric heater, it's a giant thermal store, and it's a giant heat exchanger that gets the energy out, all built from cheap, affordable, abundant bricks. So this tech is roughly 10 years in the making, mostly during my time at MIT. You can see me here looking very cheery, doing some lab work. And so the system, these bricks had humble beginnings in the wet lab, but ultimately, I had the pleasure of meeting my co-founder, Dr. Joey Cable, and we got to work building out ETS. And we started working with commercial refractory suppliers and fiber brick suppliers to scale up this technology to what it could be. So we'll go to demo, go live now to our lab in Medford, Mass, just outside Boston, where Joey and our lead test engineer can showcase our progress. So these are some pellets we started out with, just industrial scale, industrial quality powders. We then moved to full-size bricks and aggregates that embellish all of the ways we make bricks. And then we ultimately went to press on 1/2 a ton in the past several months, roughly a 1000x scale-up of these electrically conductive bricks. Our test rigs at the lab here are there to test materials properties, but also to run electric heating tests. And here you can see a wattage loading test of a brick conducting the electricity and generating the intense wattages and temperatures that industries need, that our customers need. And then if we go over to our pilot facility, which we commissioned earlier in the summer this year, this is where we stack up full stacks of bricks and electrically heat them up in those configurations we showed earlier. You could see through that window them glowing hot at roughly 1700 Celsius. And we can emulate the full operating conditions of the Joule Hive in this system for our commercial scale-up in the next couple of years. All right, thanks, guys. We'll go back to presentation. So from our elevator-sized pilot, we'll be building products soon on the shipping container-sized scale, but ultimately we're building to tall towers that can put out hundreds of megawatts of heat, which is what our industrial customers need, and we know we can get there due to industrial experience at these scales of stacking bricks. The first product is a few megawatts in, a few megawatts out, and holds 25 megawatt hours. We can put out peak temps of 1800 Celsius, and we can give you constant temp and constant flow rate as you need at your industrial site. And the goal is to have this on commercial customer sites in 2025 after we demo this next year in 2024. As for where we can deploy, there are areas today where it pays off due to the wind energy coming online that is driving prices very negative across the country, many areas with renewables. This is over the last few years, electricity prices. We see that in the Midwest, you can operate in areas today where 50% of the year, electricity is cheaper than natural gas as a heat source. We can pay back in 5 years while offsetting 80% of your carbon emissions. We can't beat fossil fuels everywhere yet, but even in regulated utility environments, there are time of use rates where we can absorb cheap electricity and actually give you a 3-year payback over your next best option for decarbonization, electric boilers. And we have large customer traction across every major industrial vertical, and these customers are moving through our pipeline towards letters of intent, as well as great government grant opportunities. We are deploying aggressively to 2 gigawatts and $500 million in revenue per year by 2030. And our ultimate goal is industry electrified by 2045, a Joule Hive in every furnace, boiler, and power plant, roughly a $3 trillion market. So we're looking to work with industrial partners to reach our vision here. We'd like to decarbonize your sites, especially those who are interested in first-of-a-kind deployments on your site. And of course, we are always a growing team, solving the toughest problems in the hottest space. So please come find us at our booth, go to our website. We'd love you to join our team if you're interested. Thanks so much.
Amazing. Give them a round of applause. Okay, Libby, do you want to start?
Sure. Great presentation, thank you. You mentioned that you're not quite competitive with fossil fuels as a thermal energy source yet. Can you describe what you need to achieve within your product to be able to compete?
Sure. So in some of those areas, like where the electricity prices are very cheap, we are competitive. Ultimately, the price of energy that comes out of these systems is all about the electricity going in. So the box itself and thermal batteries as a technology can be very cheap. But you need to, so we could basically make it as painless as possible to turn that electricity into heat. But basically, wind and solar have come down majorly in price, and we need to find the spots where they have the cheapest offerings. And that's kind of the major metric there as far as competing directly with fossil fuels. But we're definitely, depending on where you are, definitely at parity, now and in the few years of this decade.
So for the solution to be really scalable, you would need to be able to compete with fossil fuels with an offtake price of renewables at around, at a standard market price of around maybe 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Can you talk about how you would measure up to fossil fuels at, a PPA price in the range of where you're seeing renewables today, and any advancements you need to make on the technology to be able to compete with fossil fuels at that kind of offtake price?
Sure. So, there are PPAs today that are being signed in the, say, $20 a megawatt hour range, 25. And what that comes out to, for getting our system at all, is around $6 per MMBTU. And so depending on where you are and what industrial rates you're paying, you'll see, $5 to $7 per MMBTU. So that price as a starting point is in striking distance.
And so that's for converting the electricity into heat initially, but then it needs to go into your system. There's a CapEx associated with that.
Absolutely.
And then you need to draw the heat out through the air heat exchanger, right?
So our CapEx adds, $1 or $2 of MMBTUs. So, we're starting at that solar price of $5, $6, $7. The thermal storage approach, the dual thermal battery, can add a couple dollars of MMBTU, but it's a small portion. So even if we drive that to zero, what dominates the levelized cost of energy and the energy that the customer experiences is what the electricity markets are doing. But as you saw, we can use off-peak electricity that's negative priced or below their levelized costs and basically do a service to the grid in that way, because the grid wants off-takers that are flexible, and they'll reward that. So there are opportunities to be below the price of natural gas, and we're seeing that now.
Thanks.
Poe, let's go to you.
Yeah, I hate to be the guy who always asks the question, will it catch on fire? But hear me out for a second. One thing you're portraying here is a kiln, an electric kiln, where the heat itself is acting on the metallurgy. Another one is it's essentially an electric battery where it just runs very hot, and then you're having to turn that battery back into electrons or into work. But how does that work in like an insurance world, where essentially you've got a large industrial battery in a facility, and you probably have to separate it, it's like running really hot. Have you been talking to insurers? How do they feel about the safety of this and the non-risk you have? Like, one of the things I hate to do is turn on my home oven, and I've got electronics in it, and I've got an oven running at 500 degrees. Those electronics don't last 18 months. So depending on what you're doing with this work and at the proximity to heat, if you can just help explain how that's managed in your company.
Sure. So the electronics are far away from the actual hot spot of the system.
Thank you.
And the bricks are well insulated in really standard furnace box type of stuff. So from an insurance perspective, from a perspective of, is this risky? Is it going to blow up? This is really not any different from thermal storage, thermal systems at industrial sites today, right? You go to these kilns that are operating at flame temps. The temps aren't unusual. Our materials are already oxide bricks, so they don't oxidize, they don't chemically react. They're less reactive than, virtually any other storage technique because it's just heat. So the system just sits there hot, and that's the risk. As long as you're insulated well, there's no chemical reaction that could catch fire or something like this. So that's, we consider it one of the safest approaches to storage because this stuff just sits there hot, unlike, say, chemical batteries, for example, where you got to really pay attention.
Libby, do you have another question?
Sure. Can you describe how you're thinking about your business model? Will you try to sell systems to your customers? Are you trying to provide heat offtake agreements?
Definitely. So we're looking at both. And what we've been learning is that people will have different interests in both. So, we think it's going to be a mix. The bigger, more mature industrials that have, energy departments that they can call upon to smartly operate a thermal battery, right? They don't need heat as a service. They can operate as they think makes the most sense. And when they take that ownership of operation, then they're going to get, more control and less price up front. Smaller groups who want heat as a service, because they don't have that kind of, they need their heat, they want it zero carbon, heat as a service is going to be a better fit for those groups.
And what do you feel like is a better fit for you as a business to keep the systems on your balance sheet and provide or some sort of like ownership structure that's tied to you guys and then provide offtake of heat, or would you prefer to kind of sell full systems to either your customers or a third party?
So we expect to be, early on, we'll be on balance. Another feature of heat as a service is that way when we install a system that we're building our first of a kinds, people only pay for the heat we give them, right? So on balance, heat as a service is kind of a nice thing early. Off balance sheet ultimately is the plan.
It's almost like, Libby, you worked in the Department of Energy. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause.
Thanks very much.
Well, that was a lot, and I appreciate you sitting here through it, and I hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be back again today in the afternoon with another set of 5 companies, and then again tomorrow with 5 more companies. On the last day of Disrupt, TechCrunch editorial will pick the 5 finalists, and they'll come present one more time. So we'll see you all again this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody, don't go anywhere. We've got another great session coming right up right now. So, yeah, stay tuned. It's Lisa Jackson from Apple, and she's going to talk all about environmental initiatives at Apple. Obviously, largest device maker in the world, and they just had their event announcing, doing the work behind me, announcing their new iPhone and their latest Apple Watches. And they've got the first ever fully carbon neutral Apple product as part of that, which is the aluminum Apple Watch when paired with the Sport Loop Band. And they even committed to offsetting all of the charging energy that goes into powering those. So basically they estimate like how much is used to charge all of these watches everywhere in the world, and then they pay for carbon neutral energy initiatives to compensate for that. So really, really cool, super exciting. And she also got to star opposite Octavia Spencer in a Apple video describing all of this, which is really cool too. But she's gonna be talking with our own Matthew Panzarino, and let's welcome them up.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I really like the kicks. I think they're fantastic.
Thank you. They were Nike Earth Day edition, but they were also a gift from my kids for the holidays.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice. Double win. Okay, so you and I last spoke 2017, and that was a couple of years into kind of your tenure at Apple, working on environmental and policy and all of that stuff. And you know, at the time, a carbon neutral product was still many years away, a full carbon neutral product. And now we're here, and that first product is the Apple Watch with the Sport Loop, I guess, is the first exact or precise model that is carbon neutral for Apple. Why start with the watch? What was the impetus behind that?
Well, we have been working, you know, Apple's a product company, and we work across the company with so many teams. And what we challenged ourselves to do, because we're constantly trying to find a way to engage these engineers in the work of the environment, was to really pick a product and just drill on the materials. So drill on the energy used for manufacturing it, drill on, you know, not drill, but work hard with our supply chain. And so Watch was the closest. It isn't, you know, cynical to say it isn't as big as iPhone, and so iPhone's going to take longer. But we thought it was important to sort of lay out how we're going to do this work for every product, because you mentioned 2017, so just a little history. 2018 is when we said, hey, the whole company's running on clean energy. By 2020, hey, the company's carbon neutral for all of our own operations. But we were inspired to try to pick this really aggressive carbon neutral goal. All of our products will be carbon neutral by 2030. So it was a little bit of an opportunity for us to give a real life proof point of the kind of technology and innovation and sort of across the company work that you have to do to make a 2030 goal like that.
Gotcha. And that work had a lot of components to it, internal to Apple, external to Apple. You mentioned suppliers. Can you talk a little bit about how Apple's thinking about balancing their offsets and outputs, and the carbon credits, manufacturing, energy usage? You mentioned charging offsets. Like Scope 3 emissions is notoriously tough to deal with because the things you can control, you can at least directly deal with them, right? So what about the things you can't? So how does Apple think about balancing those?
Yeah, one of the things I love is that we are a hardware and a software company. And so our first challenge was to say, what does it mean to make a product carbon neutral? Now, we all know that science says we have to reduce absolute emissions by 90 or 95% by 2050, but we're talking 2030, and it's a goal we set for ourselves. So we said we want to maximize the use of clean energy. We want to maximize the use of renewable or recycled material, because that has a lower intrinsic carbon footprint than virgin material. And then we want to use, after that's been maximized as much as it can, no more than about 25% of the footprint could be offset. In the case of Apple Watch Series 9, it's about 22%. We removed the emissions, 78%. The emissions went down, and the remaining had to be, is offset. Didn't have to be, but we chose to offset it. And the reason for that is because in general, we're not offsetting supplier energy. We're not offsetting any energy at all. We're either offsetting a very small amount of direct emissions that we just technologically need to come up with new processes on, or logistics and transportation.
Right.
Now, logistics, we're able to cut some just by shifting from air transportation to other modes. But realistically, we weren't going to say, hey, we've bought up all the sustainable fuel in the world and we're using it. That sounds great, but we really need that industry to continue to move along.
And that trickles down to things like packaging, obviously, right? And maximizing space and logistics and supply chain stuff, which gets complex.
Yeah, the packaging's much smaller. It's it's light. It's a light product. It's smaller, so you get more packages. But logistics turns out to be a big deal when you're operating at the scale we are.
And do you think iPhone, I mean, obviously, not asking for time zone or time scale exactly, but do you think iPhone's going to be much closer to 2030? Is it a much more complex deal, or is the framework that Apple Watch is using very applicable to the other products across the lineup?
The framework will be the same. We're going to limit ourselves in our use of offsets. We're going to insist. What we said is all the energy used was clean energy, but also every single supplier that is engaged in Apple Watch that we deal with has signed up to be 100% renewable as well. So that is going to have a huge impact, not just for us. It's going to have a huge impact for those suppliers and all the people they work with in a customer relationship. And we're going to continue to have more and more recycled material, certainly not less than 30% recycled by weight. So yeah, the idea was let's put this out. Let's be as transparent as we can. We do that every year. We're reporting on it so that people can really get a sense of what it takes to take these products carbon neutral and to do it at scale. And iPhone, I don't have a date, but we're working really hard.
Well, and you mentioned the transparency thing, which I think is interesting because Apple is, I think it's completely fair to say, they're a fairly secretive company, like to keep things under the covers until they're ready to pull the cover back at their events like the one we just had. But with the supply chain changes, with the ESG efforts and the environmental efforts, they've been unnaturally, for Apple, transparent and detailed. And I've read some of these reports. I read a lot of them all the way through when they started, and ever since then keep up on at least the basics. And you've been talking a lot about exact processes that you've gone through to do this. So what's the transparency for here? Are you trying to create an industry-wide template that people can use to do this themselves?
Well, first off, transparency is really important because people have been burned before. Burned is probably not the right word when you're talking about climate change, but people have heard too many companies come up and make claims or make promises, and then when you look into it, as you should, there's less there than you'd like to see. So we've been reporting all along, that's one of them, but I think transparency is incredibly important. The other thing is, Tim's been really clear that the work we do has to be able to scale and ripple outward, which means it's not charity work. This is not philanthropy. We're not out just spending money so we can make this claim to make other people feel great. It has to be something that businesses in our supply chain can take on without sacrificing their ability to also make a profit. That's what they're in business to do. And so that's
it moves from a cost center to a profit center, right? Like you take the slider and move it over to, hey, this thing will make you money if you do it right.
Right.
Yeah.
Clean energy is cheaper and can be scaled. You have to understand what's real. So you don't want to make an investment in something and find out that it's either you're double counting, it's not additional, it's not real, it's on the wrong grid. I could name a million things, and I'm sure the audience knows about it. But instead of standing up and just saying, here, listen to us and do what we do, let's work closely with the supply chain. If they switch, as now over 300 have committed to do, if they're in process, if they put 15 gigawatts of clean energy along with us on grids around the world, that's the proof point. And they continue to do business and make money. And then they are going out to their suppliers. So for us, it's about creating that, continual ripple out and doing it the way a business would do it, not the way a philanthropy would, and not the way government would, because that's not our role.
And one of the big components of this sort of repair or this effort to have products be more sustainable across Apple's ecosystem has been, in recent years especially, Apple's talked a lot about repairability. Mm-hmm. And so how does repairability factor into the overall longevity of Apple products, the recycling of them into the universe, and how does that fit into your climate goals?
Yeah, we've evolved on repairability, I think, in a very good way. And there are two considerations. There's a long life of a product, which I think everyone acknowledges. Apple makes a product that can last a very long time, and the software upgrades are great. That's wonderful. We make this hardware, but you have to balance that with how easy it is to repair, because sometimes the thing that makes it easiest to take apart is the thing that makes it last less long. So you really, for us, goal one would be it never needs to be repaired.
Right.
But we live in the real world, so repairability is fair, and we've continually expanded the network of repairers who can do Apple repairs and have access to Apple parts and even Apple tools. So that's important. I think that kind of culminated recently in Apple's support of the California repair bill. And so, that's a journey. It's fair to say. I will say that having worked with the hardware engineering team, they will always, it's in their blood, err on the side of it's just got to last. We don't ever want a customer coming in because the phone was shoddily designed or made.
Yeah, and I have personally repaired, I have 2 young children, so I have personally repaired some shattered glass backs, et cetera. So I'm really happy to see that the new ones are easier to replace. That's a big one. Cool. Let's take it back a little bit. What was your process like when you got the offer or the outreach from Apple? I'm guessing Tim was involved to come work for them and to sort of kick off this 2030 initiative. I want to hear that pitch because obviously working in government, you probably had a firsthand view of how much corporations were utilizing greenwash or sort of leveraging reputation repair or leveraging ESG for reputation repair versus building into their corporate nature. So how hard did the pitch have to be for you to believe that they actually wanted to do something realistic?
I had worked 20 plus years in government. I had worked my way up from a staff level engineer at EPA, that was one of my very first jobs, to running the Environmental Protection Agency for President Obama. I had a reputation. It's not, I don't want to sound, but my reputation was based on my belief that this had to be real. And it had to be good for communities. You couldn't sacrifice over a community over here to achieve an environmental goal somewhere else, especially on climate change, which is a global goal, and so communities can feel left out. So we have a saying in Washington about who is calling and asking for what. In Washington, you'll get a call all the time. The White House wants this. The White House is a building, doesn't have a mouth, doesn't have a brain. Well, no. So who? You know? So part of the Apple pitch, I don't want to give away Tim's secret sauce, was it was Tim. It wasn't some Apple recruiter. It wasn't even someone from the people team. They're great. It was Tim. And that told me a lot about where where this was coming from. It was important to him. He knew that a company should have responsibility, and one of the things he cared about deeply was that we live up to our environmental responsibility. At that time, there was no 2030. We knew climate change. We had 3 priorities, but the other thing he did, and it's really nostalgic for me because my very first day of work was at DubDub DC in 2013 in this building, probably very near to here. And the second day, you always go to work with your boss at Apple. You're on your first day, but I had to do second because he was on stage at DubDub. And I said, okay, I'm here. What do you want me to do? And he said, that's what I want you to tell me. I want you to learn who we are, which is incredibly important, and then tell us what is the roadmap to make us the leader, the ripple in the pond that I want us to be, the company to be under my leadership. And that's been an incredible gift. And then the last thing I'll say about why Apple was scale. If you run the EPA, you get to make decisions, good or bad, that impact millions of people potentially. I wanted the ability to take what I had been working on and maybe scale it to impact some of the same or different people and do it from the private sector approach.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, even if you talk to like kind of engineers or, high-profile people that get recruited by Apple, I think oftentimes more than anything, they mention the fact that being able to impact people at scale, launch things at scale, is super important to them. And I think that the sustainability universe often doesn't look at it that way, right? They look at it as like, hey, you're a compliance officer of some sort. Like it's a negative force inside the company versus a positive force, a force that's additive, that can add value. Because you hire a high-profile engineer, theoretically they're going to deliver high-quality product, et cetera. So how have you recruited people over time to your team in that kind of vein?
Yeah, such an interesting question. So I totally agree with you. Sustainability cannot be a thing that's bolted on at the beginning, middle, or end of any process. It has to be inside. And the fact is the team I run, is pretty small on the sustainability side. I also do some other work for Apple, but if you take those people off, it's really pretty small. And the reason is because the team is actually across the company. So we have folks in hardware engineering, in product design, in industrial design, in software engineering. Just this last product, we shipped grid forecasts where you can actually use the Home app to understand the cleanliness of your grid. When is it cleaner so I can decide when to run appliances in my home? Grid forecast. And that involved the software team. So what you have to do is start to build a cadre of people, whether it's maps, whether it's anywhere within the company, marketing and communications, PR, all of whom are working on this set of issues. And try, you don't need everybody. And it's not fair to think everybody can, but if you're thinking about a new product, having people across all those areas, they're in rooms I'll never be able to be in and my team couldn't. So the team has grown by incorporating more of the company, not by taking people out of where they were in general and bringing them to me. It's actually going out.
Yeah, and it makes sense because you're also creating more of a mandate because those people exist in their department. They're not pulled out separately and then giving inputs from outside, right?
And it's a gift because in general, the average Apple employee is younger than me and they get it. They get it. They understand that this is their future, that they're having a chance to try to feel great about working for a company that is dedicated to trying to make sure that the future is brighter and cleaner.
How impactful to the overall plan was deleting leather from the lineup? I'm kind of curious about that. And then there's a part B to that, but I'll ask you, how impactful was the leather thing?
Leather is a material that we got lots of comments and thoughts about. And it's one that we have been talking about for quite some time. Look, no one is saying or pretending to say, I don't want to be a hypocrite in any way, that it means, no one at Apple uses or wears leather. It's in the video. There's actually a guy wearing a leather jacket, which I thought was a cute way of making that point. But it became part of the material sustainability program. What we say is we want to use all recycled and renewable materials. We'd love to one day make your brand new Apple device from nothing that had to be mined from the ground or taken in a way that that leather has to be, requires the footprint, the water footprint that leather does. And so it just felt like it was time. Also because our industrial design team had been working forever on what would be the next material. So fine woven is that material. It isn't a vegan leather. I mean, there's lots of that out there, but it was their attempt to offer something that felt and had a luxuriousness about it, but that felt like an Apple innovation.
Yeah, that was my part B, is like the fine woven thing. Like, what was that, the genesis of that project? So it seems like that was already like, hey, next gen material, and hey, now we can eliminate leather, which makes sense.
Yeah, and how fun is that?
Yeah.
Because if you're a designer just saying, okay, well, go use another material, but investigate and think about the Apple customer and what they might be drawn to as a replacement was part of the fun for them. So again, it goes to that idea of it's not me, it's them doing what they do best. They're brilliant designers and bringing that to with a sustainability lens.
Yeah, and it's good. I mean, I've been playing with the new phone for a few days, and got the new cases. I think they're actually a lot better than the photography said. Apple usually has great photography. I was telling Jaws, I was like, I don't know, the high contrast thing might not work for this. It looks a little rough on screen. It's actually quite nice in the hand. I really like it.
Nice.
So I think they nailed it. You can go tell them like, hey, good job.
All right.
Like they care about what I think, but
yeah, they do.
Okay, and then I guess the sort of arcing question is, like, in terms of a company the size of Apple and the scale of Apple, like, what is the message downstream from there? Because Apple obviously has an enormous amount of resources available to it. So when you're laying out this plan and how you do it, how do you compartmentalize that in a way that helps other companies see themselves in that arena, where they can go like, hey, we can do this. We don't have trillions of dollars in income over 10 years, but we can still accomplish this.
Yeah. First, we work with our supply chain because those are companies we have relationships with in order to make products. So there's a basis of trust and kind of a way of working together. Second, we have a roadmap for Apple 2030, just like we have a roadmap for products. I'm not allowed to talk about those, but the roadmap for Apple 2030 had to go through all the way up to Tim and all the way up to our CFO. Because the idea was, and I've had this happen to me every time I ever just want to buy my way out of a challenge.
Right.
Nope. We can invest. So Apple can go first and find a new material or make a new material. Like we have 100% recycled cobalt in the batteries in Series 9 watches, which is part of our materials story. Exciting. We can do that. Or tungsten or rare earth materials. But by the time it gets to a product like Series 9, it has to scale. And it has to do so at a price that makes sense within the business that we run. So I think our job is to lead, to innovate, and then to help other companies because of our demand, they can now meet that demand in a way that changes the system, that transitions the system.
Yeah, it's always good when you see the light of yes in the CFO's eyes because okay, this is probably going to get done, right?
Yeah, it's a painful process, but it's an incredibly important one. I mean, and that's part of the reason we did the video, part of the reason we did the product, is that we know our colleagues out there, a few have said to me, I'm using this. I'm using this to show that I'm not coming in asking you to do something really hard and really painful and really bad. I'm asking you to do something to help move this transition along. And that makes me super happy.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time, Lisa. I appreciate it.
Have fun,
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, everybody. that's been our morning. Thank you for joining us, and of course, we will continue in the afternoon as well. But right now, it's time to break. Oh, thanks for the applause, Henry. Appreciate it. Right now, we're going to break for lunch. There are options downstairs and around the building. And of course, you can go network, check out the breakout stages. We got all that. Over on the space stage, we're going to talk about how VC has a kind of fraught and interesting relationship with the biggest customer in the world, the US government, so you can check that out too. And then come right back here at 1:15, back into the greatest startup competition in the world, Startup Battlefield. Okay, thanks.
May I have your attention? Please welcome.
All right, see you in a little while.
Disrupt 2023. Hello, my name is Cameron McCord, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nominal, a software company building a modern data platform for complex hardware development, validation, and monitoring. Why am I lucky enough to serve as your host today? Well, I've spent the last 10 years operating at the nexus of defense, startups, and venture capital. This is my passion. Prior to Nominal, I was the head of defense at a company called Saildrone, a leading maritime autonomy company, and a product manager at Anduril Industries, where I worked on their counter unmanned aerial system product. I've also spent time on the venture team at Lux Capital, focused on the intersections of emerging technology, venture capital, and national security. And perhaps more uniquely, I've operated on the other side. I served as a congressional liaison for the Navy, working with the House Armed Services Committee and the Subcommittee on Intelligence, Emerging Threats, and Capabilities, and I helped write a 2020 Future of Defense Task Force report. But perhaps what I'm most proud of is the 6 years I spent and more than 450 days underwater as a submarine officer. So yes, this is my happy place here at Disrupt, talking about these issues with these people on this stage. To kick off this year's Disrupt, TechCrunch just joined forces with Aerospace Corporation to bring you up close and personal to the latest and greatest. Our agenda today covers a lot of parsecs: the role of US public and private partnerships, venture capital's complicated relationship with the Department of Defense, quantum, espionage, AI, warfare, and startup companies that are transforming the face of the space industry. Space tech, while one of the most complex and costly endeavors, provides enormous opportunity to advance humankind. But this new space age comes with a host of challenges and many uncertainties. And we'll have some of the most knowledgeable leaders join us today to help us unpack both of those. Don't worry about taking notes during the event. Otter.ai has you covered. Attendees can access Otter's automated real-time notes during or after via web or mobile. There's signage right at the entrance with an easy-to-use QR code. Get ready for an out-of-this-world day. The most exciting time in space, how we got here, and what comes next. This unprecedented time in space offers untold possibilities to transform humankind's relationship with the cosmos and benefit the prosperity and security of all of those here on Earth. Join leading experts as they explore what's new and what's next in space. From the mega trends and cutting-edge technologies that will define the next decade, to the critical role that commercial companies will play in making the most of this very exciting time. Please welcome to the stage Steve Isakowitz, President of Aerospace Corporation, Brian Whedon, Director of Program Planning, Secure World Foundation, and Peter Wegner, the CSO of Black Sky. Joined by our moderator, Susan Carlin, space science journalist and frequent contributor to Fast Company.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for coming, my bright-eyed, bushy-tailed audience, proving it's never too early for talking about space. I am your very caffeinated host, Sue Carlin, And I write a lot about the new space economy for Fast Company and others, and I will be your guide through this very exciting conversation. Welcome to the new Wild West. The last decade has seen a seismic shift in space as private industry and multiple nations have entered the game with robust investments and novel technologies. That would probably be you guys. But the skyward stampede will bring new challenges in managing crowding, competition, and control. So what opportunities will this new landscape offer folks like you, the entrepreneurs and investors? Well, we just happen to have some very impressive insiders who will give you some insight. First up, Steve Isakowitz, President and CEO of the Aerospace Corporation, a federally funded leading R&D center for the nation's space programs. He knows all the secrets. There he guides a workforce in solving the hardest problems in space, from outpacing national security threats to nurturing innovation in space commercialization and exploration. His 3-decade career has spanned government, commercial, and civil arenas, including prominent roles at Virgin Galactic, NASA, the U.S. Department of Energy, and the White House Office of Management and Budget. Give it up for Steve Isakowitz. I have to tell you, if I go to the bank and the dry cleaners in the same day, I need a nap, so I'm very impressed. No less impressive is Dr. Brian Whedon, in the middle, who is Director of Program Planning for the Secure World Foundation, which works across sectors towards secure, sustainable, beneficial, and peaceful uses of space. You should have worn tie-dye for this. He is an internationally recognized and widely published policy expert in space debris, situational awareness, traffic management, asset protection, and space governance. Before joining Secure World, he served in Air Force space and intercontinental ballistic missile operations. So that's quite a pivot.
Definitely a big change.
So Brian Whedon, everybody. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Peter Wegner has helped pioneer space technology for more than 30 years. Now Chief Strategy Officer of Black Sky, he leads the development of a world-class, multi-sensor geospatial intelligence engine. I said that on 1 cup of coffee. Are you impressed? Before that, he directed new technology investments at Utah State University's Space Dynamics Laboratory and new space systems at the Department of Defense. He also served as a technical advisor to the Air Force. Peter Wegner, everybody. All right, for the first part of this chat, we're going to talk a little bit about how the landscape has changed over the last years. Steve, you're going to help set the stage. What's the difference in space today than 5 or 10 years ago, and what's been driving that change?
All right, first, Sue, thank you, and TechCrunch for the opportunity. I guess I'll start with a question for the audience. If you had the opportunity to go into space, who would go? All right, it's a pretty big crowd. Well, that's what's changed in space over the last 5 and 10 years. If anybody wants to go, you can go in space today. You know, there's Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin that are providing opportunities for anybody who wants to go to become an astronaut and experience space, or if you want to go into a SpaceX vehicle, you can go into orbit. Now, what has enabled this? First of all, the economics of getting into space. The cost of the launch has gone down by a factor of 10x. The capabilities of the satellites we build have been miniaturized, and they're into high production. It used to be if you wanted to get in this business, you know, yeah, you go out, raise $100 million, and you too could be in the space business. But today, you could be a college student and build these small CubeSats that I could hold in my hand and put something into space. That's revolutionary. Also, I'd say that for the first time maybe in the history of the space program, everything is changing. It used to be about NASA and civil space, the Apollo program in the early days, but But now we're seeing not only NASA trying to go back to the moon and onto Mars and build a Webb telescope and take advantage of that, but you get in national security, completely rethinking what we're building and not just trying to build the big exquisite satellites we've seen in the past, but to really tap into the commercial side. And then the commercial side is perhaps the most interesting part, which has really happened in the last 5 or 10 years. There really was no major commercial industry before. There was a few big companies, and again, you had to raise lots of dollars. But now we see whether it's Wall Street or Silicon Valley, people are investing, getting returns, and companies are doing quite well. And in fact, they're outpacing the government for the first time in the history of our space program. That's what's changed.
Okay, and then extrapolate that to where next? Are you going to see commercial companies overtake government companies?
Well, we are seeing that already. We're seeing that the government is finding ways to try to work with commercial entities. I find it interesting that probably in the next 5 to 10 years, there's probably going to be more satellites put in space in the next 5 to 10 years than in the history of the space program. That is really transformative.
Wow, and so Peter, what are these changes portending for commercial space companies?
Well, I think Steve laid this out really well. And when I think back to my time in this industry, when I started, I was on the government side. I spent 20 years inside the U.S. Air Force. And we built all of our own satellite systems. I remember SATCOM. That was a massive set of programs that we inside the government developed and ran. And now I think 80% of our SATCOM services are bought commercially. And we don't even really talk about that, but when you look back and you realize how much that changed, it really shows you how much more is going to change in the next 10 years. And so I think the opportunities are limitless. There are opportunities in Earth remote sensing, the business that we're in, but there are opportunities in domains that many of us, I think probably people in the audience think about every day, but most Americans don't. Space tourism, space manufacturing, space transportation, all these things are going to start rolling out in the next decade.
So with the proliferation of these companies, how are they going to get traction in this new terrain? Like, how are they going to break through the noise?
Well, I think we're 2 years on the other side of what I kind of refer to as the SPAC boom of the first generation of public SPAC space companies. And I think that really opened the door for a lot of companies to kind of start going through there. It's paved the path. It shows here's how you can go from venture capital investment all the way through to a public enterprise. And many of those companies are starting to hit the point where they're revenue positive and generating profits that feed back into the business. So that cycle then just starts accelerating. And I think that's the way these new space companies are just going to accelerate even faster through it than we did.
So all of this sounds like space is going to get very crowded very quickly. And Brian, this is your terrain. How do we manage that growth while allowing for new entrants?
I mean, that is the massive policy question that not only the U.S. government, but lots of other governments are struggling with. You can imagine, Steve talked about the rapid growth in the number of satellites. We're going from, 1,000, 1,200 to at the moment 5,500 satellites, and very soon 10,000 and maybe tens of thousands. Imagine doubling or 10xing the traffic around San Francisco and not changing the infrastructure or the traffic light system, what that would do. Now, space is still pretty big, right? There's still a lot of room up there, but a lot of these satellites are going into similar areas or similar altitudes and having to operate in conjunction with not only their own constellation, but everybody else's stuff. And, oh, by the way, there's tens of thousands of pieces of junk up there, ranging from the size of a bus to softballs and smaller, that we've been putting up there for the last 50 years. So how do you do all that? And you can't manage the junk, right? The junk is just going around and around, and it is where it is. So there's a lot of debates going on, again, at the national level as well as internationally, about how do you manage this. And oh, by the way, I just mentioned only the physical congestion. There's an entire other question about the radio frequency congestion, because all of these satellites are communicating using the same frequencies or similar frequencies with stuff we're using here terrestrially. So how do you manage all that? It's a huge challenge.
Wow, the frequency point I didn't even think about. So now that gives you a lay of the current landscape, we're going to move into the near future. So we're going to look ahead about 10 years at some of the opportunities and also the challenges. The first is the rising government and commercial collaborations that are going on. Peter Blacksky has a number of government contracts. So how do startups navigate the world of government, and what should they know about the interaction with government agencies to when they're working with them?
30 seconds or less.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Is it the Anna Karenina principle that all happy families are alike and all dysfunctional families are different in their own unique ways? I think governments are that way. I think, first, there is tremendous opportunity in the government sector around the world. I would say not just the US, but globally. The war in Ukraine has showed on a public stage the power of commercial space capabilities to support security and defense needs for governments all over the world. And that is really creating new opportunities, but every government is a little bit different in the way they operate, in the way that they seek to partner with commercial companies. And that's also very different than most commercial enterprises. So it really takes unique, tailored focus on each government, what their needs are, how they want to do business, and aligning yourself to be a really good partner for them. You have to meet them where they are. They're not going to meet you, where you want them to be.
So you have to be prepared to pivot if their needs change and
really
acquiesce
understand,
to their culture.
Really understand. Seek to understand the 5 questions why do you want to do this, because then you get to really the heart of the problem that they have and allows you then to really try to align a solution to that problem.
And can you say where the most opportunity will be?
I wish. I think, Black Sky, we're very focused right now in this global security environment, and I think there's a tremendous opportunity there. I have a little bit of blinders on because I live that every day, but I think there's massive opportunities growing in other sectors that we don't play in. I'm very fascinated by in-space tourism, in-space manufacturing. I think those are really exciting opportunities.
And Steve, do you see any additional opportunities that haven't been mentioned yet? And where can companies learn more about those opportunities for partnerships? Is there a secret database?
There's no secret database. But look, I would argue that commercial space has a superpower that the federal government's very interested in, and that is the willingness to take greater risks, which means greater innovation, also means moving faster. It used to be a time when we used to build things in space. We'd say, yeah, we'll build it. It'll take 5 or 10 years. We'll deploy it. It'll be operating for over the next 3 decades. That's not true anymore. The pace of technology is just moving so incredibly fast that new generations of satellites and capabilities need to be deployed every 3 to 5 years. Software needs to be updated every year, if not earlier. Cyber protections have to go up, weekly, if not daily. So the government recognizes this. So the government actually is looking for ways for industry to speak with the government. So before the government sets requirements that inadvertently knocks out innovative ideas, that they have those kind of conversations up front in terms of what's being built. Similarly with regards, as Brian mentioned, with regards to regulations. Regulations is a great enabler, and the government needs that kind of feedback. So there are opportunities. My company has something called Commercial Space Futures, where we actually try to be an intermediary with the government and industry to allow new companies to be able to talk about what they do and for us to help build bridges to get them there.
I can't believe you've actually gotten the government to rev up. That's amazing. Maybe there is hope.
Yeah, but I'll just say, Peter said it, the war in Ukraine was incredibly eye-opening. I think a lot of people sort of poo-pooed maybe commercial space capabilities, but we have seen firsthand what like Starlink has been able to do and other commercial entities like Maxar and so on in terms of pictures from space. That has really been a very eye-opening opportunity.
Okay, for good and ill.
No, for good. No,
Okay.
for good. I think it's brought a lot of transparency to the world. So when you get, Russia amassing troops on the border and they're denying they're doing anything ill, it's on the front page of the New York Times. It's just not true.
Got it.
I would just like to reinforce that. I mean, we really believe this at Black Sky, that evil cannot hide in the light. And shining light on these things that are happening is really very powerful, and it is a global good.
Okay. Brian, I want to talk about the new moon race with you. India recently placed a lander on the moon. Japan just launched one. We're going to launch the first commercial lander in November, hopefully. And human presence on the moon is not far behind. I'm expecting to see a Starbucks there soon and golden arches.
That might take a little bit longer.
Lunar latte.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
You just gave an idea to someone here.
That's right. What can we expect from the new moon race, and particularly competition for lunar resources? And also, what steps can we take now to ensure sustainable development there?
Yeah, the moon's super hot right now. I mean, it's not. It's cold. It's lifeless. There's no air, but everyone's interested in it. And it's really fascinating for those who've been around a while in the space industry. At least here in the United States, we had this mentality for a while, been there, done that, not a real big deal. Well, it turns out nobody else got a chance to go there. And now there's a ton of excitement. And it's not just coming from the United States with the Artemis program. It's coming from a whole lot of different countries, and it's coming from the commercial sector. So as she mentioned, there are something on the order of 130, 140 planned lunar missions. That includes mostly robots and rovers and satellites, but some human spaceflight as well, being done by a couple dozen different countries and a bunch of companies. Now, one thing to keep in mind, it's still hard to soft land on the moon. That is still very technically challenging. India attempted it a couple years ago with Chandrayaan-2. Unfortunately, didn't make it. There was an Israeli commercial company, Space.il, didn't quite make it. There was a Japanese commercial company earlier this year, didn't make it. But then the Indians made it with Chandrayaan-3 just a few weeks ago. And there's plans to go back. So it's hard, but there's a lot of interest and a lot of things coming. There's a lot of uncertainty about what it is we're going to find. We think there's a decent amount of water on the moon. Why is that important? Water is not only used to keep people alive, but it's rocket fuel. You can turn it into rocket fuel, which means you can go to other places without having to take all that fuel with you, and that is a huge deal when it comes to the rocket equation and orbital mechanics. But we're not quite sure how much, we're not quite sure where it is, we're not quite sure how hard it's going to be to get to. There may be other things out there on the moon that we discover. So there's a lot of people assuming or hoping or thinking there's going to be stuff there, and we're going to go find out what it's like. So how it's going to end up, we're not really sure.
Fueling stations next to the Starbucks.
I mean, that only makes
We're
sense,
already,
right?
we're
Yeah, of course,
already
yeah.
redecorating the moon, so we're good.
The challenge is we have a pretty broad set of international laws on how to do all this. Space is not quite a Wild West, unfortunately. We have treaties, we have laws, but they're all up here. What we don't have is the middle layer that interprets how those apply to specific things. If I land in one lunar crater and Peter lands next to me and we both want to go access the same block of ice, how do we do that? How does that sort out? That middle layer is missing. There are governments working on that, but that's really the big issue when it comes to sustainability. And by the way, how do we coordinate some of the safety issues? So it turns out dust is a huge problem on the moon. And if somebody lands a rocket next to me, there's probably going to be dust all over my lunar base, and it may have huge impacts for things I'm trying to do. How do we deconflict that? That is an unanswered question.
Oh, wow. That almost sounds like a reality show of like nasty neighbors on the moon. There's another idea.
You're welcome.
So artificial intelligence, which is this year's buzzwords and our future overlords, I want to talk about some of the unique applications in space. So Peter, how is Black Sky using AI now, and how might you apply it in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly powerful tool that we use today to exploit virtually every satellite image that we collect. We're collecting several thousand images a day. If I had to hire humans to do that and look through every image, and they couldn't do it at the scale and the speed that we can do that with AI. So we are training AI models today on a number of objects that we detect automatically. We've deployed commercially now algorithms that detect every airplane, every ship, buildings, roads, those kind of things in every image. And what that allows us to do then is to deliver to our customers an integrated intelligence product. So no longer are they just getting the imagery, they're getting a deep stack of intelligence about what has happened in that scene, patterns of life over a period of time. All of that is done without a human in the loop. So it's incredibly powerful, it's incredibly scalable. Where that's going to go in the future is integrating more and more types of data and sensor feeds into that will really give us a picture of what's happening anywhere on the planet in near real time, in deep stack. I like to think about it like the human sensors of hearing, taste, touch, sight, smell. We want to build that kind of sensor network about what's happening on our planet, and using AI systems to pull all that information out and provide that deep stack of knowledge to the humans that live here.
Okay. And Brian, what are the policies that need to be in place to enable those types of, that type of progress?
Policies around AI is a huge question to begin with, right? What's interesting is that kind of application of machine learning and AI is becoming pretty ubiquitous and is relatively safe from a policy perspective. Something a little more challenging is I'm operating a constellation of, let's call it 5,000 satellites, and they're autonomously detecting when they come close to somebody else and maneuvering out of the way, and it's working. Steve is also operating a constellation of 5,000 satellites near me using a different algorithm with different parameters, and our satellites may have different reactions to a close approach. How do we deal with that? That is one of the big policy questions that we're starting to try and grapple with when it comes to, we talked about the traffic management problem we talked about earlier.
And how do you get, so I mean, it's hard for governments to agree on anything. How you, that's the million-dollar question.
The issue here is you mentioned governments, plural, right? We could be operating under the jurisdiction of 2 different countries. So it's not just getting the United States to put this kind of a framework in place or figure out the rules of the road. We have to get a whole bunch of countries to agree on that, because the way the current legal framework works, each country is responsible for their own space activities, including their own country or companies. So that's a whole other added layer of complexity on top of things.
So going from black sky to blue sky, Steve, from your perch, because you're sort of seeing an overview of what's going on, where do you see opportunities to leverage AI in space, perhaps that haven't been mentioned yet?
Yeah, for the U.S. space program, AI isn't actually something that's new. In fact, when we've been sending rovers to the surface of Mars, we've been using AI to be able to travel because of the great distances, and you can't have an operator real time telling it where to go. But now we're building satellites that are much smaller, and we have algorithms that are much more sophisticated and processing that's much deeper. So instead of having dumb satellites that are taking terabytes of data and just dumping it everywhere, hard for any operator to see, we now have satellites that are not just taking pictures of the ocean, but you can tell the satellite what to look for. It'll look for cruise ships, and it will say, oh, there's a cruise ship, I'll take pictures of those. You could also have almost like HAL 9000 in the movie 2001 Space Odyssey. You could have satellites that now could say, I don't feel well. Something's about to break, something isn't right. To Brian's point, you could have satellites that are saying, hey, these satellites are getting too close to me, I better move away from that. And you could have, using AI, the ability to move around space, to do rendezvous and docking and interacting with satellites in sort of a local community. These are really very transformative capabilities, and all the more so, as Brian's pointing out, with so many satellites up there, to have, I won't quite say sentient satellites, but that's where they're going, these sort of really brilliant satellites that are going to be incredibly capable.
Yeah, it almost sounds like you need a machine mind to be able to navigate all of the, it's going to be millions of different parts up there.
And just to add a layer of complexity, this is all happening at 7 to 10 kilometers a second and at distances of thousands of kilometers from each other and hundreds of kilometers away from the Earth, right? So it is, you think about the autonomous nature you need for, like, let's say, autonomous vehicles, and then just, you know, they're moving at 7 kilometers a second now. That adds a whole other layer of complexity.
And then you also have ways to manage propulsion. Can you use AI to develop new propulsion systems and new ways to live and work in space? And monitor health and things like that?
I think one of the future applications of AI that we've not talked about is, as you're raising here, is on the design and development and R&D side. And I think we're going to find AI as a really powerful tool to help scientists and engineers do exactly that, to speed up the rate at which you test different chemicals and lay out different test plans. I think AI is going to become a really powerful tool for engineers that accelerates their workload and allows one engineer to do the work in the future of 5 engineers today. I don't think the engineers are going to be taken out of that loop, but I think it's going to be a really powerful enabler.
Absolutely.
And how are we going to grow and strengthen the space workforce? Just keep up with initiatives and letting people know that.
Yeah, I think this is a really big deal because, I mean, the industry is growing leaps and bounds. It's really exciting. Even with the economy cooling, space is still growing double digits. But the workforce is not keeping pace with it. So, you know, one of the big efforts is to try to expand it, to make it available to scientists, engineers, as we've talked earlier, even artists, to get them on board because they bring, again, a lot of imagination. We actually hire people from the entertainment industry because, again, they bring a background of seeing things very differently than maybe a traditional view on things. So the question is, how do we bring in that greater diversity, women, people of color, go to schools that have been underserved in the past? The industry, we've helped to work on something called Space Workforce 2030. It's 30 companies that have actually come together to try to actually help at the K through 12 university level and to share best practices with each other and hold ourselves accountable for improving that workforce. So instead of competing for talent, we're growing talent.
Okay, that sounds great.
And just to add on to that, yes, we need a lot of STEM, traditional STEM, engineering, science, and space world, but not just that. That is one of the other big changes that's happened in the last several decades is we need a lot different types of backgrounds and jobs in the space world than your people normally think of, you know, person in a lab coat who's doing literal rocket science. Yes, we need those, but we need a lot more. We need policy wonks, we need lawyers. There's a whole huge room for business development, marketing, communications. The space career field is much, much bigger than just scientists, engineers, and astronauts.
We have 2 minutes left, and aerospace has a tradition of lightning rounds at the end of their panels. So I'm going to do that now. Are you ready?
Okay.
Are you set? Okay. First off, an emerging technology or capability that will be most transformative for space.
I'll go first. I mean, if I say AI, I'll get that's the obvious one. But the one actually I'm excited about is nuclear propulsion. I actually think that'll be very transformative in what we can do in space.
Okay, cool.
Seconded.
Okay, everyone's nuclear.
I'm also, no,
went nuclear.
I think that's great. I'm also interested, maybe connected to that, in-space power and power beaming and what you can do with massive amounts of power in space.
Biggest risk or challenge that we will face?
The lack of coordination between all these different actors and activities, and if somebody screws something, if you have a car wreck in space, you don't just tow it to the side of the road. That stuff is going to be up there for years, maybe decades, depending on where it is. That is a huge challenge.
If given the opportunity, would you rather visit the moon or Mars?
Mars.
Yeah?
I'm neither. They're both pretty harsh, pretty cold. I'm getting old. I'll let my kids do that.
I'll go to the moon first.
I think moon you can sort of, it's more bouncy.
Yeah.
I think it would be fun.
Too dusty.
It's also a few days journey versus
exactly. I don't have
3 years, right?
I have a long-term commitment problem.
And last, and I think this is probably the most important question of all, Barbie or Oppenheimer?
I'm scared if I say the wrong thing, the audience might, but Oppenheimer, come on.
What, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No Barbies among you?
I saw them both. I would go with Barbie.
I live in New Mexico. If I say anything other than Oppenheimer, I cannot go home.
I'm going to break ranks here. I like Jules, which is about an alien who lands in with a bunch of older people who take him in. So I'm going with the alien. Okay. Anyway, that is it. Thank you so much for coming.
And now it is time for the first annual Space Domain Awareness Challenge pitch-off, where TechCrunch and Aerospace Corporation have joined forces to host a pitch competition to find the strongest startups that are using AI and machine learning to work with satellite data streams. Space domain awareness fundamentally arises from the output of a massive amount of sensor data. Space operators are totally reliant on sensors in space and on the ground to get a complete picture of what's happening in Earth's orbit and beyond. Space operators must task sensors correctly with the complex job of collecting this data. The challenge is immense. It involves parsing, packaging, and disseminating the output of a significant number of data streams to the correct data consumer across various teams at the precisely correct time. We call this scenario in space domain awareness the media streaming problem, because just like popular streaming providers, the data has to be collected, analyzed, and delivered to the correct audience at the right time, or the show isn't very good. Our top 5 finalists have illustrated experience in working with complex data streams, whether in space or not, that is needed. One winner will be announced at 11:45 a.m. later today, granting them a customer roadshow and expert-led concept and product feedback. Let's meet our esteemed judges on this panel. Ian McCubbin, Startup and VC Program Manager from Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Celeste Ford from Stellar Ventures. And Colin M. Greenfield, Program Manager, Commander, United States Navy, Space Portfolio, Defense Innovation Unit. Thank you. The pitchers have been asked to describe their company on 3 main axes. 1 is to tell us what they do. 2 is to talk about what is a competitive advantage or differentiator for their company. And 3 is to let us know why this is a venture scalable business. Why does this need VC funding? Our first finalist is Guy de Carafel, the founder of Cognitive Space. Guy, welcome. As a reminder, Guy, you will have 2 minutes, followed by 3 minutes of questions and answers from this judging panel. The microphone will be turned off at the end of those combined 5 minutes. Good luck. We're really excited to hear more.
Great. Hi, my name is Guy de Carafel, founder and CEO of Cognitive Space. Cognitive Space is offering an AI SaaS solution to automate the space domain. We are addressing 3 key challenges. First, the need to reduce latencies in both the tasking and delivery of space data. Second, the need to dynamically prioritize the mission for Earth observation, space domain awareness. And third, the need to gather the right information from a multitude of sensors. And we do this by applying graph neural networks and other deep learning methods to automate decision-making for satellite operations. Thanks to an effective team and a singular focus on the mission, we have closed over $10 million in US government contracts and have raised over $10 million from VCs. We are now in live operations managing the constellation of a publicly traded satellite operator. With our tiered pricing per satellite per month, we expect our recurring revenue to grow tenfold over the next 3 years, given the thousands of satellites being deployed every year. And we're just getting started. Our solution is relevant across the remote sensing and satellite communication industries. for a market that's expected to grow to over 80 billion by 2030. We will shape the intelligent infrastructure of the future space domain, from large-scale constellation operations to mesh network routing to data analytics, to deliver the right information to the right consumer at the right time. We have a unique opportunity to shape the future of space and the world economy that depends on it. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Guy. I'll now open it up to our esteemed judging panel for 3 minutes of question and answer.
Ian, do you want to kick us off?
So on the Earth observing, is your idea to have onboard image processing and downlink data, or are you thinking more just moving the packets of data across the network?
It's a great question. Thank you. So everything is interconnected, starting from the actual collection to tasking of the spacecrafts, understanding which target you should be observing based on the different priorities, latencies, cloud cover, and every other aspect, including what links you can downlink that data. There is an interconnection with the actual processing of that imagery that will drive which collection you can make and how you should be making that collection. Given, say, a large area of interest, how should you break that down and make that collection effective?
That was a great answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So how do you differentiate yourself from the commercial companies out there now that integrate data from multiple sources, not just space, but ground? And as a user, you mentioned tasking. Which sensors do I have access to? What type? SAR, EO, hyperspectral, through you?
Yeah,
so two questions.
Yeah, right. So we work with a company that has a heterogeneous constellation of multiple different sensors, some passive, some active. And so our solution is agnostic to the type of sensor. We can work with SAR, EO, infrared, even RF, to understand that sensor type, the limitations of that sensor, the limitations of the bus, to really automate that spacecraft, to maximize the use of that payload, and getting that information down quickly.
And your differentiation from companies that do that now on the ground?
So we are the first to offer this solution through an AI approach to really automate and understand the full permutation of the problem, of all the changes in the environment, the changes in the mission and the priorities, the changes in, say, cloud cover for remote sensing. And we also consider both the collection and the link management as two concurrent problems that need to be computed at the same time. Those are interdependent that oftentimes are treated independently, whereas we treat them as one problem.
So you're partnered with one prime, or you go separately to all these various sources?
Great question. So we work with any satellite operator that needs to collect data, both in space for space-to-space, space domain awareness, or Earth observation, or even deep space. And we work with ground station networks to be able to get that data down quickly. And we work with the government to match their needs to the right provider.
Guy, you mentioned the heterogeneous constellation. Are you prepared for a continuously evolving architecture from the ground to space and back again?
Yeah,
I think unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be the keeper of the shot clock just went off, so we'll have to call it there. Colin, you can be first up for the next question for the next guest. Thank you very much, Guy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
I heard a yes.
Our second finalist is Dr. Stacy Jones, the founder and CEO of O Analytics Incorporated. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Jones. You'll have 2 minutes, followed by 3 minutes of question and answers from the judging panel. And as a reminder, the microphone will be turned off at the end of those combined 5 minutes. We're excited to hear about O Analytics.
O Analytics is pre-seed, bootstrapped, and revenue generating as we address the gap of nearly half of the catalog space objects being essentially lost and unidentified. Leveraging my background in designing the beam steering controller for the first production airborne phased array antenna, O-Analytics applies signal and image processing, convolution, and machine learning to produce specific type and behavior characteristics about objects in LEO. Our differentiator is processing in near real time without lengthy model training and with the ability to detect objects that have not before been seen. Our patent-pending Delta algorithm software is physics-based and and it uniquely performs ambient level correction, resolves divergence, renders motion features, and tests kinematic values to rank hypothesis tracks. Our collective team experience tells us that improving SDA is a signal processing problem first, then we apply elements of AI, not the other way around. We've gained traction now on our 6th Air Force Space Force contract, and now we're upping our performance with super resolution techniques used in the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease and also in facial recognition. I'll leave you with Major General Miller of Spacecom's statement where he says that someone's got to figure this out. O-Analytics is responding with actionable insights for varying military intelligence and commercial end users. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'll now turn it over to our panel for 3 minutes of question and answer.
Dr. Jones, you mentioned avoiding the lengthy training time for your analytical models. How are you doing that, and how much optimization and savings are you seeing? How does that differentiate you from the rest of the folks in the space?
So we look at the problem, first of all, as a signal processing problem. So we actually are looking at kinetic values and generating hypothesis tracks first. Then we apply those elements of AI, convolution, machine learning, in that order. So what we're actually looking for in terms of anomalies and detection is based on less data and actually more, at that point, it's better supervised.
Thank you.
Do you have pilot programs going on now for specific areas? You mentioned Alzheimer's and other non-space. Is there like a pilot program you can tell us about?
Yes, we do. So we're actually upping our performance by adding super resolution, and the algorithms are specifically coming from the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, but we're applying it to space, and also algorithms from facial recognition. So we're applying it to objects in space. So we can detect not only satellites, but we're applying it to anthropogenic or man-made debris. And we're getting super results. We work at the Deep Learning Lab as our research partner, and things are going quite well. So we do have an active pilot to develop a prototype.
Yeah, Dr. Jones. As I understand it, you're using data from different sources. You're not constrained to a particular portion of the
modality.
Yeah, exactly. And so that you're using this recognition software, and you can use a variety of different sources from either ground-based or space-based observations. Could you maybe elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes. So our initial prototype was developed based on ground-based EO. We're now advancing to space-based electro-optical. But then we are beginning our fusion. So actually taking what we call an orthogonal modality like Doppler or radar so we can get altitude so that then we can have better characterization of the object. So once we have completed all of that, when we're nearing that, we actually envision the ultimate space object custody management system.
And real quick, besides finding debris on orbit, you potentially could find a Earth-destroying asteroid coming in, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're characterizing objects, satellites, active and defunct, but also natural debris as well. So it could be a meteor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming our third finalist to the stage, Tom George, the CEO of Sanaat. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. So Sanaat is strongly believes that for space domain awareness to be successful, data complexity is key, and this is a theme that has been echoed in the previous panel. So data complexity for us literally means disparate and large amounts of multimodal sensor data. And such complex big data is important for a slightly different reason, which is to minimize collateral damage, meaning false positives, and especially missed events or false negatives. So given big data, the next challenge is to provide timely insights to decision makers, and therefore Sanaat has focused its R&D to develop our unique H-cubed solution, or high-performance edge computing, with deep learning algorithms for rapidly processing high spatial, temporal, and spectral resolution data. So two of our accomplishments are shown on the right. The top image shows a highly cluttered 100 square kilometer Worldview 3 multispectral scene in which we identified the single flying plane in under 45 seconds on an edge computer. On the bottom, we successfully detected sub-pixel airplanes for which no spatial or geometry clues were available. So commercially, as shown on the bottom left, we are addressing very large and highly scalable global terrestrial markets using our unique combination of data complexity and low latency information delivery. Thus far, we have generated and deployed about $4 million of non-dilutive commercial and government contract revenue for de-risking our H-cube solution for our initial beachhead markets in agriculture and defense. In both cases, we are pursuing a B2B subscription business model using multiple strategies such as recurring subscriptions, tiered subscriptions, pay-per-use, and bundling our offerings with our customers' products. And now we are ready to partner with strategic investors who are not afraid to dream big. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tom. I'll now turn it over to our panel for some questions and answers.
Where do you get your data?
I'm sorry?
Where do you get the data that you're
So right now, so your analysis is only as good as the data, right? Ultimately, the H-cube would mean high spatial resolution, high temporal, in the case of agriculture, at least daily information, and hyperspectral, so that you can convert from a spectral point here and a spectral point there to a signature-based detection, which is not available right now. So we do the best we can, and Worldview 3 has been a good candidate, in a sense, to demonstrate the edge computing capability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You mentioned your edge computing capability. Are you doing all of your compute and analysis at the edge nodes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm curious about the defense choice as a beachhead. I love it, but it's kind of unusual. There aren't too many companies that choose defense as their beachhead. Could you describe a little more about that decision?
So of course, defense is an obvious one, right, for identifying targets. But agriculture is kind of a non-intuitive one. And in my engineering career, it's been the most difficult vertical to address, because agriculture requires really high complexity, but at the lowest possible price. So you have to drill down a huge amount of data in order to tell the farmer what action to take on his field, and make sure that you don't give him the wrong advice, because if he takes your advice, he can lose his shirt if your advice is wrong, right? And so it's a very high onus on the data analytics person to provide the information, and hence a signature-based approach is the best way to do it.
Interesting. Thank you.
Following on the agriculture concept, yes, it's the farmer in the field, but the reality is in precision ag and ag tech, you're really dealing with 3 to 4 mega corporations in terms of John Deere, Monsanto, whoever that is. Are you reaching out to those? Because that's actually where the decision's being made, and that would be the market sector I would approach, and not necessarily. It's not going to be the farmer and his tractor, it's going to be the company selling his tractor.
Absolutely. And so it's an ecosystem, as you mentioned, not just the farmer. And our B2B strategy, we got initial traction with Bayer Crop Science, which is the largest. They ate up Monsanto, actually.
Yeah.
And so with them, we proved that this hyperspectral approach works in terms of getting a signature-based early warning system. So just as with the DoD, early warning is key because you can tell the farmer something that they cannot see with their own eyes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Please join me in giving Tom a round of applause.
Thank you.
And it's now my pleasure to welcome our 4th finalist to the stage, Marco Rocchetto, the CEO of SpaceFlux. Welcome, Marco.
Hello, thank you. So SpaceFlux is a seed stage company based in the UK and founded last year. We're working on the problem of space congestion in the context of an ever-increasing satellite burden. I'm an astrophysicist, and I founded another successful venture called Telescope Live, and other co-founders include Professor Ingo Waldman, an Alan Turing Fellow overseeing our AI activities, and Marcel Debczynski, our business development lead. We're gaining some initial traction from both government and commercial thanks to our MVP. We're leveraging our unique optical sensor network and our data analytics, parsing data, understanding it, and delivering it to consumers. Our unique differentiators are our optical sensor network and AI-driven data analytics. This allows us to track and map space objects that are 50 to 80% smaller than the competition. That's around 2.5 centimeters in size. Our data analytics takes image data and applies AI-driven image recognition and a stochastic feedback loop to track and identify space objects and to further understand their characteristics and behavior. We're in initial talks with investors for our seed round, which we aim to close by the end of the year. We're testing different business models with both government and commercial, and this will evolve as our traction grows. Our target addressable market is 2.5 billion. It is mostly made of satellite agencies, satellite operators, and government agencies. We aim to achieve a market share of 5 to 7% thanks to our increased global leverage. We've got an incredibly smart team. We're getting some very early traction as a seed stage company, and we excel in understanding both the data processing and the data acquisition layers. And we can also return profits to investors. So we're looking forward to the award, and thank you very much for listening.
Great. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
And I'll now turn it over to the judging panel for questions.
You want me to go first? Something that I thought was interesting is you're actually building hardware.
We're actually building hardware, we're actually assembling hardware. So the telescopes that we're using, the optical sensor that we're using are mostly COTS components. And this comes from really our background in managing network of telescopes. That was my previous venture. Telescope Live had to do with delivering astronomy data to astronomer researchers and astrophotographers. So that's our base, and we leverage that capability to enter the SSA market. So you might think we're an asset-driven company because we do manage hardware, but it's actually very low cost, and the value of the assets is relatively low. That allows us to acquire data very cheaply, right? And to be in control of the entire, let's say, chain of data acquisition to data delivery. And it's really what allows us to, decrease the sensitivity levels and detect these faintest signals to detect the smallest objects. So, yeah.
It could be a little bit of a differentiator, though, because gaining capital for hardware purchases is not trivial compared to software companies.
With our seed round, we want to extend our current network, which includes 10 locations, to 25. And that's mostly to observe LEOs. So LEO observations are mostly done with radar today, which is extremely expensive. A radar station can cost anything between 5 to 6 million. A single optical station can cost, 100K. Of course, you've got weather, clouds are in the way, but then to overcome that, you just distribute telescopes around the globe. So definitely it's our differentiator, and we aim to get full LEO coverage. Well, we have partial LEO coverage now, full LEO coverage by the end of our seed activities.
What customer pull have you experienced most?
Yeah, so
strongly?
we have the UK government as an early customer early this year. There are 2 new bids that are open now, to which we are applying. We're confident we might get them, both for data provision, but also for software provision. So one of the key differentiators is also in our software, our scheduling software, our data analytics software that we can license to the UK government. And then we've got commercial operators. Right now we're targeting flight dynamicists, some satellite operators, other SSA operators that need data to track debris and satellites to avoid collision. So they just need to reduce the risk of collisions by fine-tuning, let's say, the uncertainties of the orbits.
Great. Thank you very much, Marco, and appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
And now, please join me in welcoming our last and 5th finalist, Luisa Buenjas, the co-founder and chief program officer of Voma, who will be joining us virtually via Zoom from Germany. Luisa, welcome.
All right, thank you.
You'll have 2 minutes, followed by 3 minutes of questions and answers from our judging panel. We're excited to hear what you have to share.
Imagine that you spend 5 years building a satellite, and at the moment that it goes up in space, it is hit by a piece of debris. Your satellite gets destroyed along with your time and your investment. We are Voma, the world's first organization to launch a fleet of space cameras to monitor space objects from orbit itself. Now, this unique mission will contribute to SDA efforts by mapping space traffic very accurately. And the images recorded are processed with machine learning to denoise objects and pinpoint with high fidelity the positions and trajectories of space objects in real time. The data is then paired with predictive algorithms to provide safety services such as behavioral threat warnings or collision avoidance maneuvers. We run a subscription model having paying customers in the defense sector. And we expect our revenues to grow 500% over the next 5 years as we build up the constellation to up 12 space cameras. And what drives this growth is not only the size of the constellation and the accuracy of the data and the services that we provide, but also network effects. After all, if you are a satellite operator, you wouldn't want to miss out in joining the world's most reliable source of space traffic information. Voma was founded in 2020 here in Munich, Germany, and we are now a team of 25 engineers. And as a testament of the importance of keeping space safe, we have raised over 10 million euros in seed funding alone. We won 5 contracts with the European Space Agency and the European Commission, and we kicked off the manufacturing of our space cameras that will fly already next year. So join us in giving space safety the attention that it deserves. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Luisa. I'll now turn it over to our panel for questions and answers.
So you mentioned you're launching next year, your first. Did you build this in-house or did you outsource? And how many do you need to do the full mission? And what timeline is that?
All right, that is a great question. We work with a partner optical payload manufacturer here, also in Munich. So we provided the requirements and the performance specifications for the buildup of this optical instrument. We will launch the first 2 pilot satellites carrying this payload at the end of next year, and we will build up the constellation to a total of 12 satellites in a phased approach. So it will be 2 pilots coming up next year, and it will be followed by 4 more in 2026 and 6 more in 2028.
Dr. Buenas, you mentioned 12 satellites deployed in LEO. Was that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How much coverage do you anticipate? How adaptable do you anticipate your constellation being?
So the constellation, the geometry of the constellation and the observation concept of the payload has been optimized in order to observe as many objects in a certain recorded frame as frequently as possible. And this is the key aspect to the design of this constellation. This is also patent protected. So there are 2 patents which were submitted, which describe the design of this constellation and the pointing object. And we observe objects from next year from 5 centimeters above in the LEO regime and the larger objects in the geostationary belt. Now, in the second generation of the constellation, we will actually bring this down to a handful of centimeters only. So we'll be able to observe objects from 1 to 2 centimeters and above, which are too dark, too faint, and too small to actually be observed from the ground.
Thank you.
You talk about a subscription-based model, right? So you have an idea for how to generate revenue, and your target market's defense. Are you thinking about going into smaller countries and marketing to their defense agencies, or do you have major customers that you've already identified?
Yeah, so we're currently running paying, so we have paying customers on the defense side, but we're also trialing paid trials on the commercial side. They just haven't been, they're still in the pilot customer stage, but we're definitely targeting the commercial sector as well as space insurance companies who themselves want to tailor their risks by looking at long-term trends on the evolution of space traffic and space congestion.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Buenas. It was fantastic to hear what you had to share with us.
May I have your attention? Our program will begin in 15 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program will begin in 5 minutes. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin in 5 minutes. Please silence all mobile devices. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin. Please silence all mobile devices. May I have your attention? Our program is about to begin.
My goal is to become the place where parents and caregivers come to find childcare that works for them.
My goal is to build the largest university in the world.
My dream is to be the telemedicine provider for kids and families to stop generational trauma.
I want to change culture. I want to enable these gaming communities to become self-sufficient. That's the goal.
May I have your attention? Please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor, Matt Burns.
That's my boss. He's really happy for me. Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Burns. Thank you for joining us for the second session of Startup Battlefield. Earlier today, we saw a lot of really interesting startups that are developing technology in deep tech sectors, and today we're going to see even more. Let's recap a few things, though. TechCrunch had 3,200 companies apply for this Startup Battlefield class. We selected 200 of them, and you can see all of them downstairs. But out of the 200, we selected 20 to pitch on this stage. And over the next 2 days, or today and tomorrow, they're going to pitch on this stage. We have 5 companies in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. So let's get started on this second round. I'm going to bring out the judges real quick. I'm going to read their impressive bios, and then we'll bring the first company. So judges, come on out. You can clap for them. They're cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's Henry. He's really nice. Okay, first we have Morgan Beller. Morgan is a general partner at NFX and is co-founder of Libra and head of strategy for Novi, Facebook's digital wallet for the Libra payment system. She originally joined Facebook as part of the corporate development team in 2017, where she worked on defining Facebook's strategy around blockchain, cryptocurrency, and decentralized technology. Prior to Facebook, Morgan ran corporate development at Medium. Next, we have Mark Bhargava. Mark is the managing director at General Catalyst and part of their fintech crypto investment team. Mark focuses on early-stage investing across both crypto and fintech, as well as building out the creative strategy. Additionally, he contributes to GC's expanding AI efforts. Prior to joining GC, Mark spent years as a founder-operator with an emphasis on new fintech, AI, and crypto technology. As an angel investor, Mark worked closely with founders on sales, distribution, and fundraising. Next, Preeta Chokshi. Preeta is at Norwest Venture Partners and brings more than 20 years of corporate and business development experience to her role as a partner on Norwest Consumer Internet team. Prior to Norwest, Preeti spent 9 years at Facebook in executive roles in corporate development and business development. Before her time at Facebook, Preeti spent 6 years at Google in strategic partnership roles. Earlier in her career, she earned her startup chops and strategy and management roles at 2 fast growth companies, one which was acquired in 2001, and the other one went public in 1997. Next is Healy Cipher, Chief Operating Officer at Atomic. As COO, Healy oversees the daily operations of the 11-year-old venture studio to support founders and foster an inclusive culture where team members thrive. Driven by his entrepreneurial vision and Atomic's model of building companies in parallel, Healy co-founded BoomPop at Atomic in 2020, where he also serves as CEO and helps Fortune 500 companies create the next generation of workplace culture. And last but not least is Tess Hatch, partner at Bessemer Venture Partners. Tess is a vice president at Bessemer, fostering entrepreneurship of frontier technology, specifically the commercialization of space, drones, autonomous vehicles, and the future of agriculture and food technology. She wants to invest in technologies and people who believe as strongly as she does that frontier technology would develop solutions for societal problems. That is a lot. You guys do a lot of things. Thank you so much. All right. Well, with that said, let's bring out the first company. From Durham, North Carolina, we have Avelo presenting Brendan Collins and Mariano Alvarez. Come on out, guys.
I'm Brendan Collins, the co-founder and CEO of Avelo, where we use AI to make more climate-resilient crops.
I'm repping for her. If we're going to sustain humanity over the next 25 years, we're going to need to increase our agricultural output by 60%. That's 60% more food, more clothes, and more medicine. And at the same time, we're expecting a massive uptick in the number of climate-related crop failures. Hi, everybody. My name is Mariano Alvarez. I'm an evolutionary biologist and the Chief Science Officer at Avelo, where we're on a mission to accelerate the creation of new and productive crop varieties. So if you want to create a new crop variety, you have to start by understanding the genetic basis of the trait that you're trying to improve. Scientists normally start with methods like the genome-wide association study that you see up on the screen right now. If you're working on a simple trait like disease resistance or pest resistance, it might involve only 1 or 2 of these genes. But if you're working on something complex, like time to harvest or drought resistance, it might involve thousands of these genes, which makes this process way more complicated. The genome-wide association studies are our current state-of-the-art, but only about 14% of the things that they return are actually useful, and sometimes it's as low as 1%. And after you're done finding your target genes, it's at least 5 years and up to $100 million to produce even a simple genetically modified variety. Or you could run a traditional plant breeding program, which could take a decade or more. We have an urgent and unmet need to deliver new and resilient crop varieties to farmers, which is why we're seeing substantial investments and great economic outcomes for other companies in this space that are offering even incremental solutions. But until we figure out how to reduce the bottleneck in the discovery and the development process, we're just not going to meet the needs of billions of people in time. At Avelo, we drew our inspiration from natural selection, which, although it's incredibly slow, is actually really efficient in creating new varieties of crops that are able to survive in different conditions. Our core technology was based on some of my research at Duke University, where I fit statistical models to that long history of natural experimentation. In a collaboration with Squirrel Award-winning professor Cynthia Rudin, we realized that we could use techniques from interpretable machine learning to open up what would have otherwise been black box models. The result is a new discovery method that, instead of the 14% accuracy of GWAS, allows us to identify causal gene targets with 90% precision. We then used that knowledge to build an AI-enabled recommendation system that suggests which plant crosses might produce the traits that we're looking for. And it does that with only 1/100th of the data that's normally required. This level of accuracy and efficiency allows us to forecast plant outcomes before they even happen. And that lets us increase the process of discovery and development by up to 77%. So I know I'm making some big claims here on stage, so let me walk you through a series of experiments that we did to try to optimize the complex trait of time to harvest in Chinese broccoli. Time to harvest, by the way, is really tightly correlated with yield and with seasonality, so it's actually a really important trait for farmers. So we started by planting 300 different varieties of broccoli in our greenhouse in North Carolina. We then sequenced each and every one of their genomes, which resulted in like 2 terabytes of data. We then ingested all of that data into our discovery platform, and that set the stage for our recommendation system. Can we go to the demo? So in this recommendation system, our software allows us to simulate all of the possible crosses. So we select the experiment, and then we wait a second while the simulations load, and then we'll see all of our possible crosses on the screen. On the left-hand side, on the y-axis, is the time to harvest, or the time to maturity, and on the x-axis is bud size. And on the right-hand side, you can see all of the possible crosses that we could make. We could then sort that list and see which ones have the shortest time to harvest. We actually did that. We took the top 3 here, and then we made those crosses in real life. And then we planted them out in our greenhouse in North Carolina. The broccoli that you see here was actually our winner. It had the shortest time to harvest, from 45 days when we started to just 37 days when we were done. This allowed us to validate our process in just 1 breeding cycle, just using genes that already exist in nature. Because we're able to achieve this new level of cost and time efficiency, we can actually work on any crop in the world. So even crops that were too complicated or too costly to work on are now economically feasible for us. And as a result, we're working with a number of pilot partners to get our technology into their existing breeding pipelines so that they can reap the time and cost advantages. But the real goal of our company is to make new seeds. And we're currently doing that with partners like Farmed Materials to create an alternative source of rubber, and with our own R&D pipeline to create sustainable sunflowers for cooking oil and drought-resistant cotton with better fiber quality. We're really lucky to be joined on this process by plant breeders, biologists, computational specialists, not just from top-tier academic institutions, but also from huge strategic agricultural companies, all of whom really believe in our mission to change the way that we grow crops. You know, when my best friend and I started this company a couple of years ago, we asked each other why we wanted to do this, why we wanted to start a company in agriculture. The answer for us is that there's no job we'd rather do, no problem we'd rather tackle, and no impact we'd rather have than this. If you believe that a more sustainable and resilient world is still possible, I urge you to send an email to one of the addresses on the screen and join us in planting the seeds for a greener tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Can you guys take a step over a little bit over there and get in the light? Yeah, and I got to know before we start, where in Michigan are you from? I'm from right here.
Okay, so my in-laws are from right here. Which is,
that's a good.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, good beer down there.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Go blue.
That's
yeah.
Great. Preeti, you want to start with you?
Sure. I was curious on what are your sources for data as you go from customer to customer?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So when we work with partners, sometimes they have their own data sets, and that's great. That can plug into our existing pipelines. But what we realized is that most of the data is either not high enough quality to train our models or is locked behind big private companies. So we've actually gotten really good at generating our own data. We can do just 1 or 2 really efficient experiments in the field and then gather the data that we need to train our models. So we actually now have greenhouses and field sites and a lab, and we can do all of it in-house.
So when you say you can do 1 to 2 experiments, in the example that you used with the broccoli, you had 300 varietals.
Yes.
Would that count as 1 experiment or 300?
That is 1 experiment with 300 plants. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great presentation. Loved the show and tell and the decision on
thank
broccoli.
you.
Beautiful broccoli. Stealing your joke. Help me understand the relationship you're going to have with farmers. Right now, are they your customers, but eventually you're going to vertically integrate and compete with them, and how they feel about that?
That's a really good question. So they are our customers. So at the end of the day, farmers, when they buy a bag of seeds, they're paying for our product and from the R&D that we're able to put into that product. So our goal is to actually just create the intellectual property of the seed. Then we can work with distribution partners or other large agricultural companies to actually get them propagated and distributed so that farmers can actually plant them in our fields. But farmers' needs are obviously really important because they're the ones that are paying us at the end of the day.
And what are they using right now if they're not buying your seeds?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's other seed companies, usually divvied up by different crops. And the larger companies are Bayer and Corteva and BASF, so big chemical companies. And then there are sometimes smaller integrated producers, so sometimes tomato companies will have both the processing plant and the seeds themselves. So it's kind of a complicated landscape, but we think that by starting with the seed, we can actually address a lot of different customers, regardless of how their resulting pipelines look.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Keely? Hey, awesome presentation. I love this, by the way.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking of the Monsanto business model where they own the seed IP, and then basically if the crop produces seeds, like, sorry, that's not your seed, friend. That's still mine. And you resell them year after year.
Yep.
How does your business model compare contrast? And can you be a Monsanto killer, or do you sell to them?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think there's a lot of people working in this space that are offering different types of solutions, and we're a small company, so we want to make allies and not competitors. But I will say that there's a few different ways to protect the intellectual property of the seed, and a few different ways to get it out into the world. In our case, the types of seeds that we're producing are what are called hybrids, and so farmers can buy them year after year. They could save them, although their performance will go down over time. So farmers are actually incentivized directly to continue to buy new seeds, but if they don't, that's okay.
Why does performance go down?
Performance goes down because the way that the genomes are composed, sorry, this is a little bit in the weeds, but they're...
Pun intended.
Pun intended. The alleles are heterozygous, so when the plant is crossing with each other, it can often result in a new outcome that is not what we intended in our lab. That's okay, but probably performance will go down if you continue to save your seeds year after year. And it's only by this our sort of controlled process of bringing plants together that we can create the highest performance.
Got it.
We'll go to Mark and then Morgan.
Sure. How did you guys come up with the name Ovalo? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I'll take that. So my mom's family is from India and from the Himalayas, and so we took the first part of the name from a Buddhist saint that is sort of popular in that region.
Gotcha. And then as a follow-up, what sort of AI technology do you use, and do you leverage OpenAI or Anthropic or Google? What's the background to what you're building?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we, all of our AI, in particular the stuff that we developed, is proprietary to us. Our real secret sauce is the interpretability of the models, and so we can wrap any existing AI model in our methodology that allows us to open it up. So it's nice for us because there's a lot of people that are doing really amazing work in the AI space. We can just use their models and implement them in our system, but our ability to open them up is what allows this discovery and prediction process to proceed more efficiently. So we're sort of a layer on top, actually.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I also love what you guys are up to. I love that you, the physical demo worked and the software demo worked, and that's not something we did. And the uniform of this vintage.
Oh yeah,
so I also had the M word written down for Monsanto, but my novice question is, I'm hearing your pitch. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of people we need to eat. It's all going in the wrong direction. Directionally, that all makes sense. Mm-hmm. But all of the big companies that you're speaking of and Monsanto have to be thinking about this also. So just help me understand, what part are you doing that they're not doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So usually in this space, corn is king. And so all the other breeding programs only get the dredges of what is going into the corn program. So by not focusing on corn specifically, but going on that kind of tier right after of soy, other million-acre broad acreage crops, there's huge opportunities to access those areas specifically.
I would buy the anti-big corn thesis, so I'm in on that alone.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Give them a round of applause.
Great.
Grab your broccoli. Oh. Okay. Next company from Los Angeles, California. We have Beyond Aero. Presenting for Beyond Aero is Valentin Shamal. Come on out.
Aviation will be electric. Beyond Zero mission is to make it happen.
Hi everyone, I'm Valentin Chomel, one of the 3 co-founders of Beyond Aero. And today, I wanted to talk about one of the major challenges of our generation, climate change. And as Beyond Aero, we focused on one part of climate change, aviation emissions. So as you all know, there's an urgent need to decarbonize aviation. At the Paris Agreement in France, where we're based, in 2015, the entire industry agreed to meet net zero emissions by 2050. But if you see the trend of today's aviation market, you get 3 gigatons CO2 equivalent per year in 2050. How to fill that gap in between? That's what we want to develop at Beyond Aero. So today, at Beyond Aero, we are convinced aviation will be electric. That's the solution to fill this gap. However, we need to start from the light aircraft. That's why today I'm very excited to introduce you one. One is our business jet, but fully electric thanks to hydrogen technology. So here is another view of the aircraft. And maybe you're asking, why hydrogen? So maybe you're considering also batteries or sustainable aviation fuel as an option to decarbonize aviation. Well, there's 2 factors. There's energy efficiency of the entire conversion, from green electricity to the flight, and there's the aircraft performance in terms of range, speed, and payload. So battery technology is good energy efficiency, as you see for cars, but it's not matching range or payload or speed for an aircraft. So this is not a good enough option for this aircraft. Sustainable aviation fuel is a recombination of hydrogen and carbon capture in the air to make a jet fuel. This has good aircraft performance. Actually, you can drop in existing aircraft, but you don't have the energy efficiency. The conversion process consumes too much energy. So on the long run, this is not a good enough solution. And hydrogen in the middle has good enough energy efficiency and a good enough aircraft performance. That's what we are choosing hydrogen at Beyond Aero to develop our first aircraft. Today, Beyond Aero demonstrated the most powerful powertrain in Europe. We will be live demoing this in a few seconds, but this is an 85 kilowatt powertrain from hydrogen tanks to a propeller. And we integrated into an aircraft that we are actually being ready for test flight. And now I propose you to move for live demo of a ground test of this aircraft. So thanks to the team in the middle of the night in France, in Toulouse, where we're based, this is our aircraft in live. So you can see here the hydrogen storage system at the rear of the aircraft, a fuel cell system as a passenger seat, power electronics, BNS avionics, and balance of plant, also system and air supply, plus the electrical engine that guides the propeller. There is a pilot in this aircraft, and we are ready for test flight. But now I propose that the team launch a ground test in live for you. So this is a hydrogen electric powered aircraft ready for test flight. So now I propose to move back to presentation, because after this prototype, subscale, this is the power of a car, we'll move to a real aircraft, and in the go-to-market of business aviation. Business aviation, there's a lot of aircraft and a lot of emissions. That's why we propose comparable performance without the direct emissions. So it's an 6 to 8 passengers aircraft, pressurized, so you fly in altitude, with speed and range of existing aircraft. So you can match the existing missions. This is possible thanks to our scalable powertrain architecture. Basically, it's 3 times a hydrogen truck, but for an aircraft. So we supply H2 tanks, H2 fuel cell, air supply system, and some batteries, and 2 electric motors for this architecture. And then we build the aircraft around it. So around it, it means how to integrate the tanks below the cabin of an aircraft and how to integrate thermal management system. Also, another important part of Beyond activity is to work with European airports for them to be ready for our jet. So 200 airports handle 80% of the traffic in Europe, and we're working with 50 of them to bring hydrogen for our aircraft. Today, we have 620 million of letter of intent, and a fourth of our investors are actually clients. So we start with business jet, but in the long run, aviation will be electric. So we'll scale this to regional and commercial platforms. At the end of the day, Beyond Aero has a possible CO2 reduction contribution possible of 350 megaton of CO2 equivalent. So thank you for your attention, and happy to talk and connect. If you want to join the team, join us as technical partner, or if maybe you want to buy a jet. Thank you very much.
One of my favorite things to do is watch the judge reactions, and Healy leaned forward and, wow, that was really good.
I'm a pilot, so I was like, this looks awesome.
Well, let's start with Tess.
Well, I want to ask you, can you fly that? Because I can't buy it, but I would love to take a ride. As a former aerospace engineer, and I like to think I still am an aerospace engineer, although this is my day job now, we are notorious for our 3-letter acronyms, our 3-letter regulatory bodies, whether it's the FAA here, although I think your team is in Toulouse, so ESA there. ESA, yeah. Tell me a little bit about how we're approaching certification for an entirely new airframe, propulsion system, and I'm sure you have extra fun sprinkles as well.
Yeah, so when we started the adventure, a few options were possible. How to decarbonize aviation? Maybe a big jet, maybe a regional aircraft, and we converged to business jet. And in this business jet, we've concluded that the only miracle to happen is certified hydrogen. Everything else in the aircraft is as conventional as possible. It means avionics are off the shelf. We work with airframe suppliers that work with Airbus or Boeing. It means electric engines, let's buy from aerospace suppliers. Whatever we can buy and assemble, we do. That's for, at the end of the day, we have conventional aircraft, and it means we have a lot of guidelines we could work with as a company to certify it, and the extra work we put is to certify hydrogen. That's the approach.
Okay, all your pieces have good flight heritage. And then on your last slide, you had a certain amount of LOIs and commitment. Who are some of your customers? Who are some of those logos?
So we have 2 types. There's people flying private, maybe some of you, if you want to discuss afterwards, or charters that buy tens or a dozen of aircraft to make available for a membership. So we have a lot of known people. I don't know if I can quote them here.
Don't do it.
Not sure.
Mostly downside.
But yeah, and maybe the striking fact is they invest in the company. We discuss with them for client interview. Then they sign a letter of intent that, oh, I have the problem, and my friends also have it. And maybe I can basically pre-buy my aircraft if I invest soon enough in the company. That's how we work.
Healy, let's go to you.
Yeah, so super intrigued, of course. I had a technical question, which I'm going to ask Tess later. I guess as I think about this, it's kind of one of those holy grail opportunities where it's like it's a big bet, and it feels like it's going to require a lot of capital to get to a critical mass. I was just kind of jotting it down. It's like, you have the certification process, which is going to take a while. Then you have to do the testing, which is going to take a while. Then production. Then you have the infrastructure on top of that. And then you do the kind of go-to-market flywheel. So how much capital do you need for all those 80 airports to have hydrogen, and for you to have jets flying in and out to get this thing really moving?
Okay. So in terms of infrastructure, it's less of a problem than we thought initially. Meaning this aircraft is still a light aircraft. It's about 3 times a truck. So you can make it compatible with the hydrogen supply for trucks, hydrogen trucks. And in Europe, there's a lot of investment in the supply system and a lot of companies that are developing this supply network. And so we are linking airports and energy suppliers so they can just connect the closest station for a truck to the airport. And basically, since the aircraft is not too big, it consumes 150 kilograms of hydrogen per flight. A trailer truck for hydrogen that is existing today, there's a lot of them in the world, it could supply the airport for multiple days. One truck, multiple days, if we replace the entire market segment of these jets in these airports. So basically, the problem is for bigger platform, bigger aircraft later on. But today, it works quite well.
Got it.
On maybe one word on the company side to finance such development. Yes, it will be a few hundreds of millions, but at the end of the day, aviation will be electric.
Yep.
So we try to find the best approach to make it happen, and happy to work with whoever is willing to make it happen. It could be technical partners, it could be, it needs to happen.
I think they all brought their checkbooks.
Yeah, that's not a scary number. I mean, like okay, so fast follow-up is, so I was thinking about, initially I was going to say, could you retrofit existing airplanes to work on the system? Then I was like, well, F it. I mean, how much lifespan does an airplane really have anyway? So when you think about the existing fleets out there you're targeting, how fast does the existing fleet degrade, and then what's your opportunity to refresh it?
Quickly, please.
Oh, sorry.
20,000 aircraft in this segment, and they have a lifespan of 20 years, so 1,000 a year.
Okay.
So there's 1,000 a year being sold right now in this market segment. So we'll replace as much as the production line are able to supply. Basically, that's how we see it.
Let's get one more question in from Preeti.
So in order to change the world, you also need to make it affordable. And I was curious what aspect of aviation you're actually changing. So you still have to pay for the pilot, you still have to pay for the gate fees, you're swapping out fuel for hydrogen. Can you talk a little bit about cost of maintenance and ownership?
Yeah. So our focus is that the overall aircraft is at the same price as you pay it today, but your maintenance cost and your fuel cost will be lower. On maintenance, it's already existing on trucks. For fuel, it's already comparable with jet fuel. And as soon as you add a carbon tax on any jet fuel, you are more competitive with hydrogen.
Is it 25% more competitive, or
today is equivalent,
comparable?
And if you add a tax, as much as the tax, you get a decrease of the competitiveness for jet fuel.
I'm so sorry we're out of time. It's always a good sign, though, when you run out of time. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's bring out the next company, right? From Wilmington, Delaware, we have Knowledge. Presenting for Knowledge is Bodo Hunen and Vincent Favorat. Give them a round of applause and bring them on out.
Hi, I'm Bodo from Knowledge, turning the E in e-learning from electronic to extraordinary. Hi everyone, my name is Bodo, I'm from Knowledge, and we are the AI backend of EdTech. 200 billion is being spent on generating educational content every year. However, 98% of this content is both static and linear. Only 2% of it is dynamic. The reason for this is it takes such a lot of time and money to produce. But why is this a challenge we need to think about? It's no longer clear what problems our learners need to solve tomorrow, nor is it clear what jobs will be available or what we should train them for. And yet, our educational systems are forced to guess because it'll take them months, if not years, to develop courses. But what if we could generate courses in real time? And that's where Knowledge comes in. With Knowledge AI, we're able to generate interactive bite-sized e-education, e-learning packages, 100 times faster, plug-and-play ready for any learning environment. With Knowledge LX, we generate full learning experiences for any learning goal in near real time. Knowledge as a service is already being used by multiple platforms who can simply plug us in. We focus on being the behind-the-scenes AI-ready solutions provider, while our partners provide distribution through their platforms. We've worked carefully with the teams at Canvas, Google Classroom, Microsoft, and Ilias to launch the first few integrations right here on stage today, with further integrations being launched every few weeks until the end of the month and end of the year. This provides us a huge market opportunity. We already have 58,000 educators using Knowledge, who reach 3.8 million learners, and we signed just about 1 million in contracts over the last few months. Some key clients include the NAESP here in the US, the Parish School System, and top business schools in Europe. Based on current conversion data, we estimate 5 million in ARR by the end of 2024, with 1.5 million already soft committed. The team that is bringing this all together has had successful exits in AI companies and edtech products acquired by Google. And collectively, we bring in backgrounds in cognitive science, AI, pedagogy, and collective intelligence. Let's move to demo, please. Now, in this demo, we're going to show you how we can generate bite-sized educational content, which would usually take us about 40 hours to produce, but we're going to do this in just a few minutes. All we need to do is to get started is provided some source material. In this case, I'm going to provide a YouTube link. It then goes ahead and generates bite-sized educational content. Here we have an example. It's created an interactive video that includes pop-ups of all the key terms, as well as quiz questions. But we don't just stand there. We also generate a glossary of all the terms with their definitions, some flashcards to help the learner study, a whole bank of quiz questions specifically designed to help the learner understand what's most important about whatever material we just uploaded. We also generate drag the word assessments, a summary of everything being taught, as well as a learner dashboard that describes what the learner has been doing. But we don't just stop there. We generate additional 12 interactives that include games like Find the Word and Crosswords. But we also generate teacher materials to help the teacher design lessons based on this content. They can then customize this and then export it to whichever learning environment they use. And that's it. What used to take 40, 50 hours can now be done in just minutes. Let's go back 2 slides, please. Institutions are reporting that it's a 100x reduction in cost and time to produce this type of educational content. Educators are reporting a significant increase in completion and retention rates. And all of this combines to provide us really high NPS and product market fit scores. However, we take this a whole lot further with Knowledge LX, which is currently in early alpha. We connect learners with their desired learning goals, be it getting a job, completing a project, or obtaining a qualification. We do this by generating a latent space of all the concepts that lie between the learner's current understanding and their learning goal. Here, they interact with bite-sized educational content and learn from experts all around the world. Now, while we were working on this, something deeply personal happened. And I get emotional about this. But while we were working on this, we needed to test this out in the real world. My daughter suddenly gets really sick, and she loses the use of her arms. Her arms get paralyzed. So we needed to build a brain-controlled exoskeleton to help her move. But as you can imagine, there's no course for how to do this. So instead, we used Knowledge LX to generate for us a whole learning experience. We learned how to 3D print. We learned about electronics. We learned about brain-machine interfaces and signal processing. And we learned from experts all around the world. What should have taken us several years to learn and build was completed in just 7 months. We built a brain-controlled exoskeleton that allows her to move now. This is the future of education we can provide to our learners, a future where we can tap into the learner's intrinsic motivation and generate real-life learning experiences in real time. We invite you to join us. We are currently recruiting top talent from around the world. You can reach us at knowledge.io, and we are also integrating with learning management systems all around the world. Thank you for your time.
That was wonderful. Okay, let's start with Mark this time.
Great. Thanks so much for that presentation. What sort of schools or companies do you think benefit most from this? Like, where's your starting point? It seems like there's so many different types of schools, companies, online networks that could benefit.
Yeah.
Where are you kind of starting? Where
We're
does this
starting off focused on K-12 and higher ed, mainly here in the US and the UK. This is because we are initially launching English. However, in 2 weeks, we are launching 5 additional languages. And then we're exploring expanding to LATAM and various other European nations. That's our core focus at the moment. However, we get a lot of interest from corporates. So we get about 50% of our inbound leads are corporates. So we are exploring that, even though we are currently focused on academic.
And given that focus, what's your distribution strategy? Like, how do you get in front of these folks? Who do you target?
Yeah, distribution is primarily indirect. So we are partnering, like you saw on the slides, we partner with Canvas, Microsoft Teams, Google Classroom, Ilias, with a number of additional partners or integrations in the pipeline. It's through their platforms. So their platforms have been designed many years ago, and they're very rigid, they're very linear, they're very old school. They can plug us in and now suddenly generate interactive educational content on the fly with pathways to any learning environment. So we are trying to upgrade the existing infrastructure, allowing us to use their existing distribution mechanisms.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Preeti?
First, thank you so much for sharing your deeply personal journey with your company. I was curious, how do you handle any underlying objections to the IP ownership as you point the system to specific URLs to generate the content? Does the teacher, in this case, have to have the rights to the content, or are they using Creative Commons, for example?
So we are approaching this very much like any authoring tool would. We require the user to understand what rights they have to their content. This is also part of the way that we are quite unique. We require the educator to be in the driver's seat. We also require the educator to provide us some source material. And I know this wasn't directly asked, but this is quite unique to us. That source material not only becomes what we generate content from, but it also becomes ground truth. We don't allow the AI to generate anything that's hallucinative because we use that as ground truth.
Morgan?
Thank you, as Preeti mentioned, for sharing the personal story, and I'm sorry you went through that, although what an incredible case study, that's wild. So I've seen a lot of like AI education, things in the middle of that, and this is kind of like the everything everywhere all at once, like you're doing worksheets and videos, and you can do K-12 and. So my first question was Mark's question about like where are you starting, but more specifically, I'm curious, NFX stands for network effects, so I have to ask, like what are the network effects to your go-to-market strategy? And then a side question that you can throw in there is when you're integrating with these platforms, are you white labeling or do you plan for knowledge to be like a household name?
Okay, so the network effects. We've got 3 main networks at play. One is the latent space that we generate, the underlying latent space of everything you can learn. So there's definite network effects at play there. The network effects also come into account when we are tapping into educators around the world who would help in that learning process, because we recognize that content can only get you about 20% through the learning experience. The rest of the 80% is done through your interactions with learners and experts. And so that's what we did with my daughter and I. It was experts around the world that provided us most of what we learned. And then I forgot the last part of your question.
Oh, the white labeling, like when you're integrating with these platforms. Yeah.
Maybe on this front again, it's, the paying customer for us is the institution. It's school districts and countries, right? We leverage the learning management system as a powerful way to create volume deals and to reach 1.5 billion learners through their channels. That means that we really position ourselves as a vertical B2B AI as a service company. And this allows us not to fail by trying to sell directly to the teachers or directly to the learners who don't really have the power to buy, the buying power of that.
Tess?
I promise I'll be quick.
Please
you mentioned the 3 go-to-market customer profiles, K-12, institutions, countries, whatnot. Tell us a little bit about the business model. You said you'll end the year at $5 million of top line, the aggregation across those 3, and how we're pricing it for those.
Yes, so the business model is basically a yearly license from the institution. So on average, it's 10K per institution, right? And we bring a friction, so we work with product-led growth on the teacher base so that they adopt the technology and they use it as a free trial. But we bring friction so that they recommend the tool to the administrators. And there we cut the deal in a top-down approach with our BizDev team. But we automate the sales process to 75% ideally, so that when we push these large integrations, so either in deep integrations in white label or semi-deep integration in their marketplaces, then we have an influx of users from there, and that allows us to automate this lead generation, this deal closing at scale. So we have around 1,000 schools already with us for that. And our goal is to reach basically 10 million teachers and 1 billion learners until the end of the year. And we are well on our way to achieve that.
Great, thank you so much. Healy, I got to cut that off. So give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, you all. Okay, what number are we on? 4. Here we are. From Arlington, Virginia, we have Phalanx. Presenting for this company is Ian Garrett, co-founder and CEO. Give him a round of applause and bring him on out.
Hey folks, I'm Ian Garrett, co-founder and CEO of Phalanx. We have cybersecurity that lets humans be human. How many files do you have on your computer? When's the last time that you access them? How many are PDFs? And where in the world are people accessing your data? A single piece of personal identifiable information, known as PII, can cost an organization $186 per record. A single file can contain thousands of records. And yet a security team has no easy way to answer any of the questions I ask, especially company-wide. Existing cyber solutions make humans responsible for security actions, when in reality, security actions often get in the way of getting a job done. The more secure systems will individually encrypt files, but there's a lot of overhead and it's burdensome. The more productive systems will open the aperture, encrypt larger areas, but when a user is actually using that data, it leaves it exposed. In the constant battle between security and productivity, why does it feel like we can't let humans be human? When it comes to deploying a traditional data loss prevention tool, 98% of organizations take more than a few weeks, with almost half of them taking 4 months to over a year. Can you imagine spending $1 million on a tool that you can't even use for the next year? Phalanx's mission focuses on the core problem that users have to make security decisions, and they pit that against productivity decisions when in reality, people are getting paid for productivity, not security. No one has ever gotten paid to not click a phishing link. We make this possible by focusing on the everyday actions users take with their documents, and then we overlay that into the existing environments that they're already in. This approach is key because it reduces the attack surface. If you have 1,000 files on your computer and you're only using one, then you expose that one while 999 files are secured by Phalanx. Those 999 unused secured files don't impact your productivity. However, it completely hinders the ability to steal that data. Phalanx is like turning your office into a bank vault where Phalanx is the key card, where employees can badge in and access the lockboxes that they're supposed to. Now, security isn't useful if it's not used, which means productivity, efficiency, and ease of deployment and management are key for security teams as they're deploying data loss prevention tools. Traditional data loss prevention is rules-based, which means there's a human being that sits behind a terminal, hand-jamming rules into the system. And if that process takes months, then there's months of potential human error being coded directly into those systems. In contrast, Phalanx is an identity-based solution that leverages automation. And that means we're deployable in less than a day and requires 0 weekly maintenance. Now, what does this actually look like? Please move the demo. The foundation of what Phalanx is built on is tying identity to individualized encrypted files. If the encrypted file is on a desktop, we make it easy for the end user to access that data, because again, we want humans to be human. They can double-click files, right-click files, everything that they're used to today. Now, encrypted files, automatic, otherwise, very important and interesting, but what really moves the needle is what's next. You can't protect what you can't see. And Phalanx provides a digital map of every file across every existing workspace. CISOs can finally see who's accessing what, where, and how across their workspaces, no matter where they are in the world. If an employee has 50,000 files on their laptop that they haven't touched in 7 years, that's a massive security risk. So there's time to do something about that. If somebody's opening a file in a country that you don't have an office, you can restrict that from opening. And this wealth of data is not only accessible just on our dashboard, but it's portable via API to any kind of existing monitoring or analytics systems. Thanks. Now back to presentation. We've reduced the cyber risk exposure of our customers in the financial services and government contracting sectors by over 60%, with that number growing as we continue to roll out automations. We also have a dual-pronged go-to-market strategy where we focus on mid to large-scale enterprise by doing per-user requirements, so we're scalable with the needs of those security teams, and we can also deploy out to SMBs via the channel. So we have channel partners that represent tens of thousands of users under management that finally have an ability to deploy data loss prevention to their SMB clients. So not only are we securing their data, we're actually enabling their businesses. Our opportunity is exponentially growing as long as with our channel partners as businesses. The only way that we can continue to build the next generation in data loss prevention is with our design partners. So if you're a financial institution or an SMB that struggles with quantifying the cyber risk of your organization, solve that problem today at phalanx.io. Thank you.
OK. Morgan, let's start with you.
Sure. Another demo that works. What a thrill. 4 for 4. I'm curious what you both were doing before this.
Yes. So both of us actually met at West Point for undergrad, and we both commissioned to the Army. I was a cyber officer. He was a logistician. Afterwards, I went into a PhD program focused in cyber and AI, so you can tell I like cyber. He went into an MBA, worked at Deloitte as a cyber risk consultant. We actually have a third co-founder as well, who's our CTO, who's pretty much spent the entire time building and leading teams building large-scale secure systems.
Great. I'm glad I asked.
Me too. Mark?
Yeah, I was curious if there's some new tech breakthrough that allows you to build this product, or if this is something you could have also built 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that's changed over time is the processing power on the edge. So let's say 15 years ago, doing encryption at the individual level can be processing heavy. However, in today's day and age, our mobile phones, our watches, definitely our laptops, all good to go on that standpoint.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Healy?
Sure, yeah. Great demo. Good job. 4 out of 4. Amazing.
Lots of pressure for number 5.
I just want to make sure I totally get it. So does this require that every file on your computer is in the cloud primarily, then locally downloads as you need it?
Even better. So we encrypt in place to where it's at. So if it's on your desktop, we'll encrypt it on the desktop. If it's in Google Drive or OneDrive, we'll encrypt it in place there as well. So we want the data to stay resident to where it's at. We do the key distribution and management in our cloud, but all the data actually stays where it's at.
Got it. OK, super. And then fast follow-up question. I love you kind of pointing out that it's productivity versus security. Everyone's paid by productivity. Really wise point. So does this hamper load speed or anything like that? Like local performance, how does it change?
Yeah, so the biggest difference, I would say, in the microseconds, most users don't notice the impact to opening a PDF or a Word document. And again, because in today's day and age, with all the modern processing, the actual encryption doesn't actually slow down the machine very much. And the actual data that's required is minimal because it's just the key.
Got it. Great, thanks.
Tess?
Super impressive technology. If I were a CISO evaluating your product, whom might I also be evaluating as well? Tell me a little bit about the competitive landscape.
Yes, so there's two. So in the world of cybersecurity, which is super convoluted, we live in the data security realm. So we focus on securing data and specifically unstructured data. So everything that's outside of a database. So there's two main areas two main ways that you would secure that. So that one is with a data loss prevention solution. That's like a Netscope or a Proofpoint. That most of them focus on, again, kind of putting in rules where as data is moving around an organization, they say, oop, you can't go there, oop, you can't download that. The issue is it's trying to capture data loss as it's happening, so it's not really preventative. The other side is just encrypted storage. So that's something like a company called Prevail, or even like a Box.com, where they're trying to have an encrypted enclave where they have the data that's secured. But the issue there is there's not visibility across the entire workspace. So a lot of people deal with documents in other personal drives, desktops. There's a lot of areas where the systems don't have visibility.
Okay, and one of your slides said you're focused on SMB. Would you go up to mid-market and enterprise, and you're starting there and eventually going to expand in white glove, or that's the customer sweet spot?
Actually, so we do service both. So we do the mid-market and a large scale as a direct sales, and then we approach the SMB via our channel partners. Because we primarily sell to the CISO and security team, and we found that mid-size and large scale obviously have CISOs. SMBs often outsource it, so that's why we go through their trusted partners, which are the channel partners.
Thanks.
Of course.
Healy, another question?
I was going to ask distribution strategy, but you just answered it.
I read your mind.
Okay. Anything else?
I have a question. So as you've gone to market, what have been the biggest surprises as far as like what customers want, what customers hate, what part of the pitch resonates?
Oh, 100%. So it's actually why we're even doing the way we're doing today. We started with more of the encrypted focus. We found that nobody actually is interested in buying security. There's been a couple one-offs like, oh, gee whiz, that's cool. But we found the visibility component and then that map that we're showing, that's a huge game changer. That's where they go, oh, wow, I didn't realize I had this, there, and that. And so that the data aspect of actually understanding and feeling comfortable with that has been the game changer for our customers.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Now let's go to Preeti.
What keeps other folks from copying your approach? What are your moats in the business?
Yes, so is go against rules-based towards identity-based. So our key distribution management system, and as well as we have a multiple encryptions per file, so we encrypt the file, encrypt the metadata associated with that. So that whole distribution system is IP for us.
And have you filed patents for it?
We haven't yet, but we are looking into which components to patent. Obviously, we don't want to give away the secret sauce.
Tess?
I'm going to put you on the spot, and that's just because we're running out of questions up here. I'm assuming customers that are on your platform, if you go down, they go down. How's your uptime been for your customers thus far?
Yeah, so far, I mean, we're built on AWS and also AWS GovCloud for our government contracting customers. So anytime there's, it's a data class called CUI for government data. So we host that on AWS GovCloud. We host everything else on, again, going into that security productivity, we don't want to be the reason why some other business fails. So we have a multiple redundancy system for both the keys and everything else.
100% uptime.
Yes.
Damn.
Nice.
Well, that's a good place to stop. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Okay, we have one more company in this batch to start a battlefield, but we'll be back tomorrow with two more sessions, one first thing in the morning and the other one right after lunch. So I hope to see you back then. But before then, we're going to bring out from Toronto, Canada, Magnistar. Presenting from Magnistar, it's Jacqueline Good. Give her a round of applause.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Good. Outside of building amazing space spectrum simulation technology, you can find me sailing and training for space. Hello, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Jacqueline Good. I'm the founder and CEO of Magnistar. I'm here with my demo, Danny. Thank you so much. We are thrilled to be introducing Magnistar and the 24/7X platform. 24/7X conducts spectrum simulations and coordination infrastructure to bring relief to the space sector. Welcome to space. Many of the services that we rely on here on Earth, from Earth observation to financial systems to GPS navigation, as well as telecommunications, relies on space infrastructure. These are radio communications conducting signal communications between Earth and space. As we go from 8,000 satellites to over 100,000 satellites in space, the issue that we're facing is that it's becoming much noisier. It's the spectrum noise and the consistency of communication that Magnistar is addressing. When we dove into this problem, we understood that the current process that satellite operators are going through in order to obtain spectrum, coordinate spectrum, as well as protect their spectrum rights, are quite outdated and using technology that's 25 years old for the legacy space industry rather than infrastructure for the modern space sector. This is immensely important because without clear communications, the entire space sector becomes in jeopardy. We need to establish clear communications on a regular basis, and MagnaStar is tackling this challenge. We tackle this challenge through easing the complexities of space spectrum. We simulate how multiple satellites, when they will be in a collinear event and potentially interfere with one another from their signal communications in between Earth and space. We embed that simulation technology into coordination infrastructure in order to expedite the process of how satellite operators work together in the space ecosystem. When we were first building this, we connected with a satellite operator who told us they had just received their allocation of spectrum and received 70 letters from different operators saying that they were going to interfere. They then had to go to each one of these different operators and prove to them that they would not interfere with them, costing them millions of dollars in the process. MagnaStar has understood this process, embedded it within the technology workflow that we have built to automate portions of that process, expediting how satellite operators coordinate, protecting their spectrum rights, and monitoring in near real time to ensure consistent communications between Earth and space. In doing so, you can think of us as your one-stop shop for all spectrum management. We build in a safety net for all satellite operators as well as for regulators to understand new spectrum filings coming out every 2 weeks from the International Telecommunications Union. We simulate how those new constellations, as well as how existing constellations, will interfere with one another. And we establish clear pathways of communications for existing satellite operators between Earth and space, between different operators together, as well as between the operator and the regulator. Let's move to demo. You can see here within the MagnaStar platform, this is a software platform, where immediately I have notifications of what's occurring within the spectrum market today. I have all the new filings that have been released from the International Telecommunications Union over the last 2 weeks. The system has automatically run whether or not they will cause simulations or signal interference to my existing constellation. It has flagged 2 new filings that are needing my attention, and it also has flagged an existing coordination agreement I have in place where there's been a modification to that filing. This would typically be done by specific engineers and PhDs going through the filings, understanding, writing letters back and forth, running simulations that can take up to a week to run and 24 hours to get a result, which we have all embedded within one software application. Within our interference forecast, we have specifically here all the coordinations that an individual operator is currently working through. I can go ahead and run multiple simulations at a time, which is currently non-existent within the existing technology. And as I go to work a new interference calculation, I can put in my specific parameters. I can run if I want it to be an uplink interference assessment or a downlink interference assessment or an intersatellite interference assessment. Again, doing this for both real time, as in I'm going to make a connection to my satellite in the next 10 minutes, what's my likelihood of being interfered with? Or for long-term coordination agreements, over the next 2 years, what is the likelihood that these 2 satellites or these 2 constellations will interfere with each other more than the thresholds put in place by the regulators or the International Telecommunications Union? I can go through and create this specific simulation forecast. In selecting specific forecasts, I can see either a pass or a fail. So as I go through to select, I select a given interference, and here I have a fail, meaning that it exceeds the given thresholds put in place by the regulators, and this would cause interference. Historically, when this has been done, it's the satellite operators noticing an outage or noticing an interference after it occurs, setting off a month worth of due diligence on why that occurred. In this case, we're requesting more information directly within this operator sandbox and completing the coordination. If we decide to complete, we send directly to the regulator, and it signals off and completes the workflow. Moving back to the presentation. In doing so, we have built a semi-autonomous enterprise signal system. This signal system, the reason why we have gained such traction with it, we have 11 geostationary operators, 14 non-geostationary operators, and 8 government organizations, military, regulators, international bodies, who we achieved alignment with on our approach in developing this technology, receiving multiple letters of intent, multiple operators who have now pre-purchased and prepaid to get early access to this technology, and won a military contract. These are our differentiators on why we are unique for both internal and external use. Critically, we are building this to be a spectrum exchange. This spectrum exchange can only come to fruition as we have validated that it will not cause interference as we're subleasing spectrum, and the coordination agreements are still being adhered to. We are also building this directly within the community. I am a Canadian delegate of the International Telecommunications Union under the United Nations. We are moving forward for this to be the new standard for all satellite operators and regulators. More than happy to answer questions on how we make money and our team as well. With that, in signing this QR code, we are onboarding operators into our early adopter program over the next few weeks. We have 4 signed up already who have prepaid to be a part of this program. Get your operators on board.
That was good. Way to wrap it up. And if we can acknowledge, I was 5 out of 5 on demos, right?
That was amazing.
That
was very good, even a satellite company. Well, thank you very much. Okay, Tess, let's start with you.
Great job, Jacqueline. Nice to see you. And exciting progress.
Thank you.
You mentioned the ITU a few times. Sorry, I don't like to use acronyms.
International Telecommunications Union.
Thank you. Why aren't they doing this themselves? They're the ones given the world the various spectrum and has the most to lose when it interferes, let's say, with critical infrastructure like GPS. Why are they not building this?
Absolutely. So we have been in communication with the International Telecommunications Union as we are delegates under their membership. With that, the reason why is because they are so strapped for resources and so focused on just maintaining the regulations, allocating the spectrum already, that when it comes to them requesting coordination agreements to be completed, they are actively looking for new tools to conduct the simulations and automate portions of the coordination experience for all satellite operators and regulators around the world. So we are actually working with them in developing this technology to be the new standard for all operators and regulators to ensure clear pathways of communications moving forward.
Ooh, does this mean you could have a regulatory moat if they ubiquitously certify MagnaStar as the exchange, the spectrum exchange?
Absolutely. So the regulatory moat is what we are establishing and what we've been positioning ourselves with, both with the ITU,
Buzzword.
with the International Telecommunications Union, as well as multiple regulators around the world.
That made Healy smile.
Woo, I got goosebumps.
Let's talk about that. Let's go to him.
Oh, I was actually going to ask you about, are there any secondary benefits? So like, I know security is a big concern in space. When you're doing these encodings, is there like interception prevention? Are there kind of like secondary and tertiary benefits that come out of this?
Absolutely. So one of the benefits is identifying greenfield opportunities. So greenfield opportunities as in where is nobody else downlinking currently, where there's available space for you to be connecting and better utilizing your capacity. So that's one of them. The other one that we see being quite prevalent with our operators is market access. We're looking at codifying all the different regulations that go into entering different countries. A lot of folks try to enter countries without realizing the regulations that have been put in place in order to enter that country and operate in that country. And we're codifying those directly within the solution to make it simpler so that satellite operators can be more decisive on the markets that they enter next.
That's great.
Mark?
Yeah, I was going to let you speak a bit to the business model. So how do you make money?
Absolutely. So we've established a business model that has 3 different avenues of revenue today. One is our early adopter model. An early adopter, low barrier to entry, they pay a monthly fee, and then we charge per simulation. The second is our enterprise edition, so unlimited simulations, unlimited access. And the third is by taking a percentage of the spectrum leased.
Gotcha. And how large do you think that business could be 5 years from now? What would be a great number in terms of revenue?
Ooh. In the United States alone, there has been over $250 billion spent on spectrum allocations and spectrum auctions. We enable and are going after at least 10 to 15% of that market to be subleased within our ecosystem, if not 50%. We also see ourselves going in the terrestrial market, so we see this being within the multi-billion-dollar range.
Morgan?
I'm going to ask the same question. And Tess and I were on the space stage earlier, so thanks for making us feel at home. But what were you doing before this?
Before this, in terms of career-wise, I was managing and I was the director of all data infrastructure and strategy at a multi-billion-dollar pension fund. I had previously worked actually with 40 organizations across North America on their data infrastructure, including the company I used to work for that built in the majority of the stock exchange's back-end systems. So understanding how stock markets work and the real-time data processing that goes into those stock markets is my edge. And then similarly, I'm also a graduate of the International Space University within space engineering.
Preeti?
What is your go-to-market plan? So let's say, according to Tess and your grand plan, you become the standard for how this work is done. Are you going to work with the agencies to actually get pushed out to everyone who buys spectrum, or do you have other plans?
Yeah, so we are already today, so because we're a part of the International Telecommunications Union, specifically the Working Party 4A, they're the ones that create all spectrum regulation and spectrum rules and recommendations. So we work within them, and within that, we're on site with basically all of our target customers every other month or so right now as we prepare for the World Radio Conference. So we have direct access to be on site with them. We've also been building this with them. So every step of the way, every quarter, we're updating them on our progress, all those operators that I mentioned previously. We've been updating them every step of the way, getting their buy-in, making sure that we're driving value for them. And so that as soon as we are opening up this early adopter program, which we just opened last week, we've already had 4 sign on to be a part of it, and we're going after the full market.
And you talked a little bit earlier on your business models. What do you expect the average contract value to be for your engagements?
At this point, we're unable to say that on stage. I'd be happy to say that it's an offline conversation, though, to go into the average value of the contracts.
We're all friends here. We'll keep it a secret. Tess, let's go to you.
Got really busy. Is Shaq up next?
Yeah, big guy's coming out next.
That makes sense. Hello. What are the edge corner cases? You mentioned all types of downlink, uplink, intersatellite link. Any spectrum or anything that you either haven't onboarded yet or can't to your exchange?
We've tackled the specific spectrum starting with the KA. We've done it by band. So we started with KA and KU because they're most prevalent for communications and for real-time communications within telecommunications, backhaul system, internet. That's where majority of high-capacity spectrum is used. So we've been going after that market first and instilling that within the product, running equivalent power flux density calculations, which is the recommended calculation as a part of working within the KA and KU band. We are then also moving into the lower frequency bands, which are used for Earth observation, as we've seen that being a large market as well, especially for the real-time instances of if I take an image of Earth and I need to downlink that image within the next 10 minutes for military or other purposes, I need to know if I have a clear path of communication or if I'm going to be interfered with. So that's how we're targeting the market today.
Well, thank you very much. We got to leave it there. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
And again, thank you so much for coming out to Startup Battlefield. Disrupt's a huge show, but I know you guys are here for the startups. So please stick around. We have more startups coming up next, including a former basketball player I hear who's going to be talking with a education startup. So give our judges a round of applause. Stay put, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Go ahead and step over here.
Okay.
My goal is to become the place where parents and caregivers come to find childcare that works for them.
My goal is to build the largest university in the world.
My dream is to be the telemedicine provider for kids and families to stop generational trauma.
I want to change culture. I want to enable these gaming communities to become self-sufficient. That's the goal.
All right. Wow. Big crowd. All for me. Thanks. Yeah, get the energy going. We got a huge guest up next. He's a very giant person, but also a legend in his own right in terms of basketball, but also in terms of investing. So he actually backed Google during its Series A when it was worth only $100 million. And then he's made all kinds of other investments as well, including the company that's going to appear here with him, which is Edsoma. So the person I'm talking about is Shaquille O'Neal, and he's here with Kyle Wallgren and also your moderator, Matthew Panzarino. So welcome him in.
Welcome, welcome.
Before we get started, Matt, I want to let you know I'm upset.
Okay.
This is the Charles Barkley seat. My ass is not that big. Just saying. You can continue.
All right, very good.
And Charles, if you're watching, yes, I hate you.
Okay, so
Don't get flustered.
you have made a lot of investments over the years. This particular investment, Kyle is the CEO of a company called Edsoma. It's an ed tech company. We'll have him talk about it in a second. But I wanted to kind of hear from you why this particular company, why education, why is that important to you?
I came to a conference like this in 97, 98, and I heard a beautiful bald-head man by the name of Jeff Bezos say, if you invest in things that's going to change people's lives, most of the time it'll work out for you. So when Kyle came in the office and he started talking about children and just talking about education and his love for children, I knew it was going to be a great fit. I'm over investing, worrying about the monetary returns. I did that 92 to 95, and I lost damn near every penny I had. And when I heard Jeff Bezos say that, I started investing in things that's going to change people's lives, and it's been great for me. And, you know, I don't like to sit up here like I'm an expert, but that has always been my style. And, you know, Kyle doesn't really have a lot of competition out there. He's first. He cares about it. And I care about it, and I think it's going to be great. I'll let him elaborate on you know, what it is, but it's just a beautiful thing. Education is very important. You know, for me, in my business, 79% of retired athletes, when they're done playing, have zero income. Zero income. I didn't want to be part of that stat, so my parents really push education. There's a great story about how I spent $1 million in the first day because I didn't have, you know, financial knowledge. I get $1 million. It wasn't $1 million. I had no idea what state income tax was, and I was looking on my report, and I asked my guy, "Who the hell is FICA?" Because they had took so much money from me. But I went out and bought 2 cars and bought a whole bunch of stuff, and I had, you know, end up owing the bank money. So I had to learn financial literacy, and I had to learn it very quick because I had left school. So, you know, my first book was the Dummy's Guide to Starting Your Own Business, and then I started surrounding myself with people that were smarter than me, and, you know, my journey began. But I eventually went back and obtained my bachelor's, my master's, and my PhD. But education is very important, and, you know, a lot of kids fell behind during COVID. And, you know, what Kyle has done is to definitely bring them back up to speed, and I think it's easier to learn for these children than it was for us. I tell my kids all, like, when, you know, one of my kids came home with a C and told me that was unacceptable. And he said, "Why?" I said, "Well, my only source was an encyclopedia that you had to borrow from a neighbor. You guys got Chat GPT, you got Google, you got all these sources that can give you the information you need. It's no excuse." So, you know, Kyle has done a wonderful job.
Well, I think that's a great lead-in to talk about Edsoma and what it's doing. So, Kyle, can you explain what the company is, what the goal is?
Yeah, so Edsoma is a tool that we've
developed to help kids learn how to read. When we reached out with Shaquille, we wanted to make sure that kids from every type of environment had access to education and make sure that if a pandemic ever happened again, people that couldn't afford tutoring still had access to tutoring. So Edsoma's voice recognition tool that has user-based content or published-based content, and we use voice to identify where a child's at in real time with their reading and provide that data to parents or teachers. The main thing that we've done totally different is allow the content to be of interest of children, where the standard things that have happened in the past was curriculum-driven content. And we know what the way everything is. My kids are all on roadblocks all the time. They need it to speak to them. So if we're going to continue to push education, we need the education to be able to speak to the individual and customize things for their needs instead of just the old-fashioned way of doing things.
And what was your pitch to Shaq? How did you come to him to say, look, we think we have something unique in the market, and how did you approach him?
It was funny because he looked at me like I couldn't read. He said, read. And I said, what do you mean read? And it just took me back to when I was in 5th grade and I really wasn't a good reader. And I told him, I'll take the 0. No, I don't feel like reading. But I read it, and I had to read it again. I had to read it again. You know, when you just like, I was just, you know, just going through the motions. I was reading it, and it was saying that you're not really a good reader. And I was like, oh, hey, what is this? And he was explaining to me, and he was showing me. And that's when I really, really felt like I was just Shaq-nology, slam dunking, you know, and he was saying, no, technology saying you're not a good reader. Then I got upset, and I had to pull out the intelligent Shaq. But it was, I mean, it was just great. It just blew me away, and it was a very short meeting. You know, again, he expressed his love for children, and, you know, expressed his care on, you know, about children and academics. And when I saw how the technology worked, I told him, I said, I'm in, because I know this is definitely going to change a child's life.
When we built the technology, I built it for kids, and you can hear the difference between his voice and a child's voice. And we walked out here.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, when we walked out here, you saw the height difference. So when I gave him the device.
You know, it'd be crazy. Even if I go to my kid's voice, it's still the same voice.
When I gave him the device, it dawned on me that we had never tested it with his tone. So all I could think about is this isn't going to work. And because he's so much taller than me, I couldn't see if it was working. So until, like, you know, the facial expression changed, I was like, oh, thank God. But
I think a lot of founders have been in that spot, that demo fail possibility. Like, is it going to work? At the moment, it needs to work. That's very cool. And like when you look at the education market specifically, it is very difficult to get funding for education-focused companies and maintain funding or like long-term, you know, get reinvestment. Why do you think that is? Why do you think it's so hard? Because I guarantee you, if you go to the average person on the street, they'll say, oh, of course I care about education. Of course I think we should invest in it. But yet, when it comes time to actually take part of the fund and put it into it, it's so hard to get them to commit. Why do you think that is? And that's a question for both of you.
One of the things that I think is, you know, we've built education to build factory workers, and we no longer have factory workers, so the idea of changing things scares people. But from an investment standpoint, it has to be purpose-driven. You know, it's no secret that everything Shaquille does and the Shaquille O'Neal Foundation is purpose-driven. So when we went to them, it wasn't necessarily about making money, although the investment's going to make plenty of money, but it was more about making a difference. And when you look at education, there's studies that show that they actually select how many prison cells are going to be needed based off 3rd grade literacy levels 10 years out. So you need to be able to tell that story and have it resonate with the people that are investing in it, that we can actually change the way the entire country operates just by teaching kids how to read. And he really got that.
And my favorite word when it comes to business is friends and family. You are correct, it is difficult sometimes, but I have a lot of friends that feel the same way that I do, and, you know, sometimes it's a easy phone call. So, you know, for this one, it was a pretty much an easy phone call.
And when you go to assess a company like Edsoma, you mentioned before that it's like, hey, if the purpose is clear, and if I see, you know, you see the mission, then you're okay with it. Do you find it hard to weed those out? Because I'm sure you get an enormous amount of noise, right? There's an enormous amount of people approaching you.
I get hundreds a week, a lot. And you have to go with the gut feeling. Then I have to give it to my panel. General Eisenhower said the greatest of leaders are the ones that are smart enough to hire people that are smarter. So I'm not the smartest guy in my camp. I like it, give it to A, give it to B, give it to C, and if it passes all the channels, then we'll go. When we had the meeting with him, A, B, C, and D was in the office, and they all liked it, and they all tested it. They gave him some troubles, but he passed all the tests, and here we are. Again, my days of if I put this down in 2 years, those days are over. Like I used to be like that a lot. Like you could sell me anything. Hey man, let's invest in this now. In 2 years, we're gonna sell it for 500 million. I mean, I was that guy, but now it's just, like I don't even know how much I put in. I don't even know how much I'm making. It doesn't matter. If we can help our children, especially African American children, catch up, that's what I'm all about.
How's the early traction been? How's the rollout going?
So it took about 3 years to get to where we are today. Shaquille was the first believer, believe it or not. I showed somebody today the first email that went to Perry to get the introduction. But we spent a year testing the markets and the consumer-based markets. Our first month, which was about 3 months ago, going into schools, we onboarded 300 students. Our second month, we onboarded 1,000 students. This month, we should do over 9,000 students. So we're seeing tremendous growth. The teachers that get to put their hands on it love it. Not only do we help kids, but we help teachers, and this is super important to Shaquille as well as teachers. You know what I mean? We put a lot of time back into their hands. They're undervalued for sure. There's a shortage in teachers in the United States. So the time that we give back to them and the data that we provide them allow them to focus on solutions instead of just identifying problems. We take that out of their day. So we've had a great response.
And what characteristics do you think are of the school districts you're approaching, like how you're selling into these things? What do you think is your target school districts? Is it districts that are under-resourced, or is it districts that are over-resourced and applying it incorrectly? How do you approach that?
So we started off, because we were short on data, we had just done a small pilot last year, very focused pilot. We thought that our go-to-market strategy was going to be private and charter schools, just because they could make the funding a little bit more available. But because of COVID and the funds that were available through their ESSER funding, the government funding programs, they do have a lot of resources that they can focus on catching up through tutoring and stuff right now. So we are getting into, underfunded inner city communities. Where the deal that we're closing right now is in one of the top 5 districts in the United States that needs it the most. So we're getting a great response, and they're pulling the resources together to make sure that it happens.
What do you look for in a founder? Because you mentioned you met Kyle, and you kind of knew right away, and you're like, hey, there's something here. Obviously, that the product works helps, for sure. But aside from that, there had to be something, because as you mentioned, you get approached a lot. What do you look for in a person when they approach you? You look in their eyes, and you're like, this is somebody I want to be in business with.
First thing I look for is the passion. And he came in, he was a little nervous at first, and he just got right to it. And the passion in his voice, and, wanting to help the children, and, he had his facts in order, he had everything straight. It made him believable. And then once he showed me the technology, I was in. Never mentioned money, never mentioned anything, and he expressed that he would like me to be a partner. I thought that was nice of him, and then I told him, I said, listen, I'm here with all my guys. We like it. We will get back to you. And we had another chat, and everybody was like, this is pretty good. And then Perry and him had further conversations, and then Perry called me and said, you know what, this passed all the tests. We did our due diligence on this gentleman right here. He's well respected because, his friends knew my agent, and that's how he got a meeting, because usually, it just doesn't happen that easy. But, I was in Vegas one day, and my agent said, hey, I got something you need to look at, because, Perry had saw it first. He said, I got something you need to look at. So again, when I met the gentleman, a lot of passion in his voice, and never mentioned money. The guys that never mention money are the guys that I can have a conversation with for a long time. As soon as you come in, I need this, I need that. We're going to do this, and we're going to flip it. I'll never take that deal ever again. My last deal I took like that, I lost a lot of money, and that was in '95. And then in '95, I had to, reconstruct my team and hire people that were smarter than me and really learn about financial literacy and really learn how these things work. And then I heard Jeff Bezos say that, and I tried it. First company I tried it on was Google. I was at Four Seasons. I was eating lunch, and it was 4 distinguished gentlemen sitting there playing with their kids, and the kids recognized me as Shaq, and they're playing with me. Basically, I'm doing a babysitting job. So I'm sitting here playing with the kids, and after that, one of the gentlemen said, Shaq, I want to talk to you about this company called Google, and just talk about search engines, and you'll be able to type in anything and comes. And I was like, that sounds good, and I introduced him to Perry, and we had a meeting with them, and it looked good, and I put some money in, and I had forgot about it, and then the newspaper told me how much I made, and I couldn't believe how much I made. I was like, oh shit, I forgot I invested in this company. It was a nice hit. Too bad I lost it all in divorce, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. How do you say divorce in sign language, beautiful? Oh, this? Thank you. Too bad I lost it all in.
Okay, invest early in Google and don't get divorced are both tips I think we can agree on. Kyle, I have a question for you, because this is I'm a non-technical person. I have definitely spent my career understanding technical people and trying to learn how they do what they do, and it's a great joy. You're a non-technical founder in a very technical business. How did you attract the talent you needed to your mission?
Shaquille keeps touching on it. I read a book early on with Henry Ford, and he just talks about not needing to know all the answers, but know the people that do know the answers. So I just reached out to the best people I could reach in the fields that I felt like we needed to focus on. I've been super blessed. We got Shaquille and the ABG and PRP team looking after marketing with us. My CTO happened to build one of the very first online sporting businesses way back when and has had multiple exits. And then just recently we brought on a new chief education officer who is the president of the American Administration of Superintendents. So we are just super blessed to have talent want to be a part of it. But I think it's a lot easier when you talk about the mission and how you can actually change lives and affect children's futures by literacy. There's actually a study that shows that if you can teach somebody that's in prison how to read and increase 2 grade levels, they go from an 87% chance of reoccurring down to an 18% chance. So literacy can drive, economies. It can change everything. So.
And I don't want to out you, but you mentioned something that I think is really cool, and it's that you rode bulls professionally.
Yeah, I did.
And what that? Okay, so
wait, what?
So he rode his previous life. You rode bulls.
Yeah. Hey, I wouldn't say I was the greatest at it. I did it for a long time. I was good at selling myself, so the sponsors really helped me get down the road. But coming out and talking to all these people is way scarier than riding any bull.
I don't believe you ride a bull.
You can Google it.
No, I don't want to go. Show me. I want to see I want to see that shoulder. Go. A couple seconds. Just go. Okay. All right. I believe you now. I needed to see that. I needed to see that arm and that head go back. You rode bulls?
Yeah, I was a cowboy in my first life.
I think that speaks to tenacity, right? Founders got to ride, a lot of waves. You've had some waves just getting here today, so.
Yeah, we had our car broken last night, and they stole all our computers, our iPads, everything that we had for today.
Oh, jeez, I can see the headlines now. Shaq invests with bull rider.
But it's all about
what
the
did you?
challenges.
Seriously though, do you think that that helped you? That kind of you're obviously it's an intense sport, right?
Facing your fear?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I'm a father first and foremost. That's my first passion. above anything else. So to be able to watch kids and see how if you eliminate like fear throughout guiding them what they can achieve, I think it's great. And I think it's like a necessity in order being a founder is to be able to hide your fear or get rid of it or look through it in order to get through all this stuff because it is scary. Things happen every day and it's a matter how you're gonna, put your shoes on each day to get to the finish line. So if you're scared, this isn't a sport for you.
Well, I'm scared. Not riding no damn bull.
We could get you on one.
I might ride Charles Barkley's fat ass. Though. Not riding no bull. You rode bulls for real?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I know you're not scared of Charles, but I am, and so I just can't. Let's see.
Do you think you could both fit in that couch, though?
No, hell no. Charles is way out there. Charles just got a new BBL, too. He's looking really good.
You're looking good yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking very healthy.
A lot of salads. How you say salads, Miss Beautiful? So I learned. Got it.
See, it's all about education.
Yes, exactly. How has your approach changed over the years? You mentioned some early failures kind of like allowed you to get to a moment where you're like, hey, I got to invest in things that I actually believe in. But like, how has your approach changed over the years?
It hasn't changed. I only invest in things that's going to change people's lives. Aristotle said you are what you repeatedly do. So with the Google hit going well, I said, might as well try it again. The second hit went well, and the third hit and the fourth hit. I will never change that strategy. I get a lot of, hey man, we boom, boom. It's like, nope, I can't do it. So, I grew up with military structure. So we're taught not to make the same mistakes twice. So after I made a couple of mistakes trying to get rich quick, I had to change my strategy. But once that strategy worked, I'm sticking with it. Like every time I see one of my former teammates, I always give them a hug. And we've been doing that for years. Rick Fox is over in the next room. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have definitely won the 3 championships in a row. So we have it when we see each other. We show love. We show respect. We reminisce about old times. Like I could have he was busy, but I was like, nope, I'm going to interrupt him on the stage. I'm going to stick to the plan. Hey, Rick, I love you. I miss you. I'll see you soon. So I am a creature of habit. I will continue to do the same thing.
And why was it when you went back to get your degree that you chose education specifically?
For myself, for my children, and the children that follow me. I wanted to show them that, in the times we live in now, kids want things quickly. And I have to be the one to break the news to them that it doesn't really work like that. And then I also tell them if you're going to get it quickly, you still have to educate yourself. When I first came in, the number was 65% of all professionals. Now it's 79%. 79% of all professional athletes go broke and have no income 5 years after their retirement. That's horrible. I definitely didn't want to be part of that stat. My father, who was a drill sergeant, definitely made sure. My mother made sure. They did a great job of, I don't want to use the word tricking me, but everything I did, they were never impressed. Like, Dad, I had 40 points last night, but yeah, when you going back to school? Dad, I made 7 free throws in a row. Yeah, but when you going back to school? That was a joke, by the way, 7 free throws in a row. You can laugh. Dad, I shot a movie called Kazam. Oh, that movie sucked. When you going back to school? That was another joke. I know Kazam was bad. Hey, you can laugh. Let's laugh. But so I said, you know what? Let me go back. So like 6 years after being in the NBA, I finally went and got my bachelor's. Then we used to go to tech conferences like this, and whenever we have pitch meetings, I like the people to talk to me. It's me to talk to. But the guy was just treating me like a basketball player that day. He was like, hey, Shaq, how you doing? And he turned away and he was just talking to my guys. The whole meeting, like he wouldn't even look at me. So I was like, oh, you think I'm one of those dumb athletes. So I said, you know what, let me go back and get my master's in business. So I was still playing at the time. So I contacted the University of Phoenix, and they talked about the online program. And I said, can I fly in to see you guys? And they had a campus in LA. I said, I don't want to do online. I want to go to class. And the guy was like, well, if you want to go to class, you need 15 other people. I said, give me a week.
Thanks. So, Kyle, if this works,
when?
It seems to be.
It better work.
When?
What's the ultimate goal? What would you view as a success marker for Edsoma?
Our next goal is to change 1 million lives in America. The literacy changes lives. Like, it changes the direction that you head. It can take you out of poverty. So teaching 1 million kids to read in America is the next goal. From there, Edsoma actually stands for Education Social Marketplace. We want to be able to give back to education, build a marketplace where teachers aren't pulling money out of their pockets anymore, so they can focus on the things that are important. So I've got lots of goals, but right now I want to teach 1 million kids how to read, or assist 1 million kids on learning how to read.
Where's my girlfriend at? Oh, there you are. Okay, I love you. 'Cause I was about to beat you up, dude. And how did you say beat you up, dude? That's too much. I can't memorize that. But I got salad and divorce. All right, thank you.
And if you had to, if you were looking ahead to investments that you might be making in the future, how much of your portfolio would you want to be public good, education focused, that sort of thing, versus things that you believe in but are primarily there to be monetary engines?
This is going to sound weird. Just pay attention to how I'm saying it. I don't know what's where. I do know, but it's not something I focus on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, when I meet with my portfolio managers, I see it and I memorize it, but it's not, I don't go 10% here, 5% here. I'm just, because, I was talking to a child the other day, and he said, Shaq, how's it feel to be rich? And my answer shocked him. I said, my definition of being rich is growing up, watching a mother work 9 to 5, not having enough money to buy a dress to go to a company outing, not having enough money to buy shoes for herself, but always sacrificing for us. So my definition of rich is just having my mother be able to buy whatever she wants. So, you ask them about portfolios. I don't like to sit up here and say I got this and that and that, because really I don't know, because I don't pay attention to it. I know if I have to look, again, but, I don't base anything off, monetary value. I've made a lot of money playing basketball. I've made a lot of friends. I've made a lot of investments, but I'm not the guy that goes 15% here, 5%. Like, I'll take these meetings 10, 15 times a year, and if it makes sense, if it's going to help out other people, I'll do it, but I don't have the answer to that.
Fair enough. How important is ML to your overall strategy? Like AI, using that to enhance the features of the app and to kind of fuel growth?
The biggest thing is that we all understand that people learn differently, right? So being able to identify what each child's individual needs is, I think, is going to be super important. I think that so one of the things that I didn't say is that I built Edsoma because when my daughter asked me to teach her how to read, I couldn't do it. I got kicked out of school in grade 9, and I can't read very well at all. So it was something
Wait, you ride bulls and you can't read? Oh,
imagine that. Imagine that.
What the hell did I just do?
So when she asked me, to teach her how to read it, it crushed me that I couldn't do it. So to be able to focus on individual needs, but also bring resources into the home, because one of the big things that is the disconnection on becoming a better reader is being able to go home and have a parent help you with that. You know what I mean? And a big part of our population, that's where the breakdown is. So the AI is really important when it comes to supporting the parent and making this a foundation in their home, not just for the child, but for the family. You can take each other out of poverty together and really expand that way. So the AI really is going to drive that at-home use and bringing confidence back in to the family and to the home foundation. But then, be able to really grow things on as an individual user based off of their interests and the way that they learn. So,
cool. And what advice would you give to a founder starting out in education today? Like, what do you think it's important? Obviously, not everybody can have a champion like Shaquille on their team, but do you think it's important to get buy-in from the investor side? Do you think it's important to engage the education architecture first? Because a lot of times building an education is hard. Like, you're coming from outside, having to sell into school channels, you're having to address the kind of, honestly slow-moving education system. So if you were to give advice to an education founder today, what would you give?
I think the advice that I would give is not be intimidated by what you don't know. A lot of people that come to do what we're doing, they're like, you should have never made it here. There was all this red tape that you had to go around, and because I didn't know what the red tape looked like, I never took that direction. I was just like, this is the direction I'm going to go. So believing in yourself, first and foremost, believing in what you're doing, knowing why you're doing it. If you're doing it for money, just move on. You've already lost. But really understanding that, and then not being scared to learn and ask questions.
And then on your side, Shaq, I think that you've mentioned a couple of times about athletes coming out of the system and not being able to make success for themselves outside. Are you working on anything to help them in that regard?
Actually, there's a lot of help in place. Really is. Like when you're a rookie, they tell you the good stories, they tell you the bad stories, they tell you how to continue your education. It's all about listening. My father told me a long time ago, if you listen, the things you can accomplish are endless. So I had to learn quick to become a good listener. So, I listened to the stories about, hey, $40 million is your first contract, but when you're done playing, you could have nothing. And I'm already at nothing now. And I get this quick hit. I want to keep this hit, and I want to keep it forever. How do you keep it forever? Invest. What's invest? Give you this and you'll give me money back real quick? Nope, that didn't work. Take your time. Learn, invest. So, I never wanted to be part of that story. And it's all about listening. And when I read that quote, the smartest of leaders are the ones smart enough to hire people smarter, it actually changed my life. Because if you don't know it all in elementary school, you don't know it all in high school, you don't know it all in college, just because you become a millionaire overnight doesn't mean you know it all. So I realized I don't know it all. And I enjoy not knowing it all because my friends know it all, and I get to learn. He just made the point that people learn different ways. If I'm talking to a guy that I know he's an expert in this field and he tells me, I can learn like that because I already know you're an expert. I don't have to do due diligence and read. We all know who Jeff Bezos is. So when he says you invest in things that's going to change people's lives, I already know this guy's an expert. That's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to do it. So, the first key to being successful, to all the young guys over there, is you have to listen. Listen to the right people.
And do you talk to other, because there's a handful of investors, ex-athletes or even current, that I think are making really smart, interesting choices in investment, some really clever stuff that they're investing in, and they clearly are highly engaged. Do you talk amongst those other folks?
No, everyone has their own strategy. Everyone has their own routine. And, when I do talks like these, and sometimes they go viral, sometimes they don't. I don't know if they take my advice, but, again, I'm not an expert. So I don't go, you should do this, you should do that. Don't talk to this guy. Like I've never been that guy. It's just, this is my routine, and it's been working for me since '97, and it will continue to be my routine. And I'm had like over 90% success. Now, when I say success, I don't mean money's coming back. I mean just, whatever, when I had the meeting, whatever he said it was, that's what it became. So I'm happy with, my results. But I don't go around telling people they should do this and they should do that because I'm not an expert. But I know a lot of people that are experts, so I may refer somebody to somebody, but, I'm just a creature of habit.
And do you go into like the next 6 months or a year or whatever, looking for new projects to invest in with a certain space in mind? Like, do you think to yourself, hey, everybody's talking about ML and AI and how it's going to change the world, and obviously there's a lot of movement in the space. Do you think I have to find a way to get into that sector? Or do you not? Do you have no preconceived notion about the companies you want to invest in at all?
I will look, I will read, I will comprehend, I will keep it up here, then I will wait. Like if I just happen to read tech information, I see like there's a young company and they're doing something that I like, sometimes I'll reach out. But I never go searching, I never go, like I'll just see what's out there, read, make sure the companies are who they say they are when I'm interested. Call up a few friends if you heard about this. So it's a process that takes a while. It's never like a quick process because, especially, with the AI, so many AI companies coming out. And if I do invest, I want to invest with one that's going to change people's lives and one that's, properly ran, that has a proper management. So to answer your questions, no, I don't look. But again, I know it's out there because hope this word doesn't offend anybody, but I am a geek. So I love technology. I like, finding out new things and, I just love that stuff. So I'll look, but I won't search.
Yeah, I mean, I know one of our previous Battlefield companies, Photomath, I think you put a little money into them. They're super cool.
Stop telling people my portfolio.
No, sorry, I apologize. I don't want to out it. But I mean, I think it's always interesting to me to.
Hold on for a second. This guy come here. You keep making faces at me. Come here. Yeah, come up here and sit next to me. This guy keep making faces. He told me he loved you. I love you too, buddy. Yeah, come on up. How you doing? What's your name?
I'm good. I'm George, man.
All right, nice to have a seat.
Dude, this is cool. You're a big dude.
I didn't say you could talk. I just said sit here. Nice to see you. Sorry about that. No, he kept making faces like, bro, I'm doing the speech. Be quiet. So now you're next to me.
All right, nice to meet you, George. How you doing? Welcome to the stage.
All right, you can leave now, George.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Hey, love what you guys are doing.
Thank you, man.
Maybe you'll be back here someday.
Yeah, hope so, man.
You will.
Give it a hand for George.
Just kept making faces at me. I was like.
I just always find it interesting when somebody has so much, I guess in the VC world, they call it deal flow, right? It's like you're a very recognizable personal brand, and you just get kind of like a fire hose. So the philosophy of sort of, observing, waiting, and seeing, I think it makes total sense when you say it. Probably surprising to me. It would definitely make more sense for you to go like, hey, to your business managers, I got to be in this space. Give me 5 companies. Give me 10 companies that are interesting here.
I'm not that smart, nor am I that good. It's just that I'm a nice guy, and me being nice, me being nice has got me a lot of opportunities. So, I guess he was a fan, and when he was building his company, he thought of me, and I thanked him and said his family was a fan of mine. So I guess I have to attribute it to being nice and being respectful, because when you come from a military background, you're taught 2 things. You're taught to respect people, and you're taught to be nice. So, I wish it was a formula to how I get all my deal flows, but it's just me being me, and me having a sense of humor, being nice, and I've been very, very lucky. And again, when he was building this, and trying to teach his daughter how to read, and he built the system, he told me that he thought of me, because he knows the relationship that I have with children. So I can't sit up here and say, you do this and do that. It's just all been luck, but I think I could attribute it to it just by being a nice, respectful guy, because I respect everybody. I like everybody. I shake hands with everybody. I don't have an entourage. I don't have bodyguards. I denounced myself from being a celebrity 4 years ago, because celebrities are freaking stupid. They're crazy. They are. I don't want to be affiliated with those people. You know, people always ask me, Shaq, what do you want your legacy to be when you're no longer on this earth? I want you to say Shaq was a nice guy. Doesn't matter how much money you got, how many investments you made, how many rings. Shaq was a nice guy. Because like I told the child, my definition of being wealthy is just having my mother, who worked her tail off to be able to just go buy a pair of shoes. My mom's not even like that, but you know, just for her to just be able to just go take care of herself, because I've seen this woman work so hard and struggle and never complain. So that's why when I got my first NBA check, first thing I did was buy her a brand new Mercedes. Here you go, lady. I used to have a Dodge Caravan. I wanted her to feel good when she showed up to work. Here you go. I wanted her to show off. Baby, I can't take this. No, you take it. And then your house, $300,000 house, but we never had a house before, but it was a house. Like that right there is why I work hard. That's why I'm nice to people. That's why I stay out of trouble for her.
Well, I think that's a beautiful way to end it. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Kyle. And I'm sorry about all your travails. Glad you were here to be able to
Any more surprises?
I don't think so. Can I do a harmless plug, though?
Of course.
We've
yeah.
got a
Sorry,
Shaquille O'Neal autographed jersey. I validate that it's real, that we're going to give away to anybody that downloads the app. Not anybody, will pick a winner from anybody that downloads the app this week and gives us some feedback. So if you want to be entered for
Actually, we're going to do two. I'm going to give my guy that came up to sit up here, I'm going to give you one, brother. I love you. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, and have fun at TechCrunch, and get home safe.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, everybody. Oh, there's some selfies on stage. Okay, that's fun. Am I in it? Okay, now I'm in it. Don't everyone do that. Great talk with Shaq. That's like, I think, the only guest that I've played as in NBA Jam, probably, that we've had. So that's something. All right, but next up, stick around. Great chat coming up. Great discussion that we have with our very own brand new editor-in-chief, Connie Loizos. And she's going to be talking to a guest who has a very famous father, but also he is making news in his own right with a new $200 million venture fund, specifically looking to invest in tech to help fight cancer. So he apparently never thought that he would be a VC, wanted to be a doctor, and ended up doing this instead, and we'll hear why he took this path. So let's welcome out Connie and Reed Jobs.
Reed, thank you so much for joining us today.
My absolute pleasure, Connie. And I want to echo that congratulations to you as you assume this great new role as editor-in-chief.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you to say.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
You guys. Thank you. So, Reed, you have one of the most famous last names in Silicon Valley, yet people don't know you yet. What would you like for them to know about you?
Oh, that's such a nice question. All I really care about in this world is making a huge difference for cancer patients. And what we really do at Yosemite and what I've wanted to do my entire life is to make cancer non-lethal in our lifetimes. If we can be a part of that, that is exactly what I want to do and what I would love to be known for. But ultimately, notoriety is really low on my list of priorities. What I really care about the most is being involved with amazing science, but especially making great companies and translating those into patients as soon as possible, because patients are the ultimate arbiters for how well we're doing. So patient difference is really what we're at.
And so you have a specific plan to do that. So you took the wraps off of a venture fund last month, I guess, last month, a $200 million venture fund, and you run alongside it a donor-advised fund. So tell me a little bit about what you have cooking there.
So it's a structure that we actually have pioneered at Yosemite. So it's pretty unusual, and it's something that I'd love to get an opportunity to talk about because it's something that we're very excited to debut, but also something that we hope other people will eventually copy. So the way that it works is our venture fund is a very traditional venture fund, with one big exception. And that is that there's a percentage of the fund, it's small, it's only 2.5%, that goes into a donor-advised fund, which is a type of nonprofit entity that one doesn't own, but that they can still direct. That capital is then earmarked for grants, which is far more akin to seed funding in the biotech ecosystem than it would be philanthropy in other areas. And the reason why we're doing this is we've really piloted this at Emerson, and through partnering with the best researchers in the world on their best projects, we then can not only de-risk science that we then turn into companies, but we also get a network of the best KOLs in the world. And we've done this long enough that we've been lucky to support about 500 labs so far, and have a really big footprint across the academic ecosystem. Those are connections and insights that we're going to be able to take with us as we make our investment decisions too. I want to pause though and just mention the way that we've structured this means that we have absolutely no IP or royalty rights to any of the grants that we do. I like to keep things really simple and really easy. And for me, that really means when we do a venture investment, we have to look at it on its merits of profitability and scalability. But when we do grants, we don't take any IP strings and we just do it as a pure philanthropic gift.
That's great. And just curious, when you're dealing with donor-advised funds, do the donors have any say in how that money is distributed, or that's entirely up to you?
That's entirely at our discretion.
Okay. And so this is sort of analogous to what you were doing at Emerson Collective, your mother's philanthropic and business organization. So why did you feel compelled to start your own thing, Yosemite?
Absolutely. So Emerson has had branches of it scale out in the public markets before. There's a group called Earthshot, which is a fantastic fund that works on the climate space, which similarly has now taken on external capital outside of Emerson. So for my team, it was a real natural evolution. I'll tell you, we're really proud to debut this model because it's something that other people can actually replicate. There's nothing here that's the province of cancer. You could absolutely do this for neurodegenerative diseases, for autoimmune diseases, and we hope other people will. And then finally, my team and I are, all of a similar stage in our lives, and we wanted a little independence, and we wanted to have our own firm, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's great. I just wondered, this does kind of put you in the public spotlight maybe for the first time, and you've already said it's nothing that you're terribly interested in. I'm just wondering how that feels.
It feels like a remarkable privilege and honor to be able to promote great science, great research, and really educate people on the fact that what we've done and seen in cancer outcomes in just the last 20 years is the very beginning of what is likely to happen over the next 20 years. And that is the optimization and really the dissemination of next generation therapies mostly immunotherapies, but gene editing ones as well, to a broader range of diseases. So just to give you one small example, so I started working in cancer labs when my father got sick, really as soon as I could. He was diagnosed when I was 12. I, at 15, started working in labs at Stanford. And at that point, what was really cutting edge was genomic sequencing. And I worked in a lab of colorectal cancer, and it was a type of that which was hereditary. And it was a terrible outcome. I mean, people would get colectomies at 35. It was almost a guaranteed prognosis of getting colon cancer in your lifetime. Really, really terrible. And we found the certain mutational signatures there, and basically it had a crazy load of mutations, like millions of mutations. These cells were so out of control. But from the beginning of immunotherapy, when it began to be tested in that, the difference between those cancer cells and the rest of your body is so stark that even today's immunotherapy works marvelously in that type of colon cancer. And in my lifetime, I've already seen one area go from just absolute, really, really poor prognosis to something now that is widely treatable and has a really great long-term survival rate. So that's one example, but it's very illustrative of what we're seeing now with just the first iteration of this technology. Optimizing things like immunotherapy, CAR T cells, it'll take quite a while. Biotech is much slower than tech, which is unfortunate, but we have to be really deliberate and safe. And as we get and optimize those to the rest of the market, we're really excited to bring them out to a lot of other indications.
That's great. I'm just curious, Daryl mentioned that you never wanted to be a venture capitalist, and I know that you studied pre-med. Did you ever think about starting a company, or do you just feel like you can have much more impact doing what you're doing?
Well, I think I can have a much more impact doing what I'm doing at this stage. Given the trends in the market and really in science, it's really outpacing what any one company is likely able to do. I also, am just innately very competitive. And, my family, if you're going to start a company, it's got to be a hit.
It's a tall bar, I'm sure, in the Jobs household. I wanted to ask, if you had taken any of your team with you. I just met one of your wonderful colleagues, Anna, who I know came from Thrive Capital.
Yes, I'm proud to say that we brought actually the entire investment team.
Oh, okay, great.
From what was previously the Emerson Collective Health team into Yosemite. So our track record and experience, that's all carried over.
Oh, great.
Which I'm very proud of. We didn't lose anybody.
Okay, because I was wondering what would make sort of like a Yosemite company investment versus Emerson. But Emerson's not doing this at all anymore.
That's correct. Emerson's no longer doing life science investing. They will still do some healthcare, tech investing. But on the life sciences side, that's really now through Yosemite.
Okay, so cancer cures, broadly speaking, is what you're focused on. How do you think about your approach? I mean, how many different sort of baskets are you looking at, and what is your priority here?
Well, again, we like to say we want to make cancer non-lethal. We're wary of the word cure. It's been abused in this industry a lot, and we really want to be very cautious about what we're going to be promising that we can deliver here. But ultimately, I'd say the three areas we really focus on are early detection, which is so critical. I mean, every cancer we have a way to detect it early, you have a commensurately lower mortality. And right now we have some great ones like PSA, mammograms, colonoscopies. Those are work quite well. But for the rest of cancers, it's really, really a crapshoot. And more often than not, things are caught when they're late and they're metastatic and they're far more dangerous. So things like liquid biopsies and actually a lot of AI in scans like MRIs and PTs have become really, really precise at picking up early cancer markers. We're still in the early days of the liquid biopsy space, but that's an area that is going to be increasingly important for catching things early. And once you do that, you just have far more options. So that's one vertical that we've been incredibly devoted in for quite a long time. The second one is something I mentioned earlier, which is immunotherapy. Ultimately, your body is the best defense mechanism that you have. Your body's so amazing. I'm always just in awe of it. And we've evolved for millions of years to combat infections and to combat cancer. All of us right now sitting in this audience have cells that are likely precancerous. And the reason why they don't advance is because 99.9% of the time your body's immune system can recognize it and eliminate it. And optimizing those basic functions of your immune system are the core of the immunotherapy technologies that we have today. So getting those to where they are going to be is a huge area of ours. It's an imperfect analogy, but it's a little bit akin to, say, software in the early 80s, where it's still, the province of, those who really are a little bit geekier.
Right.
And it's not really quite disseminated yet, but you can see the potential and where it's going. And I would say the last area that we're focused on quite a lot is digital health, which is really a little bit more on the tech side of things. This is enabling services for clinical trial optimization, for care in the home, really to get patients what they need when they're in a clinical care setting, but also to try to help optimize the entire clinical trial system, which is wildly inefficient and runs on paper. It is still in the analog world. It's kind of amazing if you've ever been to a hospital lately, and I certainly hope you haven't, but it's kind of stunning. It's sort of like a time machine. You go back to the late 80s, and it's something that we just find completely unacceptable because the cost of patients are just too great.
Sure. I mean, everything about the hospital system is so anachronistic. It is just, gobsmacking. But what are you maybe seeing that it gives you hope about, sort of the regarding the democratization of clinical trials? I feel like I've been hearing about this for years. Obviously, we heard a little bit more about it during COVID. But what are there any companies in particular that you're excited about, or software systems that you think are actually like making an impact? Or is
Totally. Okay, absolutely. 3% of cancer patients are in clinical trials. I just want to start with that statistic, which is
just 3.
Really low.
Yeah.
Really, really low. And the reasons for this are quite interesting. Right now, most trials happen at major academic hospitals. If you're a big pharmaceutical company, that's where you go to recruit. And patient recruitment is by far the most costly and most time-intensive part of that whole process. Now, the good news is there was a law passed a while ago that says that you cannot really pay people to be in your trials, which is great, because that could be abused quite easily if you had to, get financially induced to be in a trial.
Right.
Thank goodness that's not the case. However, that's actually tilted a bit too much, because now it's really difficult for people to get reimbursed for things like transportation, housing, and work.
Yeah.
And when you're a patient, those can often be prohibitive costs. So what we've seen is the data we get is often really wealthy people who are Caucasian. And as we all know, that's a very narrow data set.
Right.
So what's happened, and COVID's been the key accelerant for this, is when COVID hit, cancer patients especially can't go to hospitals because they're full of COVID patients and they're immunosuppressed and they're very vulnerable. So trials got decentralized out into the private physician offices. And this made it so much more accessible. We've seen a massive uptick in participation. There's 2 really good companies right now that are doing this, Medable and Section 32, but there's quite a lot more that are taking it even further. And that's actually care in the home, which is great for some places, and all types of other interesting new technologies to really bring us not into academic centers, but really meeting us where we are.
That's great. I do wonder on that front if, because of what happened during COVID, there have been challenges just in terms of, trust in science, and even if clinical trials are being made available, if people who should be partaking them are partaking them. I'm sure you don't have a silver bullet here, but I'm just wondering how much you think what went on set us back, if at all.
I think it's a big deal. Trust in science, they've been pulling this for about 50 years. It's not an all-time low, but it's close. And it is totally unacceptable to us that that's actually happening, particularly at this moment when we're actually seeing some efficacy finally in the cancer vaccine space. Of course, vaccines have really been lambasted by some folks who find them very unsafe. It's been a long-term goal to actually get your immune system to recognize cancer preemptively, like it would for an infectious disease, which is, of course, why you get vaccines. Just a few months ago, there was a early phase 1 trial published, this is in the New York Times, that showed a 50% response in pancreatic cancer. 50%. It's never happened before. It's
And
an early-
pancreatic cancer is one of the hardest things to diagnose, right? I feel like
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the hardest diagnosed.
Yeah.
It has like it's a desert of success with therapies. Nothing ever works there. It's it's early phase 1. It was only 6 out of 12 patients, so a very small sample size, but no one's ever really seen that before. So even right now, in some of the most difficult cancers, some of those new ideas are taking off. So the last thing any of us would want to see is a great cancer vaccine running into a lot of vaccine skepticism.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other stuff that I know interests you, and I think, again, some people in the audience will be well acquainted with, but others won't. You know, we were talking backstage about genetic engineering, and I was saying that kind of brings to mind, you know, Dolly, the sheep, and designer babies. So maybe if you could disabuse anyone in the audience who's sort of worried about those two words together, what's happening on that front and what excites you, that would be great.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I think it's worth noting that these ethical concerns are really healthy to have. One of the key pioneers, Jennifer Doudna, who's right next door in Berkeley, has been really on the front lines of suggesting that we need to be, doing research here with a lot of oversight, a lot of caution, and a lot of deliberation. And I could not agree more. And she's the most qualified person in the world to think so. However, right now, we are very, very, very far away from the, designer baby scenario. What we have right now is the early stages of gene editing technology. So a good way to think about this is if you think of ultimate gene editing as like copy-paste, you have a bad thing, you want to replace it with a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
We are right now about 50% of the way there. We can cut with great single gene specificity, and that we can do quite well. But we can't paste. We're not good at putting in something better. So just off the bat, I would say our technology, full stack for what we need to do is still very incomplete. And that's something that we're funding research on, and it's an area that we're very focused on. However, there's quite a lot that you can do with eliminating single things. So for instance, sickle cell anemia is a major disease, particularly in the African American population here. And it's caused by a single point mutation in your red blood cells. And it actually is the case where if you can knock out that one bad gene, it's a dominant gene, your recessive gene, which is normal, can function well. And we're seeing early data of this disease actually being cured, truly cured with this single gene knockout. So right now there's several diseases that are, they're called autosomal dominant, where it's one bad copy.
Mm-hmm.
Huntington's disease, which is a horrible neurodegenerative disease. Sickle cell is a great example as well. These things can be really knocked out with just single gene specificity, and we're already starting to see some of that. So those are the areas where we get really excited, and right now that's probably the limits of what we can do right now in humans.
Okay, great. Well, that sounds significant. What about epigenetic engineering? That's another thing that came up on our call, and I was like, Reed, explain it to me. Tell me what's so exciting there, and maybe what you're funding.
I'd love to. It's actually one of the areas that we're the most excited about. So if you think about epigenetics, a good way to kind of mentally model it is every cell in your body has the same DNA, right? But clearly, your liver is significantly different than your skin. So the way that works is, if you remember biology, your chromosomes, and you have 26 of them, you basically have your DNA rolled together with these various proteins. And you can chemically, without changing the DNA, turn on or off various areas of the genome. So your skin cell will just turn off all the liver genes. It doesn't need it, right? Well, how that works can actually now be perturbed. And we can change it a bit. And it turns out a lot of diseases are not caused by mutations or by the wrong gene. They're caused because gene expression goes down. Mm-hmm. A lot of neurodegenerative diseases, and actually a lot of autoimmune diseases, are caused because your immune system slows and it becomes exhausted. And it hasn't changed genetically. The expression levels go way down. And with what we're doing now, we can actually turn it back up. You can create a dial. And some other diseases, of course, are caused by things becoming hyperactive. So in those cases, you want to do the inverse. And that dial is really interesting, and you can actually touch a whole new class of diseases with it that are much more interesting than just actually going in and changing things. So that's another area that is distinct from gene editing, but it's actually probably going to happen in the clinic closer just because the safety is a lot better.
Great. I guess with either of these, are there sort of downsides that concern you? I mean, I mentioned sort of the obvious, sort of cartoonish version of the concern about genetic engineering, but with epigenetic engineering, are there sort of concerns that you have about it being, I don't know, used in wrong-headed ways?
Of course. Now, with any type of genetic or epigenetic perturbation, you're going to have really clear ethical guidelines for all this, which is why all of our companies publish data, all of our academics publish everything, and there's a really good ethical framework that's been developed internationally about how these things need to be developed, how they need to be disseminated and shared. And I'm happy to say that right now, everyone is really focused on mainly two areas. One is disease mitigation, and one is climate change. And there's actually huge applicability in both of those, and that's really where I'm spending all my time.
That's great. And tell me about the impacts of AI on what you're doing. I saw today that Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan announced that they're putting, I think, like $100 million into this generative AI, computing power thingy. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you've talked to them about or following, and just generally speaking, what you expect the implications are here.
Sure. So Steve Quake, who's the scientific director of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, is someone who I interact with quite a bit professionally, absolute rock star, and his predecessor was as well. So they have some great people there. What they have done is actually, in the last 10 years with building what they call a cell atlas at different universities, is the perfect data set to actually put AI on top of. So just to answer your first question, what are we seeing with AI right now? It's pretty remarkable. What we're seeing is AI is making scientists significantly more productive by accelerating research, and it's also probably going to be accompanying them as they come up with different theses. So I'd say the two mechanisms of that is first, what we're seeing is a lot of great modeling, and this is what CZI is going to be working on, modeling protein folding, modeling genetic engineering, and doing that in actually a real 360 cell is going to accelerate development tremendously. It's hard to put a number on it, but it's a huge shift. And the second version, though, is really looking through all the scientific literature that's been published. I mean, when you're in medical school, part of your job is to try to absorb all the scientific literature that has ever really been made available, which is pretty impossible to do for a single person. And now what we're seeing is once that is actually filtered through a lot of really good next-gen AI algorithms, that is actually yielding insights that are getting to be pretty close to as good as what humans can do. And if you extrapolate out a few years, it'll probably be something that'll accompany researchers.
Terrific. I just wanted to ask you, so you've been doing this for 5, 7 years longer, possibly. What is the most impactful investment that you've made to date?
Oh, great question. We've been doing this for 8 years, and I would say by far the most impactful, I'll say a grant and investment. So there's a grant that we did at Yale, which I'm extremely proud of, which worked with their main hospital system to actually get clinical trial representation from across the state from a lot of physician providers. It worked great in Connecticut because it's a small state with like kind of one big academic medical hub in it, and they actually got representation to be demographically proportional, which I'm really, really proud of. That's a first for that entire institution. And on the company side, I would say one of the company that we're probably the most proud of is one called Tune Therapeutics. It's one in the epigenetic editing space. It's something that it was our first incubation that my team did before we joined Yosemite while we were at Emerson. And I'm really proud of it because at the level that we're at across all these labs, we were able to see connections that were obscure to even the best researchers in the world. We paired up the best expert on this type of editing plus the delivery mechanisms that you're going to need to get into cells. And they didn't even know each other. So we actually introduced them in my living room and sketched out the business plan, and I'm just proud to say it's really become a leader in the space in the last 3 years.
Terrific. And, so you mentioned incubating this company. Is incubation a big part of what you're going to be doing at Yosemite? And if so, how does that sort of differ when you're talking about giving these very early stage grants to scientists? I guess, should they be worried that you're going to be competing with them?
We don't think so at all. So, of course, incubation is a huge part of what we do. As you can imagine, scientists really begin in this journey because they want to see a change in patients. They're not in this to make a lot of money or necessarily to have a great academic post. They're really in it to solve a problem. And companies are the only vehicle that exists to really do that at scale. So entrepreneurs and academics could not be more excited to actually get things into the market as quickly as possible. And for us, since we take no IP or royalty strings at all, our view is that we hope to be their first port of call. However, the onus is on us to earn it. If they go with another firm, that is because we haven't earned it, and we need to do better.
And do you have a lot of competition? I mean, obviously there are lots of, health sciences investors. Are more people, I feel like I'm talking to more people who are focused on or very interested in learning about the intersection of AI and healthcare. Are you seeing that on the ground?
Absolutely. However, one big difference between tech and biotech is that in the life sciences, early companies are much more capital intensive than what you have in the early stage on the tech side. So yes, it's competitive, but elbows are a little less sharp simply because a Series A, it will not be $6 million, it'll be closer probably to $50 million.
Right. And in terms of, I guess, what you are going to be funding at Emerson, so it's a $200 million fund. Have you made any investments yet?
Yes, I'm proud to say we have. We had a few things that we were really, really excited to debut with, and those include a next generation gene editing delivery platform, a really interesting new startup that just came out of MIT, and another one that is out of Yale that we're about to close, and I can't talk about that one yet because it's not done, but it's going to be really, really cool.
Well, based on your sort of view into all of these different sort of verticals, do you have any reason to think that cancer will not be a chronic disease versus fatal in the next 25 years? I mean, what is I've heard you say something about the next century, but do you think we could even be closer, or do you think even that's maybe too ambitious?
Well, I'm all for being ambitious. Biotech is never as linear as tech. It's always it abounds in mystery and difficulty, which can be very exciting. What I believe is that the major cancers which claim most lives are right now seeing the greatest progress. And that really enervates me. That's lung, it's breast, it's prostate, colon. Those are the really, really big killers. And I do believe that in the next 20 years, we're going to see a very significant decrease in mortality there. Of course, cancer is a very heterogeneous population, so there will be a few outliers. If I had to speculate, cancers like ovarian, brain, and unfortunately pancreatic are going to be a bit more difficult. They have low mutational rates, they're hard to detect, they have these weird, horrible microenvironments that are very suppressive to anything really getting in there. And I think, unfortunately, those will likely sort of be the final outliers. And we will stay on to the end here at Yosemite. We are not going anywhere. We're really not going to go out of business until we see mortality decline to a level that people don't die of cancer anymore.
I love it. Reed, we're going to have to go here in a second, but I also just wanted to talk to you as a Bay Area native.
Yes.
The San Francisco Bay Area has obviously gotten a lot of grief. I'm just wondering, do you want to sort of tell us why you think people have it wrong?
Well, I am likely the most biased person you're ever going to talk to, because I was born in Palo Alto, I went to Stanford, and I very proudly have lived in San Francisco for the last 9 years. I think Bay Area is the most beautiful place in the world, and it will always be home. The Bay Area, if you look historically, has been a lot like a phoenix. It has had booms and busts that have been extremely volatile all throughout its history. And every time, there's a bit of a downturn, there's always a lot of naysayers and, this was the end, what were we thinking? And consistently that has been proved wrong. And already, I promise you, there are companies, young companies that are very excited to be here, talent that doesn't want to look anywhere else, and capital. And you mentioned AI earlier. AI is not happening in other parts of the country.
Right.
It's happening here in San Francisco.
Yeah. No, it's exciting, and you can just see the energy. I mean, obviously at this show, but elsewhere, I mean, the restaurants are buzzing, people are out on the streets, and it feels like the city has really come back. I mean, obviously we have problems to overcome, but...
That's exactly right. Well,
yeah,
I see we're at time. I actually just want to end by thanking you for putting on such a wonderful inaugural event.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Thanks. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you all.
So exciting to be here in San Francisco and with some TechCrunch and with a category-changing, creating founder.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you.
So how did you start this? What was your vision for GP?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I started GP, which is Global Made Possible, we ultimately, I guess what I had been doing was helping companies establish their operations all over the globe as a consultant. And it was kind of the same thing over and over again. In those days, it was NetSuite and Infinera and Tesla saying, hey, we need to hire somebody in Singapore or Brazil or the UAE. And it was essentially the same thing over and over again. And every time they would have to set up a company in each country before they could issue an employment offer to even one employee, figure out how to run payroll, take care of all the tax, legal, and HR issues in that location. It was like the same thing over and over, just this super bureaucratic process. So originally the intention was around setting up a legal entity in each country and telling the customer, we'll hire this person to work for you. You tell the terms, we'll pay the person, and building software on top of that to make it super scalable and easy. And today, it's really about both the employer of record platform, which was the original business model, and making that super scalable quick so that everyone can hire everyone. In our view, it's like the market has just caught awareness of this being that you can hire people all over the globe quickly and easily using an employer of record platform. It's still nascent in the market awareness. There's like 1% to 5% market penetration, but the product is essentially built for that. So now we're building a new category on top of that, which is global growth technology that enables anyone to hire anyone quickly and easily anywhere in the world without necessarily using our entities if they want to set up their own, or there's just another way of doing it. And that's really using AI to record a lot of the, to automate and guide customers through the same things that we talk our customers through every day and make it easy and seamless.
Thank you, Nicole. So you did it with EOR, and I would love to hear your personal inspiration of what got you to start GP.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of founders in this room, and ultimately, you have to rely on your own passion and intuition every single day when you're building a company, because if it's just an idea that you don't just believe in with all your heart and soul, you're just never going to make it. Nat and I were talking earlier about just like the journey of 10 years as a company, and now we've built a quadricorn. And ultimately, that I've been through 3 economic downturns, and like how important it is to build a real vision and or build something that you really believe in to get you through those hard times. But ultimately, what inspired me is that when I was young as a college student, I was traveling, and I just saw that there were so many talented people all over the globe doing incredibly entrepreneurial, brilliant things. But then when I was working in the Silicon Valley, like people were only hiring people who worked within a 5-mile radius of their home location. And at that time, it was really about outsourcing. So outsourcing to, because this is the beginning of telecoms. I know I'm aging myself, but like it was the beginning of like, oh my God, we can hire talent in India that's so much cheaper. And yet these are really talented people, and the telecom industry was just like making it possible to hire people, but instead of seeing it as people are equally talented all over the globe for what they really create, at that time it was about lower cost. Now what we're seeing, it's really about what it should be, right? Like the world is finally caught up. Actually, people in India, it's not about low-cost talent. It's about hiring the best talent you can find anywhere in the world. And with some of the macroeconomic trends, like the brilliant people are not going to be in our backyards. They're going to be everywhere. And the world's caught up to that idea as well, just kind of forced acceleration through the pandemic. So yeah, that was the inspiration. Smart people everywhere needing access to opportunity.
And as a 19-year-old, you traveled the globe, and so, that was your inspiration. So you created the Employer of Record, EOR category, and now Global Growth Tech. How do you think about category creation? It's a pretty, tall order, right?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think at the end of the day, a lot of people at the time just said, like, this isn't possible. And it would be illegal to build this global employer of record platform. And I will say, luckily, I came from a background of kind of looking at loopholes in different countries and like trying to help customers like be within the law and yet make it all make sense and make the right decisions, because sometimes you have to kind of weave things together. And it was both like trusting my intuition, but also like knowing that I could make it fit. And then respectfully, like I took it a little slower at the beginning than a lot of venture capital backed companies do now, because I knew how much liability there is when you're employing people and people are relying on you. And at the end of the day, like if we don't pay people in the Philippines, for example, for one of our customers, like those people, like their kids, like if we were to miss a payroll, their kids aren't going to eat that weekend. So there's a lot of responsibility when you're hiring people on behalf of other companies around the globe and building a new category where so many people are reliant on the infrastructure. So it was really important to me to build something that functionally worked and like build a really solid infrastructure and something I could go to the market and say, I believe in this, instead of just a slick user interface and go get funding. Which might work for some industries, but just not this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicole. So how did you build the product? You're not an engineer, but you built a great product. How did you do that?
Well, thank you, Nat. One of which you are, for sure. But yeah, I think it comes down to hiring really good people with complementary skill sets. So like most entrepreneurs, I'm really good at the vision, and I need somebody else to tie together the details and execute on things. So I've been very fortunate to have extraordinary people in this business every step of the way. I will say that like the right person for the first stage of the company, when we were being super entrepreneurial, all hands on deck to get to 50 employees, was a different set of leaders than I needed to get to 200 employees internally. And then to my surprise, as a first time like super scaling founder, it was a different set of people to get from 200 to 1,000, and it's just, I wanted to, like, one thing I always try to tell other entrepreneurs is like, just to set your expectations that having the right people around you at every stage of the company, it's probably the most emotionally wrenching thing you can do to move people in and out of the business because you need different skill sets, and yet it's the only way you can grow and succeed. And if somebody would have told me at the beginning, Nicole, just like set your expectations, you're going to need different people along the way, then I think my heart would have been a little easier on my heart, because like I think I would have set other executives' expectations too. Like, you're in it for this amount of time, and then we're probably going to need other people, because I think when you're in the trenches with people from in the early days, it's quite challenging to make those decisions, but very necessary.
These are some interesting founder nuggets. Trust your gut and intuition, and you got to make hard decisions with people as the company scales. Mm-hmm. So thank you for that, Nicole. I just thought I'll share a little bit about the strategy of the company. I've had the privilege of working with Nicole almost 2 years now, and as we scale and grow this company, right, strategically there are 350 million knowledge workers who sit outside their headquarters. And that's our market opportunity. And we think it's about a $50 billion market opportunity at the very conservative end. And we're reinventing it, right? So think about cloud computing almost 20 years back. It was, hey, I don't think we can do this. Security is not there. Data is not there. And today, everybody is doing it today. Cloud computing is here. And I think with global growth technology, we have a similar opportunity where when any company thinks about going global, they think of platforms like GP who can help them grow globally without all the compliance headaches that Nicole has really spent time thinking about. So thank you for that. Now, from a founder standpoint, is there anything else you would give advice to people here, listening to you?
Yeah. Well, definitely one thing is like, I feel like one of our key strategies is to not rebuild technology that other people have already built, but rather to partner with those people so that we can be really careful in where we use our limited time and resources. So ultimately to build things that are truly creative, that fit in with an infrastructure, instead of just like, rebuilding things that already exist. We partner with established industry players that we complement what they need, and ultimately that's going to drive our revenue and growth so much faster. But yeah, global growth is hard and it's different for every company, but we focus on what we're experts in, which is global growth.
One thing that you mentioned is that you really spend time learning the business and leveraging your experience with what is possible. Would love to share, as you did that, what did you learn about compliance and things which are very hard to do and not just a UI, as you mentioned before?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ultimately what we do is actually really complicated under the hood, because we're basically we've woven together a global platform that ultimately ties so each country has their own infrastructure globally, their own financial system, their own HR system, their own social security system, in some cases like their own banking systems, and certainly their own tax system. And what we've built is a platform that overlays over the top, that is compliant in each country, that any country can plug into and use our infrastructure so they don't have to build their own. And I guess there's some things that are simply not scalable, that would not be scalable unless you were to leverage that. And so always staying on top of the details and how important compliance actually is. I guess I'm really happy that we invested so much in the infrastructure at the outset of the business, because what we've seen in this market is that in the early days, a lot of competition came into the market during the pandemic, because suddenly global growth was the idea behind what everybody wanted to be, the market everybody wanted to be in. And a lot of competitors focused on like the slick user interface and like a flashy website, and saying that they could do it with the idea of building the plane while they were flying it, or maybe selling it before it was ready for takeoff. But ultimately without being able to actually run the business, a lot of companies would be running into trouble in a company that requires so much infrastructure as ours underneath things.
Thank you, Nicole. Talk about your customers. We have a lot of customers. Any advice you would give these folks on how to build customer relationships for the long term?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, so we always had a rule around the triple bottom line, that what's good for our employees and what's good for our customers is ultimately good for our shareholders. I think that mentality served us really well. The industry is about people, right? So if we're in global growth technology, and that's around enabling everyone everywhere to have access to opportunity, and the opportunists are the companies who are hiring these people, the companies also want to take care of people and their livelihoods. So our approach has always been, make it technology when you want it, but have a human available when you need it. And that's also really critical to our business. So one thing related to that, just to give an example, we had an employee who kind of disappeared from the payroll in Hong Kong. And the customer is calling and they're like, we just don't know what happened to this person. Like, he's not showing up to work. Software is never going to solve that problem for you. So we dug in. We had our HR person in Hong Kong calling around, and it turned out that this person just kind of went off on a bender ultimately and was in a hospital. That's a really human situation. You are never going to be able to build software around that. So the tech when you want it, but human when you need it, has been a critical and core component. But yeah, customers are a compass, and like, we have to follow what they want and need and build for what they want and need. And in some cases, think ahead. Henry Ford said, if I would have given people what they wanted, it would have been a faster horse. And now look at Tesla, for example.
Thank you, Nicole. You talked about future-proofing, building for scale. I'm super excited about what we're building for scale. Actually, we started with people, right? We have people across the globe. We are very compliant, and we're marrying that up with AI. It'll be very difficult for me not to talk about AI in San Francisco today. But using the people, using AI, and creating a platform for the future, I think that's about future-proofing. We really believe this is a huge business. We are dogfooding our own stuff. We have employees in close to 41 countries, and we look like a company 10x our size. And it works, it scales. I have people across the globe to run and build our product and technology teams, and we believe this can be the way companies build for the future. So, one of the things I want to get your thoughts on was, as a founder, right, you have these shifts, right? So you created the EOR category. You're now creating global growth tech. What's the most challenging thing you've had to do in these phases?
Yeah, I mean, it does go back to the people and just making sure that I always have the right people at the table and identifying like when we're at the end of a chapter and it's like, okay, we need new leadership in. Another thing I think is a really challenging thing is as a founder is that the hard decisions always stop with us. I mean, like, we can try to delegate decision-making authority, but when it hits the fan, we're the ones who are responsible. And what I found is that no matter who you hire, no matter, you can hire the world-class CFO, COO, CRO, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to make the really hard calls yourself. But I wanna turn it back to you for a minute, Nat, which in terms of building, I mean, I feel like, yes, I built the EOR category was my idea, the global growth technology is my idea, but it's really a collaboration, and you're taking the vision and executing on it. So what are your hot tips for building a product and technology team in the current environment and just where there is talent all over? Like, how are you managing such a global remote workforce and team, and what are your tips for people?
Well, thank you, Nicole. One, it's an inspiration to be with a founder like you because you push the envelope and it inspires all of us, and it makes things possible. I think, how do we build for scale? You look for, today we have X number of people on our platform, right? Tomorrow we want 1,000X, we want 2,000X or 100,000X. And how do we do that? So we intentionally build for the future, right? That's one. Secondly, through our platform, I've been able to hire the best talent in the world. I'm not restricted by any jurisdiction, any country. So I can hire in Europe, I can hire in Asia, I can hire in, all of America. So that's been very intentional. Third, we're a remote-first company. And this is not a fad, COVID, right? So Nicole started this almost 12 years back, and we've been remote ever since. And being so remote-first, we have really good rhythms on how we make sure people stay engaged, whether meeting every so often in person, and that makes the remote work for the time that we're not in person work. Secondly, on the technology, really thinking about, for instance, we are making a big bet on serverless. We're already in the cloud, but we're making a big bet on serverless technologies, which we think is the future of how we can scale up products. And third, being very intentional about what the platform will do, what is differentiating about the platform. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a combination of, having the right operating rhythms to begin with as a remote-first company, using our own, technology and platform to hire people everywhere across the globe, and then having operating rhythms to make it work, meeting in person when you need, right? And really betting on some future edge technologies. That's how we're building what we are. So just to reiterate it, a company our size, if you look at how global we are and how we operate globally, we're like 10x our size. Mm-hmm. Companies 10x our size would probably deal with the same challenges, but that's how we do it, Nicole. As we wrap up, I just want to leave some founder nuggets, right? What I heard from you was, one, category creation is hard, but you got to go with your gut. Second, make the hard decisions on people, right? The third is really leverage all your experiences that you have, right? Even as a 19-year-old, you were sort of thinking about how to reinvent a problem area that you saw. Anything else you'd like to add to wrap up for this audience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a few things around scalability and systems that it's like you can have the big vision and big idea, but it's the execution that ultimately matters. And related to that, it goes again to actually building a core business. So in the last 10 years, I've been through 3 economic downturns. And every single time, I'm really grateful that we didn't get overly caught up in the hype around the pre-IPO cycle. So pretty much everybody was preparing for an IPO in a year or so, a year and a half ago. And important, but not to be overly spendy. I mean, it's like there's people flying in Beyonce to sing on stage at the company meetings and things like that. Like at the end of the day, you have to focusing on core business fundamentals of what's our revenue and what's our expenses and how is this ultimately hitting our KPIs and building an actual business. I've been really grateful for that every single time that the economy has a downturn. So it's a journey, and it's driven by vision, hard work, and grit. And every entrepreneur in this room knows that it's a lot of grit. So striking a balance between innovation, disruption, and just sustainability and scalability, I think, is a critical balance to meet. And that's what we're doing with global growth technology.
Thank you, Nicole. So, build a great business. Don't just go after valuations.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you. It is such a privilege to be a part of GP and to share what we have. And I love your founder nuggets, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you
today.
so much, Nat. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the opportunity.
We are entering an era of pervasive AI. It's transforming every aspect of how we do business, for every employee, in every department, and across every industry. But AI is complex. The right path isn't obvious. Where do you start? Buy or build? Large models or small? And what about the chip shortage? In this high-stakes battle for a competitive edge, the right AI strategy could decide the winners.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to our session. Thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Richard Halkett. I'm the Chief Customer Officer at Sambonova Systems, and we've got a fascinating session for you today on pervasive AI, where we're going, and how you compete. I've got a great panel that I'll be introducing to you in a moment. But first of all, I think, understanding the buzz that we're feeling today at TechCrunch, it's great to feel the energy this year. But generative AI and AI in general is really on everybody's mind. But this feels like the hype and the excitement and the potential is really here to stay. So why is that? Why do we feel that? Well, first of all, it's almost a year ago that we saw ChatGPT went to 100 million users in 2 months, which is multiple times faster than any other technology we've seen before. So this really does feel like the fastest industrial revolution in history. But we're also seeing really interesting signs from the market. I read a report from Accenture which said that 97% of enterprise leaders believe that generative AI is going to be transformative. Now, 97% is not a statistic that you see very often. That basically means everybody. So it's extraordinary that we're seeing this right now. And they believe that 40% of working hours are going to be changed, transformed by generative AI. And we're also seeing this. So in another report, Deloitte said that 37% of businesses are already investing heavily in generative AI, and that we're seeing, and this again came from Accenture, that next year 67% are going to ramp those budgets. So this is a fascinating place to be if you're a startup, if you're an investor, if you're a customer in an enterprise pioneering. But it is complicated as well, right? We all know that AI is a relatively new technology that's exploded onto the scene in the last 12 to 18 months, and it's complicated. So we see these gigantic models, they're getting larger and larger. They take a long time to train. They take thousands of chips as well. And that all adds up to millions of dollars of investment. So if we see all of this potential with AI, and yet we see all of this challenge, how are we actually going to tread that path and ensure that we achieve that potential? So today, I've got a panel of 3 folks who are going to be helping me triangulate this problem. So first of all, I've got Rodrigo Liang, who's the co-founder and CEO of Sambonova Systems. Welcome, Rodrigo.
Thank you.
We've got Alan Lee, who's the Chief Technology Officer of Analog Devices. And we've got Dave Municello, who is who leads GV's digital investing team. So I'm going to be asking them some questions. We're going to be getting into this, and hopefully we'll come up with some decent insights and answers. All right, so first of all, Rodrigo, I'm going to come to you, if I may. This term, pervasive AI, and the fact that we're seeing AI really change in the market, what do you see? What opportunities do you see? What challenges do you see?
We're at a point in our journey here where people moving from talking about specific models, a GPT or stable diffusion, to thinking about how to solve real problems. And so the term pervasive AI is thinking about how to deploy AI pervasively in our everyday lives, right? And so solving real issues for HR, for legal, for finance, or software development, versus talking about is GPT this better than GPT that. And so you're going to see over the coming years that people are going to start thinking about how to take the technology that we are now quite familiar with, continue to improve it, but really think about how do we integrate it into the everyday work environment. But the challenges, as you say, we're starting to see this year with security, with privacy, with accuracy, hallucinations, as we're all familiar with. How do we tackle those? And that's something that we as an industry, we as people in the technology field have to think about how to tackle them so that this technology can be pervasively deployed and be used in every company and in every single one of our lives.
Thanks, Rodrigo. So, Alan, I'm going to turn to you, right? So, first of all, tell us a little bit about analog devices and what your interest is in AI and some of the opportunities and challenges that Rodrigo spoke to there.
Sure. Analog Devices is a technology company that really bridges our physical and digital worlds. We're a global leader in analog, digital, and mixed signal technologies, and we work at the forefront of the intelligent edge. Our solutions, they really transform signals into actions and actionable insights. And similarly, AI can transform data into insights in support of manufacturing, engineering, sales, and most importantly, our customers. And that's really the point. Our collaboration with SambaNova can really provide us with the means of understanding and connecting with our customers on a deeper level than ever before.
Okay, thank you. And Dave, you've been involved in this space a long time before it was fashionable. And and you have a great view across as an investor, right? So you're trying to look at the trends in the market. You're looking at all the startups that are coming through, right? You're looking at some of the incumbents and the market dynamics. What are you seeing that in the market, and what's changing right now?
Yeah, so at GV, we've been involved in artificial intelligence investing and using it in our own business for more than a decade. I don't know if it's fashionable now. I look at this group. No, but it's definitely popular. And so I think one of the things that has been amazing over the last year and a half is ChatGPT has really educated the whole world about how exciting AI can be for almost every use case. And so that has done two major things. On one hand, it has created a ton of innovation and opportunity for innovation. So we see this whole room full. We see dozens and dozens, hundreds of startups trying to find new opportunities to explore using AI. But we also see almost every large company bolting AI onto their existing products. And as a result, those big, large companies, they're not looking for a cloud-based toy that they can play with and interact with. They're looking for modern, enterprise-grade AI. And so to me, that means dependability, reliability, stability. And so at GV, we're really excited about investing in all of the layers underneath the really powerful applications that will power our next generation of companies.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you clearly see it as there's going to be an ecosystem, there's a stack here, right, which is going to actually be dependent on the success here, right? It's going to be important to deliver that.
Totally. I mean, at GV, we pride ourselves on having more questions than answers, so I won't stand up here and tell you, all of the different applications that will be successful in AI. But I do know that, there's probably 3 or 4 major layers of that AI stack that will be developed over the coming years. We're excited to have exposure and investment in each one of those layers. SambaNova is an extremely important one in that you guys you present an entire system. Right, so from the chip all the way up to the applications that power businesses.
Oh, okay. So Rodrigo, probably a lot of people are already aware, right? Some major announcements from SambaNova this morning, right? So maybe you can talk to us a little bit about those, not just what they are, but why, right? I mean, building new chips and things takes a long time. So you've placed some bets. Why and where is it going to take us?
Well, we chose this forum so that we could actually announce it only to all of you. Nobody else. But no, we're super excited about this. So I actually brought one of these. So the world's been talking a lot about chip shortages. How do I get more AI chips? And all the fuss, we're talking about finding these things, and so these are the chips that power the largest models in the world. At SambaNova, we just announced today at SN40L, this is a purpose-built chip, so you can power the largest GPT LLM models in the world. And so with these platforms, we can now power 5 trillion parameter models, right, which is ultimately the types of models that you want in order to deploy into the types of large companies where it's mission critical, where accuracy matters, right, where security matters, where data privacy matters. And so really excited about this. We deployed them in these integrated systems full stack so you don't have to hunt around for the chips. And Dave talked about reliability, predictability, availability. But when we deploy these, they're always there because they're dedicated to that particular use case. So we're really excited about this. It's been in the works for a few years. And today we're announcing them broadly. They're available for us to actually deploy starting today. And so happy to engage with folks and come check it out on our website. We're really, really proud of it.
Right. Thanks, Rodrigo. So, Alan, when Rodrigo talks about that, right, and we hear about trillion parameter models and things like that, what does it mean to you when you're actually looking to the needs that you have in a business?
Yeah, it's really important to us, and it ties back to the idea of pervasive AI or ubiquitous AI, and it's AI everywhere. Our mantra in Analog Devices is to be ahead of what's possible. And if you really want to do that today as an enterprise, you really need to think of how AI can touch every aspect of the business, right? How can you use it to garner more customers, to understand your customers? How can you use it, for instance, in your front office and in your back office? And how can you use it to design your chips or your software or whatever else that you have to do that your company is producing? And thinking about that both from the high level and then getting down to the details is one of the things that really attracted us to SambaNova, right? Is that ability to really be on the leading edge of AI technology and to have the largest and robust models and underlying technology available currently.
So, Rodrigo, I want to go back to you because Alan talked there about effectively these multiple functions, these multiple domains within a business. I often think this, when we think about healthcare, we automatically think about hospitals, right? And yet a healthcare business has an enormous amount of other things going on in it. And I think about Alan's business, right?
Yeah.
And part of it is actually building these devices, but part of it is actually also just running a day-to-day business. So how does what you talked about today, not just on the chip side of things, but on the models, actually support that?
I know, we're really excited about this. This is where partnering with somebody like Analog Devices is so important because these are complex enterprises that have been around for a long time with a lot of mission-critical applications. And so the way we think about this, and we're really excited about this architecture, we call it the composition of experts. And so you can build these trillion parameter models where they're made up of open source models. And today we use Llama 2, right? As you know, Llama 2 is a meta release model, and we're all in on open source. You can take these models, you can compose them side by side, each trained for a specific task, a specific function in the enterprise, be able to put them together as a trillion parameter foundation model that then allows you to then have the machine select which expert to answer. It gives you several things. One, it gets the highest accuracy. Right? It gives you the ability to actually train those models dynamically, asynchronously, and you can actually fine-tune, some fine-tune for days, some for fine-tuned for weeks, right? And so you can asynchronously do that, but most importantly, it gives you access control, right? That different people can query different experts because you have access to, say, the HR expert versus the legal expert versus the customer expert. And so for enterprises that's complex, as ADI, and being able to actually handle all of those things, it's a tremendous type of platform that allows you to actually have that level of control and that level of flexibility.
Okay. So Dave, coming to you, right? Again, you observe this whole ecosystem, right? And you kind of laid out before the opportunities that you see. There's multiple pieces that are going to come together. What opportunities does this address? What gaps does it address? And what do you still see to come? What's the challenge to Rodrigo now for the next phase?
So I think one of the amazing things about SambaNova is their ability to continually keep up with state-of-the-art on the hardware side, but it's also the ability to continually loop in the best of open source models. So if you can imagine, every model will continually come out and be open sourced over time. Eventually, each model will make its way into the market. This company has the ability to, like NVIDIA, continually be at the cutting edge of compute. And unlike NVIDIA, have a software stack from the chip all the way up to PyTorch and TensorFlow, the places where data scientists spend their time and energy. And that holistic, that whole system approach, it's almost like Apple providing you with a MacBook. This is like a MacBook, but for your data center. And the thing that I get excited about is not just the chip. You know, Rodrigo's background is in hardware, and he's, you know, the company has a mix of hardware and software. The thing I get excited about is the trend that this company's on, which is state-of-the-art hardware, best-in-class open source models, and an amazing software team that sort of bridges between those two best-in-class approaches.
So, Alan, when you think about when you're getting started here, you've mentioned before about these different domains. Rodrigo talked about, you know, privacy and the ability to have kind of role-based access, right, which I think maps to those functions you've got. What's the tension that you see here between, I guess there's a speed of getting started, and then there's all of those other considerations you've got to take into account as well. So as a business, where do you begin? Where do you start?
Yeah, you know, it's a very interesting question, and we're going through that right now at my company, so it's something that we're doing. And, you know, one of the things and one of the reasons we're partnering with SambaNova is the scalability, right? You have the ability to start relatively small, but then you can go up, of course, with at least today, you know, up to 5 trillion parameter models. And that's important to us, but there's a lot of vectors to consider here, right? There's the we have a digital healthcare unit, as you pointed out earlier. That's important. Of course, security and privacy are really important to any business when it comes to data. And when we think of how to get started, I mean, flexibility is really the key, right? We want to make sure that, you know, the SambaNova systems, you know, we're starting actually with cloud, and then we're bringing it in so we can actually integrate it with all of those business functions and things that we listed before. Not en masse, you don't have to do everything all at once, but you can bring it in as needed for those groups, you know, in the enterprise that are farther ahead, and then bring in the others and scale as appropriate for the business.
Rodrigo, I saw in the press release this morning, there's something there about the fact that this provides the opportunity for multimodality in a way that we previously wasn't possible. And I was wondering if you get into that, because of course we're talking here about LLMs, right, large language models, and then we're talking about multimodality. So how does that happen, and what does it actually do for real world use cases in this case?
Well, I mean, as we think about these models, and Dave touched on this, right, these are open source models that all of us here, right, all of us are innovating every day. Right, and they're getting better at this exponential rate. And so you think about language models now moving into vision models and moving into models that are doing a broad range of things. Now, you can do two things if you're thinking about actually taking advantage of those. You can actually try to make these big monolithic lifts where you go from this type of model to that type of model as they upgrade. Or our thesis here is, why don't we create a platform that allows you to incrementally install these open source models, train them, and then you compose them into these foundation models that give you the multimodality, right? It's a much easier way for people who are already using AI, and enterprises do a lot of work verifying those models, integrating those models. It's a much easier way for them to start the journey and not have to get to a new model and reset and start over. Right, and so that's kind of our thesis as a company, that on how enterprises want to integrate these multimodal models, not as a big monolithic lift every time a new model shows up, but how do I incrementally get better and better and better and get incrementally better capabilities as the innovation of our open source community continues for the next 10, 15 years.
Okay. So Dave, we're obviously, you know, SambaNova's made these announcements today. We've got a room here full of, you know, businesses of all different shapes and sizes, right? So again, you look at this overall market. When we're looking into this era where AI is going to become more widespread, are there new areas? Are there areas that you see are particularly ripe for future development by startups and other businesses, right? What's hot?
Yeah, so I mean, within our partnership, we think that anything that is done well with software today can be done even better with AI in the future. It's a matter of time before we close that gap. Right. There are also a lot of 0 to 1 capabilities. There are things that could never be touched before by software. The data was too big. The insights were too complicated to get to. So you can imagine tracking weather patterns, understanding human genomics. You can now do that in one system. And there are a bunch of other 0 to 1 applications that we're talking with, large banks and enormous customers with that are very exciting. Those are exciting to unlock, but the reality is that almost every business is using AI to compete. And those that aren't using AI to compete might not be around in the next couple decades.
Right, so that's the opportunity. So, Alan, I suppose coming to you here, what's your challenge to Rodrigo, right? Like, I mean, what are you looking for next? Not just from Rodrigo, I suppose, but again, from all of the startup founders and entrepreneurs that we've got in the audience today. What do you need in order to make this potential revolution a reality?
We really need to push the limits of heterogeneity, not just on the chip, but in terms of multimodality, right? We need to be able to have state-of-the-art language models, but at the same time, without any downtime whatsoever, instantly add in the compute and things that we need and have it to understand and evolve as more and more use cases create. If one thinks of, you talked about the incremental addition, but also federated models and adding new data and doing other things and training on the fly. It's that ability of taking everything that we have right now and building upon it and building upon it and building upon it. That's really, in my opinion, the future of technology.
Yeah. Well, it's a great chance for us to collaborate, and this is kind of these partnerships are just so important, just because folks like Alan really help guide us. They guide us on what to do next, and we put some in our software stack. Some of them we embedded all the way into the chips, and so it's a great way that we learn from our partners, and we learn to figure out what our clients need.
Well, I want to thank our 3 panelists here. I want to thank all of you for coming. I feel like we've understood the potential that we're now seeing at Pervasive AI, right? As I said before, there's a tremendous amount of potential and hype that's going on here, but we're now beginning to see this move into production reality. I think we heard from Alan here about the diversity in models and capability, as well as the reliability and predictability that's required in a real business that's actually trying to do this. And then Dave, I think you're seeing not just the potential that SambaNova shows, but the gaps in the ecosystem that are going to need to be fulfilled. And thank you, Rodrigo, for joining us, giving us an insight into the announcements today. And thank you all for joining us. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we had a fantastic day. So many great speakers, lots more to come. Be sure to check out the app. If you missed any of them, they are available on demand for you at any time. And then come back here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. We're starting off live with Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, one of the biggest tech companies out there doing AI right now. Then we also have JB Straubel, who is the founder and CEO of Redwood Materials. He's also a board member at Tesla now, the company where he was CTO forever. And then we also have Kyle Vogt, who is the CEO and co-founder of Cruise. So that's going on, starting off 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see you there.